All right, everybody, get in here. I'm here. My coffee machine was very slow this morning, and I am tired. I've been dragging. Holy cow! I have reviewed some of the testimony from yesterday, and let me just put it this way. It was worse than I imagined. It was. For Amber, I think when I watched this, this show, I get nervous that people won't see things the way I see it, and so I start to, say, "Oh, I don't know, maybe maybe I didn't see this correctly, maybe I don't know what happened." Hey there, coming to you live from in front of what's left of Amber Heard's testimony. It's a dumpster fire, I tell you, an absolute dumpster fire. Hey, I got my T-shirt, by the way, and I have a confession to make. So I'm wearing my T-shirt. It says isn't happy hour anytime. Mega pint me justice for Johnny. Now I have a confession. Some of you may have noticed that some of the shirts say isn't happy hour anytime, and some of them say isn't happy hour every hour. Look, I'm old, and see, the shirts now say "Isn't happy hour any hour" because I got the quote wrong. However, if you are one of the few who got the "Isn't happy hour anytime" shirts like I did, you are part of the elite early onset Alzheimer's club with me. And they were a limited edition, they were only available for a very short time, and if you got one, congratulations. You are like me, and you're part of my little elite club of people who forget things. Hey, good morning. Get on in here. We have stuff to go over, by the way. We have stuff to go over. There are things we need to discuss. Hey, I'm having a good hair day. I'm on day 3. Day 3 is always best. It always looks good on day 3. I don't know why that is, but it's I'm having a good hair day. I don't have a stitch of makeup on. Okay, a little. I'm not I'm not gonna totally lie. I put on my cover up because, I have dark circles under my eyes that look like black eyes. In fact, if I had taken a photo of myself this morning, I could have accused, Mr. Fox of abuse, I think. But he didn't do it. It was just the sleep, the lack of sleep. Damn you, Nick Rekieta. Uh, Nick Rekieta has a LawTube channel, and he's online all the time, and he does these late shows at, like, 11 he goes on at, like, 12 o'clock New York time. And he he is always on, and so if I'm trying to go to sleep, but I'm not quite there yet, I'll turn him on, but then the guy is so damn funny that I can't fall asleep. So, good news is, tomorrow night, I'm actually making an appearance on the Nick Rekieta LawTube stream, and that should be fun, at midnight. So, no, that's not tomorrow, it's tonight. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm losing track of time. I'm losing track of time. I can't remember quotes. It's a whole thing. It's tonight. I'm going on with Nick Rekieta tonight, or at least he asked me to. He's asked me to a couple of times, and we haven't been able to get our schedules correct. So we'll see if that happens. I'm supposed to be on at midnight on Rekieta Law on YouTube. Oh, that's a good. You're asking me how do you find it? Good question. Let's go over to YouTube. I will pull up Nick's page and I will send you a link because if you are not subscribed to Nick Rekieta, to Rekieta Law, you're missing out. You are missing out because this dude is a funny dude, and, he's been covering this trial like a champ. He covers all trials. He did the Rittenhouse trial, that's how I found him. He did the best coverage on the Rittenhouse trial that anyone did. There was nothing even close to his coverage during the Rittenhouse trial. He was the only one bringing real news to the people, and avoiding if you want to avoid the corporate news media hacks, go to Rekieta Law. Amanda says, "I had to get the Frosty at the drop of a hat t-shirt. I have frontal lobe damage, so I understand." I swear that's how I feel. The older I get, I feel like I just have brain damage. Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega pint. It comes in a couple different colors. And you can also pick up Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour t-shirts, stickers, mega pints. A travel mega pint is in the merch store. I will drop the link for you in the chat. But also remember that the link is always in the description So you don't have to go looking for it. If you need it, it's right there. And bookmark it because I'm gonna have new stuff coming very soon. I am working on an objection hearsay t-shirt, and I think you're going to like it. All right. How late am I? It's 8:28. I think I have time for this. Yeah, I'm coming to you from in front of the dumpster fire that is the remainder of Amber Heard's testimony yesterday. This is all that's left, is burning, smoking wreckage. It was worse, than I even thought. So let's go over why it was worse, and this was the moment when she completely lost it. Her case is over. It is done. Yesterday, I was a little concerned. I was like, I don't know what I'm seeing. I thought she did a good job sticking to her story. But no, 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 no. She was caught, and I was probably folding laundry when this happened, so I didn't see it. You guys, you guys are not gonna believe this. So this was the moment when Camille caught her. She played for her deposition that she, did for the UK trial, and I was folding laundry, so I didn't actually see the body language here. Please pay attention. If you are not watching the screen, you have to watch the screen right now, and you have to see this body language.
The divorce filing, or my intention to do so.
Let's go back.
Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing, or my intention to do so, from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Oh. She tried to stop herself.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard?
Yes, you
You
did.
let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence.
Did you catch that? I wanna go back, watch her hands again. She literally says TMZ was alerted, 'cause she or her team did that. Somebody got paid for that video of the cabinet slamming and all that stuff, and getting the divorce filing and all that. Watch her hands and her face.
Source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Tried to push that right back in her mouth. Did you see the disappointment on her face?
You slipped up there, didn't you, Miss Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what
Sure.
does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were
There is nothing bigger than TMZ in the Hollywood world. Nothing bigger. That is the publication you want to leak stuff like that to. For one, they pay huge money for it. They have huge reach. This is completely ridiculous. And her saying, I wouldn't know how, is absurd. So that was the moment. She was caught lying on her deposition, slipping up, admitting to alerting TMZ. And of course, she's going to try and gaslight everyone and say, I didn't do it. She actually blames Johnny's attorneys for that, for leaking her divorce to the public. Why would Johnny do that? Why would he leak her false accusations to the public? That doesn't make any sense. All right, and if you're asking, because I've heard some people who are Amber Heard stans saying, "Oh, well, you know, what does any of this have to do with whether or not she defamed him?" Her credibility as a witness matters. All right, the fire behind me is giving me a headache. I'm gonna have to change the screen. It was a long night, so I'm gonna have to change the screen because my eyes can't take the bright orange. I'm gonna have to go back to the studio. All right, that's better. Her attorneys I mean, okay, here's the other thing. Law and Lumber, okay, it was DUI guy. Sorry, Tina. Yes, Tina, I want to talk about this because I heard this too. DUI guy told Law and Lumber that Elaine and Heard had raised voices before coming into court yesterday, where Elaine basically had to threaten Heard that she would have to represent herself. This sounds like Elaine had to say this because Amber is just making it up and needs to trust her. Then at the end of her testimony, when the judge told her to sit with counsel, she snubbed them and walked out. Yeah, it's true. She did. She walked out before the jury. She had a very bad day. In fact, did I have that? I think I pulled that. No, but did I? Let's see. Here, I do have this though. Remember yesterday when I told you that Amber Heard used the term bruise kit and that it didn't mean what she meant it to mean, and whether it was a Freudian slip or not, I guess we don't know, but let's look and see what is a bruise kit, because the second she said it, I knew what it was, because I have a theater background. A bruise kit. Wait, where is it? Here we go. All right, let's watch this.
Bruise kit, not a bruise kit. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit.
She just accidentally admitted that she used a bruise kit. You want to know what a bruise kit is? These are the first images that come up when you Google bruise kit. Bruise kits are used to create bruises in theater. They are not used to hide discoloration or to cover up makeup. Bruise kits make fake bruises. Amber digs herself deeper by saying she applied foundation, concealer, and then color corrector. Wait a second. But that would make the bruise look really, really obvious. Color corrector goes under concealer, guys. Anyone who's ever done makeup before and used color corrector knows it goes under the concealer. Otherwise, you would have green and purple on top of your skin, which would be weird if you were trying to cover up a bruise. Amber also said she put makeup on these scratches to try to cover them up. There's no makeup on that, guys. I know what it looks like when you're trying to hide a bruise or a scratch with makeup. It doesn't look like that. Then she said she never ever leaves her bathroom without wearing makeup. She was not wearing makeup the day she filed a restraining order. She wanted people to see her injury from Johnny. And this is her the very next day. Wow, that bruise got a lot better overnight. She's also not wearing makeup here.
Yeah. So this whole thing is a total disaster for her. It's a disaster. And it starts at 9 a.m. So we've got, like 25 minutes. So don't worry. I will get the court stream going here when it's time. Let me pull up my little ticker so that you guys know what time it starts so you can stop asking me. It is going to start at 9 a.m. and go to 5:30 for the rest of the trial. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The judge did announce that before the break that they would be starting from at 9 a.m. going to 5:30. All right. Yeah, Belinda brings up a good point. She said, Heard was taunting and laughing at Johnny and cackling about Johnny being a TV star in 21 Jump Street. We heard that recording in court yesterday, and I thought it was very damning. I thought it was very damning for her. This is not a woman who sounded like she was scared of a man. And this was someone who was completely not scared. Everything that happened yesterday was bad for her, including her two witnesses who would only do depositions. You got to ask yourself, why wouldn't Io and Rocky be called to the stand? Why aren't they being questioned live in front of us? Why are these recorded depositions? And both of them, by the way, testified that they are not friends with Amber anymore. So these are supposedly her best friends in the whole world, but they're not friends anymore. And when you compare that to Johnny's witnesses, people who've been with him for 25 years, he doesn't have anybody who's, in this case who's not friends with him anymore. So it's pretty interesting. Okay. Man, I'm so tired and I have a headache. I need to go take some headache medicine. Okay, there was this thing I wanted to show you that I didn't get to yesterday. By the way, every day after the stream, I sat on the stream for 10 hours yesterday. And every day after the stream, I make dinner, we eat, and then I go back to my room and I write because I didn't get to write all day, and that's my job, is to write at pjmedia.com. And so my editor now knows she's not getting anything from me until evening now during this trial. So I have to go and actually start working at about 9 o'clock. So last night I wrote this. I wrote 2 articles yesterday. I'm going to share them with you so you can see. I wrote this one, Amber Heard attorney mocks Johnny Depp with bad impression of him. Did you see this? Let's go through this real quick. Sometimes life imitates art, but sometimes it imitates a bad B movie with D-list actors. That's what happened on Tuesday in a Virginia courtroom, where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are facing off with their teams of lawyers doing their best to outshine each other. Today, the winner of the Razzie in this show should be the defense attorney Elaine Breedhoff, who forgot to turn her microphone on so many times that the judge had to verbally chastise her. But that wasn't even close to the worst part of Elaine's very bad, no good, terrible, embarrassing, awful day. She also decided to try and imitate Depp's voice, causing the actor to visibly laugh out loud. Watch this. Jen at Real Housewives Recaps made this video. God bless her. I don't know how she's managing to live stream all day and then make videos on top of it. Good God, woman, you're a machine. Watch this video.
You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was
Johnny's
during the
laughing.
mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
the first one.
Objection obnoxious.
Okay.
Is leading.
When was played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again"? Do you recall that?
I do.
And that
That was so unprofessional. I mean, I've never seen a lawyer do that before. Mocking the other litigant in court is just, it's incredible. Please visit Real Housewives Recaps if you want to watch the whole video. I'm not going to play the whole thing here, but please visit Real Housewives Recaps and subscribe to her channel because she is great. She does all kinds of entertainment television recaps and good entertainment over on that channel. All right. There's a really great compilation of the dogfight that happened at the redirect. And I have to play this for you because it was some of the best lawyering I've ever seen. Camille Vasquez tore Elaine apart.
Objection, Your Honor, leading. Objection, Your Honor,
that's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
that
leading.
raised-
My
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist-
hearsay.
I'll sustain
Your
your
Honor,
objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's
him?
fine.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anybody.
approach? This is, again, an
Divorce, correct?
objection leading.
I
Objection
did.
leading.
To this.
Objection leading
All right,
calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Was my-
Objection, Your Honor,
the
hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop.
Is that true? or false?
Objection, Your Honor,
Your
leading.
Honor, she.
and-
Bloodbath.
So
Absolutely did that.
it's leading.
Maybe
Objection,
maybe
Your
not.
Honor, lack of foundation.
Relating to your nose.
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What- I said, what if
Foundation,
anything, Your Honor?
hearsay.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all. It's sustain.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Objection, Your
Give it.
Honor, lack of foundation.
Ms.
Objection,
Hess.
Your Honor, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
Do you recall? I'm trying.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Um,
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection leading.
What if anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
I'll overrule the objection.
Call that
Objection, Your
question.
Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Objection, leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
Abstain
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
is on
Objection, Your Honor,
12-17.
leading. Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Prior consistent
I'm going to
statements.
sustain the objection.
Observations for
I'm
the
gonna-
12/17, the
I'm
same
gonna
day.
Sustain the objection.
Objection, lack of foundation. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, Your Honor.
I think I
Leading
can bring
calls for
that out, yes.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
They're laughing at her. I mean, wow. And then at one point, Elaine just gave up. I didn't even see that either because I was probably folding laundry. Again, my laundry pile was huge yesterday, but I'm happy to report that I got a lot of it done. People are saying that Elaine rage quit. Hold on, let me see if I can find this on Twitter. Hold on. It's so funny. She does appear to be giving up on her client. Wait, where did it go? I think I wait, oh, and here she is going out of the stomping out of the courtroom. Right after Elaine rage quit. She says, "Have a seat next to your attorney." Oh, going out the door though. Oh, not even waiting for the jury. Did you see? Look at Ben Chu's face. Look at Ben's face. He's like, "What the heck is happening?" Oh my gosh. All right, but there is footage of Elaine giving up on her redirect, and it is fantastic. Hold on. I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? Here. We're done. I don't have any more questions. You can't see it? Oh, shoot. All right, hold on. Hold on. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Share. Sorry, I was on the other screen. I'll fix it. I have a headache. All right, here we go.
Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
Oh, man. Oh, you didn't see her
You can go
storm
ahead and
out
sit
of the
next to her.
courtroom
That's
either? All right, I'll play that too. All right, hold on. I'll play that too. I can find it again. Okay, storming out of the courtroom. It's here. Hold on. All right, there it is. Hold on. Pulling it up. Sorry, guys. It was a long night. Can't expect me to do. I don't have a producer. I'm doing this all by myself.
Then for 15 minutes, do not discuss the case with
Wait,
your attorney, okay?
She says, "Go sit by your attorney." Twice, she tells her.
You can go ahead and seat next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
There she goes, out the door. I mean, and look at Ben's face. Look at, I'll show you Ben's face. He's so funny. Look at him. He's like, "What the heck?" Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, she just did not have a good day. She did not have a good day. All right, checking the court stream. 13 minutes to go. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Good morning, Grandma Lori. Thanks for the super chat. I sure appreciate that. If you guys want to support the show and you're on YouTube, because Facebook is crappy and doesn't let me monetize anything. If you're on YouTube though, you can go down to the comments and instead of just typing a comment, you can hit that little $sign and you can send a super chat and it supports the show, helps me out, helps Mr. Fox not be mad at me when I sit here for 8 hours to 10 hours a day doing this. And you can also support the merch store as well. And also, if you want to make sure that I see a comment, because the comments have been so hopping that I can't keep up, I will definitely see the super chats because they highlight them and they throw them up in front of me. So I will always read them. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at your comments, see if I missed anything while I was screwing around on Twitter. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you. I have remembered. Remember yesterday when we were talking about the body language expert guys? There's the behavior panel. Do you guys know about this? There's 4 behavior and body language experts, and they talk about all kinds of different body language, including body language of psychopaths, etc. Yesterday, when Gadfly was on the program, he's the one who wrote Objection Hearsay, our favorite song, and he's probably going to be back here today. In fact, I need to send him the stream link. Why haven't I done that? I'll do it when court starts because I really want to show you this. He's been so great to be here, but he and I were talking about how I went through her Instagram and I found Amber's Instagram, and it looks like she loves to portray herself as someone who's very well read. She reads a lot and all these very difficult books, really big books. And I just don't buy it. I just don't think that she does read them. I think she creates this appearance that she reads them, but doesn't actually read them. So the behavior panel, I'm trying to find them. Hold on. The behavior panel did this video. Here it is. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I found it. All right. Let's check this out. Now, these guys are experts. They've done this their whole lives. They consult on court cases. They study behavior. I'm sure they have several degrees. Listen to what this man says. I was actually in the shower when I was listening to this, and I almost fell down. I jumped because this is exactly what I saw in her Instagram. So maybe I'm a behavior specialist. Listen to this.
Heard something and they're parroting it. One of my favorite down the line for PTSD. Also, when she says she can't remember things in a linear way. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Look at this haircut and this bad mustache and these glasses. But I'm smart enough to know when somebody has heard something and they're parroting it. One of my favorite things in the world to pay attention to is sentence structure and how someone structures a thought or an idea as they start going through trying to relay that idea to you. As she's doing this, she knows she has to throw in that word linear somewhere. And you don't say in a linear way, you say in a linear fashion. That's the way it's properly used. I don't think I'm not saying she's an idiot or anything like that, but I can tell you when somebody reads a lot. And again, I can tell you when somebody's parroting something they've heard. Greg and I were in Louisville talking to some people at a neurological department there as we were going to do some studies. And I can tell you pretty much after talking to somebody for 15 or 20 minutes what they're reading or what kind of reading they're into or what they like to pay attention to, what they like to read about. And I nailed this one guy in philosophy all the way down to his author, who he had just been reading by just talking to him for
That's a cool
minutes. Sort
skill.
of a parlor trick, and I can teach anybody how to do it. And in this, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in her talking, she doesn't read a whole lot. She's going to say she reads a whole lot, but she doesn't, because her sentence structure is that of a high school student's almost. When she starts talking and starts describing things, the structure to it. My structure when I talk really, really fast, and it's really hard to understand me sometimes because I'm trying to get all the information out that I can. Having said that, I do pay attention to when people structure their sentences when they're creating an idea and how to do that. She's gotten information. She's been reading over it the day before that or that day, and she's remembering these things she's supposed to say about the flashes, about remembering scenes and not remembering things in a linear way when it should be linear fashion. That's what we're hearing here. That's what's happening here.
Isn't that interesting? So I said, and what a cool guy. I wish he would talk to me. I want him to do that parlor trick on me and see if he can figure out what I've been reading. I bet he could. I feel like he could totally do it. I love this skill, by the way. This is a great skill. But it's funny that I picked up on that because I made a whole video about it. I'll actually drop the link in the in the chat. But I had said that she appears to me to be someone who wants you to believe she reads, but I don't think she actually reads. And there it was, expert opinion that he doesn't believe that she reads either, and that's based on his ability to listen to people's sentence structure. Isn't that interesting? I mean, I'm a person, obviously this would fascinate me. I'm a writer, so I pay a lot of attention to sentence structure and grammar. And it means a lot to me. David Mark listen, David, you're in the chat. I'm gonna ban you if you don't stop harassing people, women in this chat. Now, you've done it a couple times. I've deleted your comment. Do not put it up there again. This is not a dating site. Go to Tinder. Okay? Go to Tinder. But anyway, isn't that amazing? It's so amazing that you can, and I felt that. I felt that when I watched her, when I looked at her Instagram. And also, she was in a interview where she was talking about Johnny and meeting Johnny for the first time. And something she said there set off a red flag for me too about the reading. She said, "Oh, Johnny and I really like the same books, and we love the same, we love the same authors." And the interviewer asked her, "What are you reading now?" And she said it was a Steinbeck novel. It wasn't Grapes of Wrath. It was another famous Steinbeck novel. I can't remember which one because I'm old. And she said, she named the book, and she goes, "Well, I'm reading it again because Johnny asked me some questions about it," or something like that. She said, "I'm reading it again so that we can get into deep conversations." Oh, so what that means to me is she didn't read it the first time. She told him she read it, and then she couldn't answer any questions about it. And so he suggested she read it again. Oh, I guarantee you that Johnny's well read. Guarantee. Guarantee that he is. Ollie. I guarantee, I can tell by the way he talks. He references a lot of mythology. He references a lot of poetry when he talks. East of Eden, thank you. She probably saw the movie. It was East of Eden. I actually have not read that book. I'm not a huge fan of Steinbeck, although I haven't read it since school. I haven't read Grapes of Wrath since school. Maybe I would like it now. I am kind of going back and reading the classics. Let me check the court stream. 5 minutes. 5 minutes till go time. The camera's not live. Yeah, I mean, my God. Hey, American Gal, that's a good point. Did you hear her yesterday on the stand talking about how she's looking at all the backlash online about herself? She did. She said, "Just look online. You'll see I'm being abused." Well, how does she know that? Isn't she supposed to not be looking online? Although Stephanie, my sister, who's probably going to be here sometime today, who is an attorney, she said that maybe she is allowed to do that. I mean, like, it's mostly the jury they want to keep offline. She's not supposed to be like posting online, but she can certainly be looking at it. The litigants in the case are allowed to look at the news coverage. So she could be reading anything. So let's see what else you guys are talking about while we're waiting for court to start. Yeah, Nolene, I will get rid of him. Is he still there? Yeah, please let David Mark, you're going. That's it. If I can find you. Block. Okay, done. All right. Also, guys, because I don't have a moderator, please bring to my attention anything that's going on in the chat that needs banning or attention to. I do try to get the porn spammers when I can, but I'm not always on the screen, so I'm not always monitoring the chat. So if somebody in the chat, or if you guys see something happening and it needs to be taken care of, please let me know, and I will. Okay. Let's put the court stream up. We're about ready to get started here. Once I get court going, I will send the link to our guests for today. I'm hoping to have several from David Leatherwood might be coming on, and he is he's one of my friends. He's he works with the Lincoln, what is it? The Log Cabin Republicans. He is a member of the LGB community, and I love him. He used to work in Hollywood, and he has some inside info on Johnny Depp. He actually worked on a set with Johnny. He wasn't that impressed. You guys probably won't like what he has to say, but he wasn't that impressed. He liked Tom Cruise a lot better. But he may be coming on today, and I hope that Gadfly, who wrote Objection Hearsay, will be back with us. He is so funny, right? Isn't he a pleasure to have? He's so great. And then my sister, Stephanie Kimbrell, who is an attorney, she will hopefully be popping in when she can, when she's not saving the lives of innocent dogs from death row or from dog nappers. She will be dropping in here. Oh, she's here. Oh, Stephanie, it's a different link today. I didn't send it to you yet. I'm behind. Hold on. I'm going to get it to you right now. Stephanie is in the chat room. Yes. Where is she? Stephanie, I'm sending it to your phone right now. The links are different every day because it's a new stream every day. That link would be broken now. All right. All right, you should have it now. And once the court starts and I can concentrate, I'll send the link to the rest of our guests for today. And yeah, I'm starting to get that. Yeah, my morning hair. That's so funny. Soul in Exile has noticed my big morning hair. This is what it looks like in the morning. Hi, Steph.
Hey,
Hi. How are ya?
I'm pulling a gadfly this morning. I'm not camera ready.
Pulling a gadfly. Yeah, well, that's okay. You don't have to turn on your camera. I have big morning hair because I wear it on top of my head when I sleep, so that the curls don't get ruined. So when I take it down in the morning, yeah, it starts out like this. All
I
right,
woke up like this.
here we go. Why is the? Oh no! Damn you, lawn crime!
Do we have any
Fix
preliminary matters
your
before the chair
volume.
begins? Okay, all right, sure.
Oh no, I have to find a
Yes,
different
sir.
stream. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't listen to this.
Go to WLS or WGN. Who was
I
it?
I don't know, but we're gonna get a different one because this is insane. I cannot listen to that. How can Law and Crime be doing that? The chat must be going absolutely insane right now. Something is wrong. Okay, hold on. Let's try Fox, maybe? No, I don't like that one.
Meg, is Alex coming back on today?
I don't know. I'll send her the link. But Law and Crime's
Yeah, because I really
order. What? Go ahead.
I want to hear Alex's commentary on fashion choices.
Yeah, she's funny. All right, hold on. Alex, if you're out there, you're being asked to come on. I'll send you the link in a second. All right, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Now, I don't know how the volume's going to be on here because the microphone in the courtroom is muted right now. Camille is looking lovely today. She's wearing a navy suit. I really did like that white suit yesterday, though. She was amazing. She was ready for her spotlight, ready for her time in the spotlight. Didn't you think that white suit was fantastic?
I thought she looked beautiful. Yeah, she was great.
Okay, Silvana is saying I should check Court TV. Right now, what am I on? I'm on, what is this? Oh, The Independent. But so far, this stream looks pretty good. So we'll stay here until we have a problem. If we have something happens. I love this. Look, they're laughing and joking. This must drive Amber absolutely insane. Batshit crazy right now. She's got to be just freaked out. I love hearing that. And you can tell that Amber does not like her attorneys. She doesn't look at them. They do not talk to each other. There's no hugging going on over at that table. You know, Johnny's attorneys every day after the trial, they're hugging each other and they're hugging him and they're patting him on the, oh, okay, there she is. She's wearing a sweater today with her jacket thrown over her shoulders and she's got that weird half up, half down hairstyle again where she pins it underneath the. This is a bizarre hairstyle, Stephanie. What do you think about this? I hate it. Oh no, I've lost her. I'm losing her. I'm losing Stephanie. She's driving again. Stephanie, when you get back to a regular place, you know, let me know. I hate this hair. Yeah, Amanda says, I'm surprised that Amber Heard isn't wearing a white suit today. Yeah, but the chat does not like the hair. Bad hair. Oh yeah, Rocky had that hair all the way over on one side. It's a strange thing. I thought the side part was out. Thought we were back to middle parts. I'm sorry, Florida girl, but I don't think she looks anything like Grace Kelly. I think she looks like this. Where to go? I think she looks like this. That's what I think. Those ridiculous cheekbones. I can't take it. I just can't take it. Is that a style so she can't see Depp from the side? I doubt it. She's always looking at him. Look, she's stealing glances every time she possibly can. She's watching him talk to Camille. Stephanie, what do you think of this hairstyle? Oh man, Stephanie just dropped out. We lost her. She'll be back. Yeah, the cheeks are scary. She looks angry. She looks a lot better today, but she looks angry. I do like her makeup better today. She should always, I mean, now she's wearing more like her normal lip color. Remember when she said she hated wearing red lipstick? Yeah, that's not true. She wears red lipstick all the time. And today she's wearing red lipstick and it looks nice on her. I don't know why she says things like that. All right, here we go.
All right, we ready for the jury then? Okay.
She's wearing a sweater dress. It's pretty. It's a nice sweater dress. Yeah, she always has a bold lip, Tish, unless she's on the stand. And when she's on the stand testifying on her behalf, she looks like she's not wearing any lipstick. And then she says things like, I don't like wearing red lipstick, which none of us believe because that's all we ever see her in. I like her sweater dress, though. I think it's feminine. It looks nice. I think she makes a big mistake when she dresses up like a man in those awful suits. I don't think that comes across as relatable to anybody on that jury. I think it
Good
just
morning,
looks
ladies and gentlemen.
bizarre, like she's trying to power
As
play.
you remember, we were in the middle of a witness last evening, so we'll continue with her testimony, okay?
She did her makeup today because she doesn't have to cry. Well, she never managed to do that anyway.
After she returned from Australia.
All right, we're picking back up with
Yes.
Rocky Pennington.
How soon after she arrived back from Australia did you see her?
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
And she visited you in your apartment at the Eastern Columbia building, is that right?
Yes.
You testified that you observed injuries on Ms. Heard on this occasion, is that right?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms. And yeah, they were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Did you see her feet?
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on, and then she showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Ms. Heard's feet?
They were just, they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Were both feet cut?
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified that Ms. Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Ms. Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Ms. Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
You've testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Ms. Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
These recorded
Red
depositions
wine.
are so hard to get through, but I'm here with you.
Did she seem drunk
I'm
when
here.
she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think
You
there
could
was
drive a
wine.
train through these pauses.
Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine
I think there was
on the
also.
bed and on the ground.
Okay.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
What did, apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
But you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any, no.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's out there.
Do you remember?
I remember the depot, but it was a very long depot and a lot of topics were covered.
So do you remember during the depot testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can, videographer, would you mind or tech pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Stand by.
July 14, 2016 is
Tish,
volume
she's
2.
as fun and exciting as Io. Oh man, these people don't seem like they would be fun at a party at all. And yet these were the party friends.
Where am I?
They don't appear to have any
looking in the document?
personality.
Yeah. You could
Either
please
one of
scroll
them.
down
Zero.
to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23, and if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Tish, no wonder they needed the fun drugs. See, some of us are the life of the party without the drugs. But some of us need some help. She has the charisma of a bran muffin. Callie.
I don't have like the scrolly things.
Oh, you guys are so funny. I love you so much. Oh my gosh. Bran muffin. Not to be confused with Dr. Muffins. She had a hell of a lot of personality. Oh man. This is insane. The long pauses are just killing me. This is recorded testimony. They couldn't have edited this out. To edit, hit the edit button. Why do we have to watch her read? Personality of a wet
what
mop.
line am I reading down to?
She doesn't even know what she's reading.
240, line 18.
Oh God. Johnny's witnesses were a party by themselves. They were. Remember Isaac? How great Isaac was? Didn't you just want to hug that man? And they were all so charismatic. The guy with the beard, Connolly. Even the island manager was more charismatic than this. Even his facilities manager. Oh God. She can't. Oh God. Breaking news. Gadflies in the chat room, everyone. Breaking news. Kindergarten classes everywhere have started playing Rocky Pennington videos instead of reading for nap time.
Okay.
We have found the cure for insomnia.
So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling.
The
I didn't know what
potted
was going on.
plant behind her has more personality.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
You guys are killing me.
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
So you testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Was her
Yeah.
head actively bleeding
That's right.
when you saw
Yeah.
her?
It wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
You don't know what that means?
Yes.
You don't know what actively
How could you
bleeding
tell
means.
hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Maybe like.
Did you observe that Ms. Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
Why is she smiling?
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it.
She's smiling.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
She's trying not to laugh.
On the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Ms. Heard's forehead?
Gadfly. Well, case closed. What an
There were
incredibly
many
convincing
times
witness.
that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Ms. Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
By the hairline.
Such a fantastic witness.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
I don't think so.
I think we need to call her Bran Muffin from now
Sitting
on.
here today, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
Bran Muffin
If we could go back to
Pennington.
Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great.
Oh no, we have to watch her read again.
So in paragraph 20,
This is
Ms. Pennington,
awful.
you testified that after you saw Ms.
Please
Heard,
make it
you
stop.
called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the Penthouses that night as well?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15th, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you
Well,
send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down.
Jonesing
say
for
with
that
my
cuddle
phone.
puddle.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Ooh, snap.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
A regular, normal
Part
looking
of her
scalp.
scalp where the hair was ripped out.
Seriously, I don't see anything in that picture. The more they show this picture, the better.
You've testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
Is that where
How
the
did you
weed
know that
closet
the
is?
hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp and it was her color on the floor of her.
Why wasn't there any
apartment.
blood on it if it was
But
ripped
you didn't
out of her
see
scalp?
the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped
MDMA
out of her
closet.
head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
I'm so tired.
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
I gotta go get more coffee.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Mm. Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
Do you recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears the base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter, there appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure. You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day.
Oh
yes.
God, can't even remember what she said a
You
few
were
minutes
with Ms.
ago.
Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
Hmm. Uh, 5.
So many penthouses,
Do you remember
just
that
so many.
Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Ms. Heard's birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Did you tell where it come from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, unfortunately, we have to sit
bed.
through Elaine. We are going to have
Were
to
you
sit through
concerned about the dogs injuring
Elaine
themselves
talking to her
on the
too.
glass?
Yes.
This
She
sure
looked
ain't
upset.
happy hour.
When I arrived,
Yes.
she was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me.
Finally,
that he
some
wanted to
relief.
come
Gadfly
over.
has entered the room.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
Finally, you're
On
here,
which-
Gadfly. Finally.
When?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Making me sit here
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was
alone.
there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
I had to let you
Elizabeth
suffer
Mars
for a
there?
little bit longer because you mentioned Elaine
Yes.
earlier. Don't appreciate
all-
it.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Psalm 91, good
Yes.
point. No wonder he did drugs and alcohol.
And you were
Imagine
in Penthouse 5
being around these
on May
people.
21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
I feel bad for all the waiters of the world that have had to take this woman's order. As she says,
At some point, Ms. Heard left, Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5.
True, Juanita. You were all here with
You
me.
went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
I don't know, Deborah. Why do you think that
Sometime
is?
after Ms. Hurd left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
I'll let you guess.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Oh, PH1. We have acronyms for them.
Where was
PH1.
Mr. Drew?
pH balance.
With me in PH1.
Matthew,
And
my
where was Miss,
unborn nephew,
Mars?
has more personality than her.
She was either
I agree.
in PH1 or in PH5.
These just don't seem like fun party friends. I gotta tell you. These are not the
And do you
people I
remember
would
what you were
choose.
doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Hurd?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you hear when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Party people are usually depressed
Do you
during the
recall the door
day.
being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The sort of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Hurd?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in Penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the
Oh,
moment
sorry, I fell asleep. What was happening?
until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch
It's not
Ms. Heard?
good. It's not good. Nothing's happening. It's just all same bullshit we've heard before. There's a new poll on YouTube about Rocky Pennington's
see him
testimony. If you
touch
are on
her.
YouTube, you can take part in
Did
it.
you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
So he was throwing
What did
things
you
at the
do
wall
after Mr. Depp
again.
left Penthouse 3?
Rocky Pennington's testimony is compelling.
We
I
took
believe her.
Amber to
Not
Penthouse
credible.
1.
Boring AF or high AF. Right now, boring
Is that
AF
where
is
Mr.
winning.
Drew and Miss Mars were?
Not credible coming in second.
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
I don't believe her when she has to take this long to come up with an answer. You either saw it or you didn't.
What did you see?
No, I just, you saw injuries to her face.
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Say yes, Rocky. Say yes real quick.
Do you
Yes.
recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
Oh my God, the pausing. I can't.
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Trying to remember what's on the body cams.
Yes.
Trying desperately
They
to
look
remember.
around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter house 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
Literally, you could, I don't know,
I don't
solve
remember
math
exactly.
equations during these pauses. It's
Do you have an
just,
approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2?
Yeah, when do you think the trial's going to start again?
Less than 3.
they couldn't have edited out all these pointless
3 hours?
pauses.
Less than 3 hours?
Less than
Jeez.
3.
This is like before yesterday, like we were at like
Time, do
Disneyland,
you recall cleaning up
Yeah.
and Rocky's like the end of a
penthouse 3
vacation
or
when you have
5?
to go home.
Yes.
I don't recall.
Or the difference between being at Disneyland
Do you recall Ms. Heard
or the hotel
either
water
of
park
the
that you're
second
at,
set
the
of
little
officers?
motel water park.
Even like the damning thing she says for Johnny, I feel like it's just going to wash over everyone. Like
No,
a
No
cloud
one
of
is listening to
fog.
this. No one is listening to this. I guarantee you right now the jury is desperately trying not to show on their faces that they are not paying any
Did these
attention. They're all
officers, the
probably
second
sitting like
set,
this.
look around penthouse 3?
We know the one Polynesian guy has his hands over his face. He's just like this.
It's also
I
really
guess
bad
so.
that
I
it's the
don't know.
first thing in the morning.
Ms. Pennington,
Oh, I'm
have you
so
ever
tired.
personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
I imagine the jury
can
feels
you be
worse.
specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr.
She doesn't know what physically attacked means.
Define actively bleeding.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
I want Rocky's face on a t-shirt that says
Your Honor, at
happy
this point,
hour is never the hour when
started
this
asking
person
Ms.
is
Pennington
talking.
some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits. Please.
Oh, it's Rottenborn in the tape, not Elaine.
Oh, okay. So at least we get a break from Elaine. That's the first good news we've had this morning.
Sustained Elaine.
Oh, at least though, I'm glad. I'm glad Rottenborn is back because now I can listen to him better. His tone of voice, and maybe this is misogynistic, but it is harder to listen to higher pitched voices. And Elaine's is particularly grating on my nerves. Rottenborn, we will have to sit through though. Did I read that correctly? Did I read that correctly? Or maybe he only does that on Cross though.
Can I read, Mr. Depp?
Ugh. How'd you sleep last night? Did you stay up all night rewatching the testimony from yesterday?
I fell asleep to it, actually. It was a great
So
time.
did I. So did I. Damn that rackets at Ricada Law. I'm always listening to that as I fall asleep. I
Yeah,
got
it's
I couldn't believe what I missed yesterday because I was folding laundry and I didn't see her try to slap her words back in her mouth during that deposition where she admitted that TMZ was alerted to all this crap that she was doing to her husband.
well, it couldn't have been her. I mean, she has no way to contact TMZ.
No way at all.
No way.
No way. She's
How
never
would
met
How
anybody
would I
from there.
even know how to do that? I've never even edited a photo before.
Never edited a photo. That should be it right there. That's it. Case closed. There's no
Okay.
way that woman has never edited a photo. She uses all the filters and she's adjusting the lighting all the time. Like there is no way in hell she's never edited a photo. But she claimed that.
Maybe she meant for the case, I guess. She didn't say that, but
Thank you, Your
being charitable to her, I guess.
Oh,
Are we ready to
What
Yes,
happens
yes,
to these freeloader leads?
I can't stop yawning.
Good question, Kevin. What happens to the freeloader leeches after somebody falls from grace? They just go find a different one.
They go leech onto somebody else, which is why they're not friends anymore.
Now,
She
I
lost
understand
the
that
money.
you
She lost the money pot.
testified a
Exactly,
number
and
of
that's why
times
all these
about,
people are ex-friends of Amber that haven't talked
some
to
of
her
the
in a year
events
because
that
they're with
we
someone
touched
else
on
now.
yesterday, right?
Yes.
Has there ever been anything?
Oh, this hair is better at least.
in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
Not specifically, no.
Are Amber Heard's
Was
nipples
there
out?
a name for what you describe as
I think
Mr.
I
Depp's
see
different
nipples.
self?
Get a padded
Yes.
bra, ma'am.
What
Nobody
was that
wants to
name?
see that.
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
I cannot comment
All of us.
on the things that have been said.
Johnny, Amber, and
Disavow!
anyone else in
Disavow!
Disavow.
the
Disavow.
inner circle that was privy
Why does
to
Rocky look like olive oil from Popeye?
the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
Nipplegate.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Do you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny. Because he is my friend too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
Otherwise, I was going to lose my
Why were you
penthouse.
scared for Amber?
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
So noble.
What specifically?
When she says he was my friend too, I don't buy
What type
that.
of harm were you worried about for Amber?
We were friends until that article came out, and I had to leave him.
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident, I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Annoyed at all Camille's questions and
When
bored,
you say
but
talk
animated
about,
and crying on all wrong
abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Oh, Amber's now doing crying face. We're
Can you
doing crying
explain
face.
My poor
what
friend
you
that
mean
won't talk to
specifically by
me
that?
anymore.
Did you
That I
observe
smacked in the face while we were shopping for Thanksgiving stuff.
physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
How come she didn't cry when she
testified a little bit
described
yesterday
the
about,
so-called abuse she saw when Camille
an
was
incident
questioning her?
between Johnny and Amber that
Oh,
took
because
place in
Camille
high
was
school. You
questioning
remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
I also am
We
looking at the
were
big
sitting
screen,
around
and I don't
the
see any
campfire.
moisture on her face either.
I don't remember who the larger group was. And
She is swallowing, though.
Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Why does Amber always think it's a joke? That's always her go-to. I thought it was a joke.
Did you perceive Kelly
have much
Sue
to
to
say
be
on this
acting
topic.
inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific incidents in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. Tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Over the course of now you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to not pick light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
Objection
From
leading.
the night before.
Don't forget to cry now.
You
Rocky.
were.
Don't forget to
were you
cry.
with
Yeah.
Amber the night
Remember how
before the
emotional
James
you
Corden
were?
appearance?
Objection.
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
When you go off script, I'll butt in.
So-
Don't worry.
She asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Look at her.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
How could you do this, Johnny?
I do not.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning, there are
You were
violent
with Miss Heard
pictures.
that evening after the incident?
It was.
So
room is
many
this in?
injuries, the naked eye can't see them.
This
Not
is
to your eyes.
the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
Her nose is swollen and there's bruising on her left eye as well.
Nope, don't see it. See no
What
swelling
is
at
this
all.
picture, Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose,
What?
bruising on the left eye,
Is she crying? Is she getting choked up?
in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I
Am I
assume the
blind?
same night.
I'm like actually trying to be objective right
That
now. And I,
night in December 2015. that you
Whole
were
feel
trial
insane.
talking about
is
for
an
the last 2 minutes.
exercise in gaslighting.
Do you
You're supposed to see
um,
something that you
behind,
don't see.
behind Miss Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall, and then a writing, a note above the picture.
Yes.
What is
ooh.
what is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve.
What's the line above that say?
Eternally. Something always up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
Shit, what happened? Hold on.
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
Ah, I see.
What other injuries
Of
are you
course.
referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a photo.
I think the jury is getting
Of
tired of
Amber's
seeing
face.
these photos.
With 2 black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Swollen
Did you take this photo?
lip? Again, I don't
I
see
don't
it.
remember.
I see dark circles.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Why is she crying? She already saw these photos with Camille and she didn't shed a single tear.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at
She
least in
wasn't sad
part,
yet.
Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
I mean, they are really milking it, man. This is not a horrific injury that would bring tears to your eyes. It's just,
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard.
it's not like she's
Miss
got a
Heard's appearance
gash
from that
across her
evening.
head with stitches.
Yes.
If that's a
Exhibit
bruise,
19 is up.
it's one of the better ones I've ever seen. Like, it doesn't look like it did much damage, if any at all.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
Oh God, here we go. See, he gave her the leading
We just need to get through as
instruction to cry.
best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face. Turn a profile.
Amber's face looking perfect. Except
Showing
for her
more
lip
of
picking.
Her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
It's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
She's
What is this a
crying
picture of,
again.
Miss Pennington?
This was a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline.
If she cries over a
and my
scratch,
thumb holding
I'm
the
out.
hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is
Chapped
a
lips.
picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
Did you take? Go ahead.
Looks like she's been blowing her nose.
Swelling.
Please
and an
tell me we all
injury on
see
her
that
bottom
dot
lip.
under her eye.
I see a dot under her eye very clearly. A needle mark,
Are there any other
perhaps,
injuries
from Botox
observed
injections
in
or
this picture?
fillers.
And see,
Impossible. She's an
you
actor.
could
She
see at
wouldn't
the
do something
top of
like
the
that.
photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark or bruising underneath.
Oh, that small mark. Interesting. She said that small
Typically have
mark.
injuries to her
Did
lip?
not usually have that. Well, yeah, not usually.
Sometimes.
Maybe after certain
Over the
things.
course of your
Allegedly.
friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
I'm literally
Whose head is
feel
that?
like I'm going insane.
That's Amber's head.
I know. I can't. But if we're feeling this way, the jury has to be feeling this way. They've
Was
seen this
this-
picture
do you
a
know when
million
this picture was
times.
taken?
It is not
Either
a
the night
gotcha
of the
photo.
event or
That
next
looks
day.
like the crown of everybody's
And by
head.
event,
I
you're
don't
referring
understand.
to
If you look
the
very,
event in
very
December of
closely,
2015 that we've been
it looks like she has
talking
some
about.
scalp irritation
Yes.
that could be from anything,
Do you
a
recall
reaction
taking
to a
this picture, Ms.
shampoo.
Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
She could have scratched it, a pimple.
That is not a
Does
fresh wound
this
of someone
picture
pulling the
fairly
hair out of
accurately
your scalp.
depict
That
There's
just-
the
it
no
top of Miss
can't.
missing
Heard's scalp?
hair. There's no missing
Um,
hair. And she could have had extensions in. Maybe the extension
During the day of or at the day
irritated
after
her
the
scalp.
December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a picture of my head.
Exhibit 23 is
Please do. And let's take pictures of our heads and I'll send it
What
to
is
me
this
and
a
I'll
picture
post it
of,
on the
Ms. Pennington?
stream when we are
There's
on
a
break.
picture of a clump of Amber's hair
I'm doing it right now.
on the black carpet of the bedroom, PH4, with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
I just took a photo of my scalp. It looks exactly the same.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
Mine too. I will share soon.
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Oh, here goes the crying
Can we
again.
pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye.
Here's a picture of my scalp.
Her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen.
Oh no, horrific scalp
So
injuries.
PH3.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down,
book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea.
Looks like a fun
broken
Saturday night.
glass, and
Oh,
a
man.
small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
All right, so I just found something very interesting
No.
online. I'm going to put some pictures up in a second. If you Google Amber Heard scalp photo, you come
What's
up
your
with a
knowledge
bunch of
about
different ones that they have not
Mr.
shown
Depp's
in court.
tendency to
And I don't know
break
why.
things made of glass?
My knowledge is that
I put stuff in the private chat, by the way, if you didn't see it.
I saw, yeah, the
I
Botox
saw
stuff.
him do it once, and then
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah, I saw it.
the aftermath of
I should
him
take some
breaking
screenshots
glass
of that
many
too.
times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
Here's
no.
Amber's scalp next
Have you
to
ever known Miss
mine.
Heard to destroy furniture generally?
And I just
No.
took this picture a couple seconds ago. I
Ms.
have
Pennington,
no injuries on my head.
In all the photos,
Literally, mine
that
looks worse. This is the picture we've been seeing on the left. That's Amber's
Have
scalp,
taken
and on the right is mine.
Of
Anybody can spot the difference?
evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny. Have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't
I
actually
just
there or
DM'd you
wasn't
mine
actually
on
real?
Twitter.
Oh, great. Okay. Go get
No.
it. I'll add it to
I want
the
to talk about the day of the
montage.
late show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
Shit,
The
who
Late
beat
Late Show with James Corden.
This
I
is
know.
terrible.
I know, it's really
Were
bad.
you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Today I learned that Caucasian scalps
Yes.
look pretty terrible from
Who
above.
else was present?
Yeah. They kind of get red pretty easily.
A deer
But yeah, you can put it in the
that
stream if you want.
who's her hairstylist.
Look at my
Melanie,
grays. Oh my God, I have
her
so many
makeup
grays.
artist, and Samantha,
Get my hair
her
done.
stylist.
My hair did.
Did were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip? Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Compare the
Ms.
Caucasian
Pennington,
scalps. Gadflies is on the far right.
To the extent that it's alleged that
It's
Ms.
like a game.
Heard had
One
no
of these
interest
people
in
has
being
had
on
their
the
hair
James
ripped
Corden
out.
show.
Can you guess which one?
What is your reaction to
Which
that?
one?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic, and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
My mom said
Verbal
clearly
arguments,
Amber looks like she's had several
physical
concussions.
arguments.
So does
obvious in the
Pennington.
photos.
And
Yeah.
that was
Yeah,
what he
well.
made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he
You see
was
that
very
darkness
sorry
under
and
Pennington's right
that
eye?
he
What happened
was
to her?
working to
Someone needs to
get
find out.
clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
Oh God, here she goes again.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Well, how would that be possible?
Your Honor, at this point, we
Yeah,
start
that-
questioning Ms. Pennington.
His
about
life's
any
not over
first.
yet.
We're
What do you
happy to
mean?
keep
Yeah.
going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway.
All
through
right,
this
let's
call.
take a look at
Okay,
some
let's go ahead and take
injuries
our morning
from
recess for 15 minutes.
injections
Again, do
on
not
the
discuss the case
face.
with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Here's some women who've had some injections for fillers and whatnot. That looks pretty familiar, doesn't it?
Very interesting.
Here's another one. Very interesting.
Why are you showing all these abuse victims? It's very sad.
Here's another one. This is bruising. This is worse than Amber's. Post-injection.
Let's just come back at 11 o'clock.
From left to
okay?
right.
All right, thank you.
Deep filler bruise that took a few weeks to fade. That's pretty interesting.
And then look at her cheeks afterwards.
Yeah.
It's almost like
Oh, yeah.
it's almost like she looks like Amber Heard.
Oh my goodness. You're right. Look at those high cheekbones.
Bones.
Bones or fillers, yeah. We're on break now. Let me change the banner so that people don't ask me, is the court still on? Is it still on? 15-minute recess, people. 15-minute recess.
It is on, but we'd rather look at the seal of Virginia.
We would. All right, so I love this. I love this. Let's look at our scalps again. So Gadfly and I took pictures of our scalps. Now, this scalp on the far left is the one that is being shown to the jury in this case. We have not seen any other angle of this picture on the far left. That is Amber Heard's scalp. She's a fair-skinned Caucasian woman. I am a fair-skinned Caucasian woman, and if you look at my scalp, which is the one in the middle, you're gonna see it looks pretty similar. I look like I could have patches of missing hair there. Actually worse than hers.
Because we can just say that now whenever we want to.
Yeah, and then the one on the right is Gadfly's scalp. And you could have said, "Yeah, I had some hair ripped out right there. Look at that."
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how she's getting away with this. I mean, is she getting away with it though? The jury's got to see this, right? Has anybody looked at they went to their hotel rooms and they looked at their scalps in a mirror. They had to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not to mention that we took these photos ourselves, and I mean, we could just have newer phones, I suppose. This was a little while ago, but our photos are way better than hers.
Oh yeah, look at you're right. Look at the resolution. Look at the like, is she taking this photo with a potato? Why is it so blurry? I've tried to zoom in. And I can't see a damn thing. I really can't. And I'm trying. I'm trying to see it.
Yeah, and I moved my hair out of the way like hers is in the photo just to see if I can match up. And I have a small bald spot, so we can account for that and ignore like the direct middle of the photo. But even the scalp around my head looks exactly the same.
I know. I don't it doesn't look like she just doesn't look like she's had any hair ripped out. And if somebody can go into a courtroom and claim that their scalp has been torn up and they show this picture and they get away with it, I'm sorry, but justice is dead. Dead. I tell you, dead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start taking pictures of my head every day. Pick the worst one and there you go. Evidence.
This is insane. Everybody in the chat room, I want to remind you, if you are on YouTube right now and you have not subscribed to the channel, please do it. We haven't hit 10,000 yet. And when we do, I have promised to do this stream dressed up like a pirate from the Caribbean. But I don't think you guys want it all that bad because we are still only at like 9,500. But we can
I think
deal
you're at
with
96.
Am I at 96 now? I don't know, but if you haven't subscribed, you need to. You also need to get over to Gadfly's page and subscribe there. Yeah, we're at 9616. Okay, well, this could happen today. It could happen. All right, I have a programming note. I'm actually going to have to leave the studio today at 4:30. I'm going to keep the stream going. My daughter has a science fair, so I have to go and do that. I discovered that I can actually log in on my phone and still control the stream. So I won't be participating, but I will let it go until court ends. And Gadfly, if you want to stay here and my sister's here or whatever and hang out and talk and whatever, feel free until after it's done. And then I have a baseball game. So I will be able to kill the stream at some point from my phone, which is good. But I won't be here. I won't be here after 4:30. Okay. What do we want to talk about during these 15 minutes? I feel like my brain has been numbed and put to sleep, and I can't think of anything to say. I've been anesthetized. That's not a word. And I've been anesthetized by her, by Rocky Pennington's testimony.
Yep. I am. Thanks for the sub, Ryan. Appreciate it. I am so bored by everything she said. I don't feel like anyone was even complaining when we talked over because nobody cared. Everyone was just checked out.
I know. It's so bad. All right. Well, let's go over to, I was showing, let's see. All right, let's go. You sent me a very interesting thing during this testimony, and it's a website. Now this is pretty cool. It's called Heal Fast. It says, want to prevent bruising after Botox and fillers? Because apparently that's a thing. Tired of bruising after Botox and filler procedures? Whether it's your first time or a return customer, no one likes the post-procedure bruising. Here are some tips to avoid it. Now, you're going to love these tips, you guys. Love them. Okay? First, you got to find somebody experienced. Okay. That makes sense.
Sure she had that, I would imagine.
I would imagine she had that. But wait, it gets better. Avoid blood thinners. I don't think she was on any of them, although it says certain medications make your blood less likely to clot, which can impact your recovery time. That would include aspirin, NSAIDs, such as Advil, Motrin, naproxen, and Aleve. And I wonder how many of those other drugs, prescription drugs that she's on, which are a lot, Provigil, Accutane, all kinds of stuff that she's on. I wonder if that had anything to
Accutane
do
can
with
be
it.
really bad, yeah.
Mhm.
Accutane can do all sorts of stuff.
Avoid alcohol for at least 24 hours. Let me ask you a question. Does anyone believe Amber Heard has been able to avoid alcohol for a full 24 hours?
Amber Heard was drinking while she got her filler injections. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Well, we have video of her drinking during an interview on GQ.
Yeah, obviously.
We have testimony that she drank 2 bottles of wine a night. We have testimony by the financial advisor, Ed White, that after Johnny and her broke up, the wine bill went down from $10,000 a month to 0.
No way. So she was the wine bill.
Oh, you didn't hear that
I
testimony?
didn't know that.
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. Ed White, who is like the coolest financial guy ever. He's so calm and cool and collected. I loved him. He testified that the wine bill while Amber was in Johnny's life was $10,000 a month. She was
I've
drinking
heard that before, like years ago.
She was drinking 2 $500 bottles of wine a night. And when she left and when she wasn't in the picture, that went down to 0, and Johnny was only buying wine for Christmas gifts. That's what his financial advisor, who does the books, said. So that's a credible testimony, or unless Ed White is lying too.
Yeah, and that'd be a dumb thing to lie about, because he would be like, yeah, Johnny still drank wine, and everyone would be like, oh, okay.
Right.
He'd
And
like, he
anyway,
saved 10,000
you
a
can't
month or
lie
whatever.
as a financial advisor about what's being reported on taxes. He's saying, this is what is on the tax returns. Like, it went down from purchases, 10,000 a month, to 0. He said near 0. He didn't say 0. He said near
Sure.
0, because the only purchases were for Christmas gifts. So he spent a couple $100, maybe $1,000, in the month of December, because he gave cases of wine away.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
So avoiding alcohol is important if you want to avoid bruising after any kind of fillers or injections. Avoiding supplements that promote bleeding. And we don't know if she did any of these things. Garlic extracts, vitamin E, fish oil. I don't think, though, she's real into taking care of herself, though. She doesn't seem like she's real into. Okay, but you're going to really love this one. Let's go down. How to Heal Bruises.
Uh-oh.
Arnica cream.
Actually, I believe you mean Amica cream.
So Amica cream that we've all been joking about doesn't exist, or it does exist, but it's not what she was talking about. She was talking about Arnica cream. Now, who would have told her about that? Her plastic surgeon, maybe? Arnica, like bromelain, is supposed to aid with bruising and pain control to help an injury or wound heal a tad faster. You should certainly only use it topically and from a trusted brand, blah, blah, blah. Here it is, Arnica Gel. Now, why does she keep saying Arnica cream, Arnica cream, Arnica cream? And would you even know about this if you didn't get plastic surgery all the time on your face?
I had never heard of it for bruises or anything until this trial.
Yeah, me either.
Sounds like it must be helpful, I guess, for that, for like muscles and stuff. So maybe she would use it. It's funny that it's on this art. I didn't read this article at all. I literally saw the picture and I was like, hey, look at this.
Yeah, isn't this something? I paged down and I was like, oh, look, it's the Amica cream.
Can you scroll down again as well? There's like, what is the word after that? Does it say
What's after
exercise?
that? It says no exercise for 24 to 48 hours.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, I guarantee, I was like, an actress who was probably exercising quite often.
Elevate your head. Keep your head elevated. Well, she probably was elevated. I don't think she sleeps all that much.
Yeah. I doubt it.
So, yeah. So that's interesting. That's just very interesting, isn't it? Let's look at some of the other things that you sent in the chat because this was interesting too. Let's look at the images from, there's a Twitter thread. Hold on, see if I can open it up here. Here we go. Share screen.
Seems like lots of people have used it for stuff, and no one's saying that Arnica is specifically for fillers. We understand.
No, right. It's for other things too, but it would be something that would your plastic surgeon would tell you to use, is what I'm saying. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It would be
Seems like a common
something.
thing that people
Wait a minute,
talk
this is
about.
the wrong page. Wrong page. Wait. Oh, this is another one. How to hide bruises. Wait, why is this not working? All right, hold on. Technical difficulties. Like I said, I need a producer terribly bad. And I don't have one. What happened to the Twitter thread? I swear you sent me a Twitter thread.
Me?
All right, maybe it wasn't you. All right, hold on.
I ain't seen no Twitter thread.
Okay, I guess it was these pictures. Hold on. Share screen.
I can't read.
All right, so this is about bruises. Okay, so I showed you this one already. Here's some bruises from fillers and injections for filling your face with plastic surgery stuff. Filler bruising, what to do if it happens. Certain parts of the face, namely the under eye area, the crow's feet, the chin, and lips, are more apt to bruise, but it can happen anytime. Let's look at some of these. Are these, oh, look at that. Look at that mark under the eye, you guys. Do you remember Pennington saying, I saw that small mark? Didn't it look just like this?
No, it's different. The other one was from Rings.
No, it's totally different. Yeah, I mean,
And I
this
sent you
is...
the lip picking one too, which obviously we spoke about yesterday, but
Yeah,
that's what it
yeah.
looks like
Lip
pick.
picking, I'm real familiar with. Let's see.
I
Let's go
literally
over
saw
the...
like the Adobe stock photo for lip picking, and it looked exactly the same.
Yeah, no, exactly. Let me show you this because this is so accurate, you guys. This is exactly what my mouth looks like most of the time. And underneath lipstick. This is it right here. This is so bad. This is what it looks like. And that is exactly like the pictures that we saw of her. That's not what you look like when you get hit in the mouth. I've been hit in the mouth. When you get hit in the mouth, your mouth puffs up. It gets very swollen. My teeth were loose. I had loose teeth when I got hit in the mouth. I was socked in the face at the opening of The Phantom Menace.
Oh boy.
At the midnight show at Lincoln Square.
Why
in
did
Chicago.
that happen? That sounds incredible.
It was a great story. It actually made it on the radio. I was working at a radio station at the time. So the following day when I came back, they had me sit in with the afternoon show and tell the story because it was so insane and it made the news. We were at the opening show. I was with Mr. Fox and his parents and his best friend and his best friend's girlfriend. And in front of us were seated like a group of young ne'er-do-wells, shall we say. And they were being real jerks throughout the whole movie. They were just making a ton of noise. They were drinking glass bottles of beer, which it wasn't one of these places now where you can drink beer in the theater. Back then, you couldn't do that. So they had obviously snuck it in and they were very drunk. And I made the catastrophic mistake of at one point just going, shh. And at the end, when the credits were rolling, one of them took one of those big gulps and they were right in front of me and threw it over his head. And so it got us wet. And then he stood up and my husband stood up and the two of them were, yelling at each other. And his best friend, my husband's best friend, jumped in between them and he said, okay, you got wet. Oh, no, I forgot. So Mr. Fox takes our gulp and he pours it over the guy's head. So now they're both wet and they're yelling at each other. And the best friend says,
fair.
okay, you got wet. We got wet. Let's go home. Right. He was trying to make peace. And the guy who had initially thrown the soda, he out of nowhere came at the best friend with a broken bottle top that we had not seen, and he hit him right in the neck, and he started gushing blood. And we thought, oh my God, he hit the jugular, right? That's what I'm thinking. His girlfriend hustled him out of there. She was a police officer in training. She had slapped some napkins on it, and I mean, it was immediately bled through, and I was so scared. We were so scared. Anyway, as soon as Mr. Fox saw that, he was seeing red. He was out for blood at that point. So he took that guy all the way down to where the movie theater thing is, the stage. He started banging his head against the stage. I mean, he was breaking noses left and right. Like 4 of them were attacking him at the same time. But my husband was a Golden Gloves boxer, so he was doing fine. I saw somebody's nose go from here to here. He was doing great. He was taking on like all 3, 4 at a time. And they were crawling out of the theater to get away from him. So things were going well, and they ran out of the theater at one point, and then they all came. We thought it was over, and then they had gone out of the theater to get more friends, and they came back in, and there were like 8 of them, and they all attacked him at the same time. And he was still doing okay, and he was backing up the aisle, and he was just kind of fighting them off on the way up. And then somebody behind him who was rushing to get out of the theater elbowed him in the back of the neck, and he fell down. When he fell down, they jumped on top of him and started stomping on him. And I thought, oh my God, they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him. This is Chicago. This is it wasn't good. He was crawling underneath the movie theater seats now, trying to protect his head. Right. So he's like pulling himself through, and they're trying to pull him out. They had his legs, and they're pulling him out, like trying so they can get at his head. And at that point, I'm like, okay, nobody's helping. I'm screaming for help. There's men in this theater everywhere, and they are watching this happen, and they're not doing anything. So I'm like, well, this is it. I'm either going to jump in or he's going to die. So I might as well jump in. And I did. I jumped on the back of some guy who was pulling on him, and I had a little hard small purse, and I started smacking him in the head with it. And I'm doing that, and I'm screaming for help. And at the same time that I'm doing that, some guy, and I didn't see it coming, a fist hit me right in the mouth like this. Ooh. And it knocked me off his back, and I've never been hit like that. I've never been punched ever in the face. It was my head was ringing, and I was screaming. And that's when other women jumped in to help, and they all ran. Women jumped in. That's right, ladies. Girl power. 2 women in the crowd came flying in with fists after seeing me get hit, and all of those punks ran off. I was so disappointed in the men in that theater. So disappointed.
Babies.
It made the news, though. Oh, and the cops that showed up, oh my gosh, you guys, hot cops on steroids. They were so big. Their arms, they were like the night squad in Chicago. They are not the donut eating cops. Their arms were as big as my thighs. I've never seen cops this large and scary in my life. They were so funny too. And no, those idiots didn't get caught because they didn't go to the hospital. I can't believe they didn't go to the hospital. But if they had, they would have got caught.
Man.
Oh, but the best friend was fine, by the way. He got a couple stitches. They missed his jugular by a very small margin.
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony
Yes, I'm
of
laughing
Raquel Pennington.
because it is kind of funny, but I'm sure it was horrifying at the time.
It was horrifying. And I had loose teeth, and I had to go to the dentist the next day, and I was so worried that my teeth were going to fall out. I've never had that happen. And I've had my mouth is very expensive. I had braces for many years, and I remember thinking, oh my God, if I undo all this work.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what I was
May
thinking. Like, there's no way that
2016.
She's crying again
do you
already.
Remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
At least she looks like she's crying, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Her nose is kind of red.
Yeah, her nose is red.
And like she has more signs of crying than I think Amber did.
Yeah, she said she can't put her ugly necklaces in his penthouses anymore. That's what she said about
Yeah,
it.
you're right. That would be upsetting.
No, but yeah, if Amber got hit by Johnny with a bunch of rings on, she'd lose a tooth. she'd chip a tooth, like, you know,
Oh, at
something would
least.
happen.
In PH5, I was
I gotta get more coffee for this. I'll be
getting
back.
things
Okay.
ready for a artist craft show that I had, and
DJ, it was
Googling,
WLS. I worked at WLS AM.
and
WLS,
my friend
WXCB,
Liz was there,
Radio
Josh
Disney.
was there, Amber was helping,
And there
we
was
were
one
set up in the
ESPN.
downstairs living room of PH5.
But I was on with Rokon and
And
Gary Meyer.
at
Liz
some
Mars.
point- Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just stop. Just trying to calm him down.
So Megan, they never
he
caught the
hit
guy
my
that
hands
hit you in
away.
the theater?
No.
And
There were
I guess-
so many of
So I
them.
just
They never
went
went to the
straight over
hospital.
to
They were
Amber.
looking for him, but
I guess he
she
was
sat
the
down on the
Phantom
couch. She was
Menace.
crying. And I just put my body
I'm
over
so sorry.
her.
It's the
And
worst
he
that was
joke
so
I've ever
bad.
said.
That was
a
the
little bit
worst joke
closer
ever.
to us, and
I had to do it though.
he was yelling at
No,
her,
that's horrible,
like,
though.
"Get
The radio
off,"
hosts
or,
were like, hey, one of our employees got hit on the head with a
cry or
lightsaber
get
last
up or
night.
something,
That
and
was their joke.
it was really loud, and he was getting
Wow.
closer and closer.
That was worse.
And
Wow. Okay. Second
I
worst
remember
joke then ever
there
was
was
mine.
this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table.
She's crying about the ashtray?
And I was thinking,
I
if
really
he gets
loved
any
it.
closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it because he was
Wow.
so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
I'm actually more upset by
you
your
afraid that
Phantom
Mr.
Menace
Depp
story
was
than
gonna
I am
hurt
about
Mr.
everything that Rocky's saying.
Yes.
My
he
story is
stood
way more
over you,
horrifying. I'll tell you
Yeah, it
that.
really is.
Testified a
And
little
look
bit
how
too,
I
but
remember the details, and
describe
it was
what
20
he was
years ago.
yelling
20
as he
over
stood over
20
the
years
couch.
ago, and I
I
remember
don't
it like it
remember
was
everything that
yesterday.
he said. The thing that
I
sticks out
believe
the
it.
most
And I
is
believe
that
everything
he
that you
was,
said. Look at that.
just yelling at her to get up.
Because it actually happened.
All right. I
That's
forgot. I
why.
always forget that part.
Get the fuck up.
It needs to actually happen.
It actually happened, and it was terrifying. I've never been hit before, and I've never been hit again after that.
Did you
I'll
let
tell you
her?
what, I never want it to happen again.
No.
Well, it shouldn't have happened in the first place. I hope all of those guys, well,
My
Where were
lip,
you-
my lip was
just to be
so
clear, where
big,
were you when
I
you
couldn't speak properly.
received
This
the
part
message from
down
Amber
here,
asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
it was like within the first
In
hour,
either P5, PH5,
it had
or
swollen up to
PH1.
3-4 times its size.
yeah, that sounds
You
right.
weren't already in Penthouse 3 when
And
you
I
got
put
that
ice on
text?
it, and it did not
No.
reduce the swelling to regular
the
size.
extent that there are
Well,
allegations
you didn't have
that
the
you
right
were
kind of
lying
ice,
in wait
obviously.
in Penthouse
Amber
3
has super secret ice that only stars can
before
use.
Johnny walked into that penthouse.
They have gold
How do you
leaf
respond
in
to
them,
those?
and they're very lovely.
That is not true.
You're right, Nicole. I should change the ticker to say
I will
ex-friend. I'm
also
going to do it right now.
represent to you, Miss Pennington.
You're absolutely
that,
right. Good catch.
Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
What's worse?
No.
The Phantom Menace
Did you
movie
stage
or Rocky's
anything
deposition?
About May 21st,
Oh,
2016.
new poll on YouTube. I'm going to go do it right now.
No.
Which one
Did
is worse? 82% of
Amber
the chat
stage
chose giving birth to
anything
a 10-pound baby with
to
no
your
drugs
knowledge
over
about
listening
May
to
21st,
Rocky Pennington
2016?
speak.
No.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a
New poll.
bar cart.
Go hit it. Which is worse, the Phantom Menace or Rocky Pennington's testimony?
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was
With
smashing
his-
stuff
With what?
with a wine bottle.
What other
It-
damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs.
Oh my
of
God, the
incident,
necklaces! No.
that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms.
Nick
Pennington,
Ricada just tweeted out
did
something that
you
is
or either
so
yourself
right.
or anyone else take photographs.
Rocky
of the
Pennington is now
aftermath of
crying
this incident?
over the same incident she just testified to without a shred of emotion. The difference? Amber's team is asking the questions now.
Who took photographs?
Actual victims of domestic abuse who are watching this must be furious at this sideshow. I agree with that 100%.
Well, she's wearing brighter colors now, you see. And that brings out her emotions.
I mean, it's so contrived.
That I can say for
Yeah.
sure.
It's very contrived.
They showed her the same
Were
pictures.
you with
She didn't
Mr.
cry
Drew when he was taking
the first
Yeah.
time.
photographs?
He literally said, he's like, and I may
Now I
may
know this is
interject.
emotional for you.
Yeah,
Now I
and
know that this is
I
hard for you,
can't
that you're
remember.
probably going to cry in the next
Did you
3.5 minutes.
Go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done.
Let's see how the poll's doing.
Eventually.
Ooh, Rocky Pennington is
Ms.
winning this
Pennington,
one again.
what
People
is
like
this
the
a picture
Phantom
of,
Menace
if you know?
more.
wow.
This is a picture of the.
I hate.
living
I'm not really a big
room
defender of
in
the Phantom Menace,
P5.
but I gotta say, I would rather
With
watch it.
The back corner of the sofa.
Maybe I should have
it
said, would
has
you
the
rather be
beads
beat
that
up
I had
at the
been
Phantom
working on
Menace?
Oh,
and
no.
stands that
Or-
I used to display them,
No.
thrown
Or listen
to
to
the
this.
wall. Some of the beads are on
It was
the
more exciting,
windowsill.
though
The
terrifying.
stand is broken.
Why
And
are we
did
looking
you,
at damaged
does this
property?
fairly
I don't.
inaccurately
This doesn't.
reflect damage that you saw to
Use some
Penthouse
super glue.
5
Fix the stand. Put
on
your
May
necklace
21st,
back up if you care so
It's
much.
just
Or
like-
bring them home. Oh, wait. This
Yes.
is your home.
This is not evidence of
Exhibit 30 is
abuse
up.
against people. This is evidence of trashing stuff.
What is this?
I love
a
this
picture
picture.
of, if you know?
I know.
Like,
It
she
looks like
claims
they
it-
literally just tossed some these
This
things
is a
on a bed and
picture
took a
of
photo.
the Johnny
Yeah,
and
he looks like he
Amber's
slammed them
bed,
everywhere. That's how you can see all the
bedroom,
broken frames.
bed in PH3. It has several photos.
Personally,
photos,
I think all of these photos
stacked
look
on it.
staged. And yes, I believe that she and her friends
And,
did this.
do those photos appear to be
Anything to
necklace
hang
one-
on to this lifestyle. She probably told them, if
These
you help
do,
me
yes.
get $30 million out of
in
him,
your experience of those photos normally sit
I'll
on the
take
bed?
care of you forever.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the necklace one
Does
just looks
this,
like it fell over due to
did
weight
you
or something like
witness,
that. It doesn't even look like it was really that big of a deal.
I know. I don't even know what I was looking at in that last
Was this
photo.
part of the
I
aftermath?
mean, how could
of
someone have even
what
done
Mr.
that but
Depp
didn't
did
hit
in
anything
Penthouse 3?
next to it?
I
Like, they
didn't
just
see
took
him
that
take
one
these
thing.
down, but they were not down.
And if he did it because he's like, I don't
before
want
he
Rocky
came
putting up
over.
her stuff to sell in
Does
my
it fairly
penthouse,
inaccurately depict
I
Right.
agree.
what
Don't
you
do that.
witnessed the night of May
It's not a
21st,
shop for
2016?
your rich friends.
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
How
You
gross, too. Make crappy
you
little
saw
necklaces
the
overpriced
pictures.
them because you know a bunch of
That's my
rich people are
question.
going to
Does
be in
this
the
fairly
penthouse.
inaccurately
Hmm.
depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Yeah, where's
Let's
the
pull up
broken glass?
7053, please.
How come they're not broken?
None
My question, Ms.
that you
Pennington,
can
will be,
see.
what is this a picture of?
I can't see it. Something's wrong with my eyes. I need to check my glasses.
My girlfriend pointed this out. She's like, why is all that glass opaque? Like, it's not see-through. That's supposed to be glass?
Info thing move off to the
Like
side.
those little white
You know,
pieces
no,
are supposed to be glass?
Not in this version of
What
the
a terrible
pictures.
picture. Like, can we
so I
zoom in?
apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
She has to, they could
Look
move
at,
the
she can't
redaction
see
off
it
to the
either.
side.
She can't see it either. Look at her. She's like,
She's like, what? What is
The
where?
landing of one of the staircases.
She doesn't know what she's looking at either. Look at her.
And what do you see on the picture?
staircase. Oh,
It's
okay.
broken glass.
Wow.
And something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay.
The
Does
stairs
this
are the
picture fairly inaccurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st,
How many people on the
2016?
jury have actually been through
Yes.
domestic violence or a fight
Did you ever know Miss Heard to
And-
smash glasses on
and just are not
staircases?
buying this?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Miss Pennington?
Bro, how can you say smashed if there's some wine
No.
on the ground and you're
Maybe
claiming that
32
those pieces
is
of glass are like from a wine glass? Couldn't have someone dropped it by accident?
I don't know. I mean, none of this is
What is this
proof.
picture
It
of,
just
Miss Pennington?
isn't. And especially because
These
4
are
LAPD officers
stairs appearing
did
from
not
the
see any of
same
this.
Staircase with
It's like-
broken glass on them.
Here's the things we know that Johnny admits to. He was a drug addict, alcoholic.
Does this picture
He would
fairly
smash his
inaccurately
own
depict,
things sometimes.
Through,
something that you personally
through
observed
clothes
the night
racks
of May
down the
21st,
stairs, which is
2016?
probably
Yeah.
how that damage happened.
Yeah,
Yes.
through his own stuff and broke things, and he'd get angry and he'd break
33
a
is up.
glass. Okay.
What is this a picture
So that's
of, Ms.
evidence. I guess
Pennington?
this could be considered evidence of that,
This
but
is a
it's not
picture
evidence of
of
abuse.
Look at this,
the
one piece of broken glass on a
floor
rug.
mat
No
in
pieces of
front
glass
of the
anywhere
door
else around it.
leading
Have
out
any
to
of
the
you ever broken a
balcony of
glass?
PH3,
If you look
and it has a
closely, it's just the
broken,
bottom of a wine
looks like
glass.
top
It's
of a
like the
martini
stem
glass
broke
on
off.
it.
What
That's
the
all it
hell?
is, which happens with wine
This is
glasses.
this is insane.
Did you
I could stage a
see,
crime scene way better than this.
this
Yeah,
glass
you just take a bottle of
or
wine, you chuck it on
material
the
around
ground.
You
this
being
actually
broken.
smash
on
it, then you
the
take a
May
picture of
21st,
it.
2016?
Whatever this is not that.
Yes.
Good God.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
Her own team is gaslighting.
And
people.
does this
It's, like,
photo
so
fairly and
crazy.
accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left?
Hellfire
Penthouse 3
says,
on
oh my
May
God,
21st,
the smoking
2016?
gun.
And who did
Exhibit
all this
34 is
crazy
up.
damage? It's like, what are you
Who
talking
broke this
about?
small
what is this a
stem off
picture
of a
of, Miss
wine
Pennington?
glass?
It looks like photos people would take after they had
This
like
is
a ghost
the
incident. The ghost stacked the photos on my
the
bed.
cabinets in the refrigerator
A
and
ghost
the kitchen
incident.
islands.
Oh, DJ, you're so funny.
Has a rug
Megan,
on
we
it,
both
and
could
has a
stage a
fruit
crime scene. We're
basket
from
and fruit
Chicago. We've seen
on the
real
ground.
crime.
Oh no.
It's true.
And do you know who knocked that fruit
Can't
on the
be from
ground?
Chicago without witnessing real crime.
Yes.
Who?
Johnny.
I feel
Yep.
lucky I've never
Does
been
this fairly and
carjacked.
accurately depict
Someone said I've dropped a wine
damage
glass
that you
before.
saw
Total
on May
carnage.
21st,
Yeah,
2016?
it is.
Yes.
It's usually a crazy amount of
Exhibit
damage. It's
35
not
is
a
up.
little piece of glass here, piece of glass there, small little
Julie
stain.
says,
Picture of
I
Miss
wish
Pennington.
when glass broke at my house, it was like those
This
pictures.
is
It would be
the
far easier to
landing
clean up, wouldn't
of
it?
Yeah, it wouldn't take 3
PH5
hours.
that Amber's office was set up on.
Oh, and this
And
office
is her
picture
desk and
is
her
so funny. A
files,
box of letters was
and,
tossed off the desk. Okay.
boxes have been
Yeah.
What does
outturned,
that
and there's
prove?
papers all
So your
over the
significant other
floor,
got angry at you and tossed your little box of mementos off the side?
Oh,
Sounds
no.
And
like
is
you may
this
have done
how
that.
Miss Heard
Sure.
normally kept her office
Okay.
area?
What does that mean?
No.
That
He
was like the
magically
Fairly and
smashed
accurately
his
depict
glass
damage
and
that
made
you
all the
observed on
little
May
bits
21st,
disappear.
2016.
yeah. He was practicing his magic trick.
36 is
And
up.
now
Is this that same office area?
Julie, hopefully the jury is thinking the same thing.
And
Who
is
cares if
this,
he damaged
an
all this
accurate
crap in his
depiction of
house?
What you observed on
yeah,
May
it's
21st,
his house. He
2016?
could break everything in there if he wanted to.
37 is up.
You know, when a glass picture falls off, a glass frame falls off the wall, it breaks like every time. I've never had one fall off the wall and not break. But there are like 6 picture frames that she claims fell off the wall, and all of them have intact glass.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Why they're so bad at staging a crime scene? It's not even
This is a
funny.
picture
Well, we know
of
Johnny would only want acrylic
2
frames,
photos on
obviously.
the
Yeah,
column.
maybe they were plastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
plastic. That sounds like him.
staircase leading up to Amber's office.
punched a
The
picture.
top photo is a group photo.
Do you really though, Mattias? You really
Savannah,
want to listen to
Whitney,
Rocky? Do you?
Io, myself,
We've been doing that for
Amber,
3
and
hours.
Brittany Morgan.
Yeah, she
we
just
were in
mentioned Brittany
London.
Morgan. Everyone be
The
quiet.
glass
Didn't even listen.
smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me.
Oh God.
All right, Matthias said not. All right, all right.
Okay,
It was a
that
joke.
was a joke. Okay, good.
Damage that you
Thank
observed
God.
on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Oh God, another alien.
Oh, he disappeared too. Did you see that? What? That was a ghost sighting, I think. We just had a poltergeist in the room.
Look, this is literally a picture someone would take. A ghost yesterday pushed a bottle off the.
Why isn't that bottle broken? Did he gently set it down on the floor?
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
On the floor.
All right, I'm checking my Twitter, American Gal. What'd you send me? Did you send me a
May
message?
21st, 2016.
I'm checking.
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging?
Oh
If you
no.
know.
I don't know.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
Yeah, maybe they were playing spin the bottle because that bottle ain't broken.
No.
Yeah, That's what it looks like to me.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh. Oh,
Oh no, she's so
it's a
annoyed
picture
and
on the
bored.
floor.
Bottle on floor. Alcohol
Do you know what
abuse.
penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out
Stop
again?
abusing the alcohol.
Stop doing it.
Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I'm so tired. It's just exhausting.
Who does she keep
I
looking
didn't
at?
see it
Come
knocked
on now.
down.
Her counsel was whispering over
Did
here.
Okay, make sure you say yes, but also I don't know.
Don't forget to cry.
Other than Mr.
Right
Depp,
now.
did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
A ghost knocked this picture
And
off
did
the
you
wall
see
and it
Mr.
flew
Depp
across the
knocking
room.
things down?
Yes.
Oh no,
Is this
Tina.
picture
I hope your
fairly
grandson's
inaccurately
okay. He
describe
fell down
something
the
that you
stairs.
observed
That's
on May
not good.
21st,
Is he all
2016?
right? I hate stairs and little
Yes.
kids. Terrifying.
I
Can
was
you
okay too.
describe,
I fell down the
did you
stairs once
see
when I was
any
little.
injuries on
It's
Amber?
not fun.
Not fun.
On May 21st, 2016.
I hope they were carpeted or something. That's terrible.
When my children fall down the stairs, I mean, when they run on the stairs, I start screaming immediately. Don't run!
Yeah.
I'm
Just a
sure they're going to trip
swollen,
and fall.
Like red, swollen
And
cheek.
kids will do that too. It'll even be like wooden stairs. They'll just have their socks on, slipping around.
Yeah, mine are
Let's
wooden.
Pull up.
Oh yeah, and they'll just
the
run up.
May
You're like,
21st,
"Stop
And there's
it."
like 20 of them.
ALH
Like seriously, watch
7077,
out.
please.
Oh, okay, we've seen these
And while he's
before.
doing
Hey, doesn't that bruise look
did
vaguely
you-
familiar to the thing we
I
just
know
looked
we
at? or
talked
something
about
like that?
pictures of
It looks
damage in the
extremely
penthouses. Did you
familiar.
take
Let's see
pictures
if
of
we
Miss
can
Heard
find
that
that
evening?
photo again that it looks like.
Mm.
Oh, look. Botox injection sites. Filler injection sites look just like that.
I don't remember if
weird.
it was me or
So
Josh.
weird.
Were you present when
Let's
pictures
play
were taken
Botox
of Miss
or
Heard
rings.
on May 21st,
Jay Carter, thanks for the
2016?
$10. Megan, why is this lady
Yes.
acting so weird? If only we knew.
Does this picture
We have theories.
fairly
I have
inaccurately
420 theories.
observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Oh, totally. Teach your
According to
kids to
Zeph.
scoot down the stairs when they're little on their butts. I always did that. Yes.
It's more fun
Always.
too.
This is Amber's face. It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right. My left.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
American Girl, that picture you sent me, I don't know.
7083.
I don't know if that's what
is
it
this picture
depicts.
of?
I'm going to say there's no information on when
This
that picture
is
was taken or what the
Amber's
context
face
is.
turned at a
I
slight
think
profile.
if his team could use it, they
Her
probably would have.
eye is red and bruised. The side, the
I just
side
sent that Heal
brow,
Fast article again
temple,
because
and
I
cheekbone.
think that looks exactly like
Does
the
this
one that they just
fairly
passed up.
inaccurately depict,
Never mind. I'm so slow.
You
Miss
mean the one
Heard's
on
condition that you
the first
witnessed on May
picture?
21st, 2016?
Yeah, on that Heal Fast article. Like
Here,
the
I'll
front page of the
snag
article.
it.
Yes.
I didn't take a
And
screenshot of
were you
that one.
present when police
Because
arrived?
to me, it looked like they were putting makeup on. It looked like a makeup,
Yes.
like that was staged for it.
Where,
But let me
what,
see.
Oh, I
were
see what
there
you're saying.
two
Yeah,
sets of
maybe.
police
Maybe it's not a
Doesn't
good
it look like
example.
there's makeup on the sponge?
It
Yes.
does. Yeah, you're right.
And what penthouse did
Forget
they
what I
come
said.
in?
I'm stupid. Never listen to me ever again.
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay.
Kay Carpenter,
could
the
you
answer to
see
that is
damage
no.
that he had caused while you were standing
Did
there when the
anybody ever
police
see
officers were
Johnny
present?
hit her with their own eyes? No.
Yes.
But people did see her hit
Did you
him
ever hear Miss
with their own
Heard
eyes.
say
and testified to it
express any
during this trial.
financial motivations
Yeah.
for wanting to
I will
remain in
say,
this relationship?
maybe not a
with
good
Mr. Depp?
evidence for Botox bruise,
No.
but the fact that that does look like they put that
Did,
bruise
did
on her
Ms. Heard
face
ever express that if she went public against
is also
with what happened on
also
May
kinda
21st,
shows that it can be
Elaine,
done.
you
she
said you
stood to
sent me a
gain
Facebook
financially
message
from
with
doing so?
what real domestic
No.
violence looks like. Okay, I'll go check right now. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Facebook Messenger is so bad. I think I'll check on my phone. I hate Facebook Messenger. If you guys want to send me DMs, it's better to try Twitter. Twitter is way easier to check. I'm at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle, Gadfly, so people can follow you?
I am at the true Gadfly.
Now, at some point after May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard
Elaine,
filed for divorce
this
from Mr. Depp,
picture.
right?
Oh my God.
Correct.
And at some point, she filed for a domestic violence restraining
Oh,
order
you
against
poor
him.
thing. Oh my
that right?
God. Yeah, I can
Yes.
edit this. I'll blur your eyes out and I'll
And
show them.
I'm gonna come back to that line of
This is
questioning in a second, but before I
insane.
forget,
Mm.
you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in
An actual
the upper
picture of
the
domestic
floor
violence
of the
is
ECB
no joke
where they would
at
wait
all.
This
for Mr.
is
Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
sick. I'm so sorry this happened
Yes.
to you, Elaine. This
And
is
what was that space?
horrifying.
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the okay? Was it if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Yeah, Elaine, hope you're doing
Okay.
better. Hope you get
Going
justice
back
on
to
that piece of
the
shit
domestic
that did
violence
Yeah,
that to
restraining
you.
order,
did you put him in
accompany
jail,
Ms. Heard to
Elaine?
court when she got that?
And it's okay if you weren't able
Order.
to also. My God.
Absolutely.
My
I've nothing
God.
but ill wishes towards him.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May
This is truly
2016,
upsetting.
Court Pennington 1292, please.
I especially hate the
While
fact
he's
that
doing
victims
that,
of real abuse are sitting here listening to this
do you know if Ms.
and
Heard
getting
wore any makeup
gaslighted
that
by these
morning?
people.
Oh, yeah, that's what's so
it's
frustrating to
really
me.
bothering me now. It's just
When you see real photos of domestic violence, it's horrific. And, you know, everyone,
I
well,
don't
every
remember
sane
seeing
person
her
has
put on
this,
any makeup.
you know, immediate reaction to it.
Is
That's
that
what's
rare
so
for Ms.
frustrating
Heard
about this
not to wear
case is
makeup?
yeah, like
watching her
like
claim that.
Elaine sends me this picture and I'm like,
Yes.
I'm shaking.
What is
This
this?
is
Right.
this is horrific. And if this was shown to me on a jury,
This is
Elaine wants you to
Amber
see this.
And Jody,
If
her
this was shown to me
publicist,
on a jury,
sitting
it's case closed.
on
Yeah,
the bench in
that's so
the
horrible.
hallway waiting room.
This is
of
what real abuse
the
looks like.
courthouse.
This is what it looks like when you get hit in the face by a
When?
man.
The day
I'm so
that
sorry,
the,
Elaine.
restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on
God,
Ms.
that
Heard?
just makes me mad.
I do.
Katie Bennett,
Describe what you see.
my love. I love you, Katie. Thank you for
On
sending a
her
super
cheek
sticker. Hope the
bone,
family's doing well
right
today.
cheekbone is bruised.
Man, I'm
And
still
how
mad
long
for
after
Elaine.
May 21st was this, approximately?
Dang.
Me too. Forget Amber
I
Heard.
don't know. I don't
Forget
remember.
Amber. Justice for Elaine.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
The chat is alive with love for Elaine.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately
Oh, scroll too
depict
fast. Oh, okay. I
Miss
see
Heard's
Elaine's
condition
super chat
the
there.
morning or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
Elaine, I'm glad he was arrested. I wish it
Oh,
would
he
be
was?
much more.
Good.
Yeah, she did a super chat.
Ask,
He was
I
arrested
missed
and
it.
got a restraining order.
I took that.
Wish it was more than a restraining order,
Yeah.
but I'm
Does
glad that you're well
fairly
out
and
of it.
accurately depict Miss Heard's
Good
condition
God.
on that morning?
Yes.
Yeah, I literally can't even
36
concentrate on
is up.
Rocky anymore. I'm just thinking about Elaine.
Same. I don't care about Rocky.
No.
Rocky's the same nonsense.
It's a real problem when victims of real domestic abuse can only get restraining orders. You know, like,
Yeah.
and this woman gets like primetime television. Dear God.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slate profile.
If Amber had pictures that look like that, it would be case closed. It's
Right.
over.
Her hair's behind her
Exactly.
ear. You can
Yeah, I know.
see
I know
the
it's
picture of
definitely
the
hard for people
bruise
to
on
look
her
at some
cheekbone.
photos of actual domestic violence and
She
stuff, but
looks like a skeleton.
you know,
It's important to
maybe
see.
you should. Yeah.
We were
Just
talking about
for-
that picture of Rihanna,
Based
right?
on your personal
Obviously, if you're a
knowledge, is there
survivor of
any
domestic violence, you
truth
know
to
what
the
it looks like. You
allegation
don't
that
have to
Amber
go look
did
at the
this
photos.
because
You're
she's,
already,
quote, a gold
You
digger?
know.
you totally understand.
No.
Yeah.
But if you haven't seen it, you should definitely go look at
Yeah,
photos.
if you haven't seen it and you're tempted to believe that that is what
You
domestic
came to
violence
understand
looks
at
like,
some point,
Yeah.
you should go
well,
see the
at
real
some point, did
pictures.
you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
No, we are
Yes.
not talking about Elaine Breedhoff. We are
And what
talking
is
about Elaine,
that
who's
other
in the
way that you
chat,
learned that Mr.
who
Depp
just
had
sent
cut
us a
the tip of
photo
his
of
finger
real
off?
domestic violence,
He
and
showed it to me.
it's not pretty.
Good
In addition to
clarification.
showing you
Yeah.
how
No
that you
one on
learned
earth
from
is
Mr.
talking
Depp that he
positively
had
about
cut the tip of
Elaine
his own
Breedhoff.
finger.
No
in
one.
trial.
He told me.
Yes,
What did he tell you?
Elaine, thank you for your courage,
Said,
sharing your pain. Makes this whole trial seem that much more
I
of a
don't remember
shit
how
show.
he said he cut
Totally
the tip of his
agreed.
finger off,
Absolutely.
but
You look, yeah.
while the
Now you
nurse
look
was
at this
dressing
trial, and
it,
even more so, you're
I
like, this is a joke.
wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me.
Leslie,
how
I
he
believe
cut it
you that
off.
some wounds don't show. I believe you for sure.
But you remember that he told
I
you. that he
don't
cut it
believe
off.
that Amber got hit
Yes.
repeatedly in the face by a closed
Ms.
fist
Pennington, I'll
with
finish
rings
where
and
we
had
started,
nothing to
which
show.
is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional
Oh,
at
here. Oh,
times.
come on, Rottenborn. Give it up. Well, why is he testifying? I
Is
know
there
it was
anything
tough.
that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
Elaine,
No.
thank you. You didn't upset anybody. You don't worry about that
You've
at
done your
all.
best every time
Yeah,
you've
no
testified
need to
about
apologize
this
for anything.
to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell
Crying
the
again.
absolute truth.
He gave her that direction, by the way.
exactly as I remember it.
I know this is
at
tough
all
for
of the
you.
points of time.
So that's her cue to start crying again.
Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington.
Thank you,
Ms. Heard
Jesus.
calls
There
Joshua
is
Drew
a God
as
and
next
he
witness.
loves us. Who's
Pop the
next witness?
champagne, everybody.
Approaches to
Rocky's
discuss
done.
a couple
And
exhibits.
that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition.
Uh,
Yes, Your Honor.
No,
Real
not
tears.
not another deposition. No, please, God. Oh, thoughts and
Elaine
prayers.
comes in. Elaine Bredo comes in. Hey guys, so are we talking about the case or? No, you're not. We don't need you over here.
We don't need you
It's
anymore.
okay. Should I be involved or no?
No, Elaine, go sit down. Oh my. Yeah.
She looks
Okay.
like
Well,
the kid that's not part of the group.
let's see how the latest poll is faring. Which is worse, the Phantom Menace or Rocky Pennington's testimony? Rocky won this one with 92%. 92%. The poll is now closed, and we'll put up a new one. I've got one for you. Let's see.
8% of people just really, really don't like the Phantom Menace, and I
Which-
understand.
Which lawyer on Amber's team reamed out the hardest yesterday? Elaine Rottenborn. There we go. It's up. Well, it's supposed to be up. Where did it go? There we go. Now it's up. I lied. All right. Well, we're sidebarring. Blech. There's a lot of people in the chat who are actual victims of domestic violence. We've been hearing from them for days. So I just want to say to all of you, thank you for being here and for telling your story and for being so honest about it, and also for giving us all hope that everyone, even domestic violence abuse victims, can see through this and we're not crazy, because we do start to feel crazy after a while. When you're being gaslighted like this, you do start to think, am I seeing this wrong? Am I wrong? Is this woman really a victim of abuse? So thank you, those of you who are victims of abuse. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
And probably watching it out of frustration because can't believe that this is what's being said with the quote unquote evidence that Amber's provided.
Right.
It's frustrating to me, so I can't even imagine.
God, I can't either. And it's such a difficult topic, right? And it's like she's making a joke out of this. She's the one making a joke out of it, not the internet. Like, literally, Amber Heard is making a joke out of domestic violence. She's the one that needs to be held to account for this because she has made such a joke out of it. It's not the internet's fault. It is literally Amber Heard's fault.
Yeah,
She's a person who never takes any responsibility for anything she does. It's never her fault. Have you noticed that? She is perfect. She only ever hit Johnny when she was acting in self-defense, throwing things at him to get away. She only ever does cuddle drugs. She never does drugs and behaves badly. She never drinks and behaves badly. She is Saint Amber.
Yes. And anyone who says otherwise is lying.
Yeah, everyone who has witnessed anything else is just a rotten, dirty liar. And I'm sorry, but this person that she's created, this puritanical person, does not exist on the face of the on planet Earth. Every single one of us is a piece of shit sometimes. And I don't believe anyone who pretends to be not a piece of shit sometimes. It's not credible. You have to be honest with your shit. Like, yeah, I have a shadow. I have a dark side. Everybody has a dark side. You think I don't go to confession and confess to my priest that I was harsh with my children? Because I totally do. I feel like a total piece of shit when I'm harsh with my children. I have a mean streak that my dad has that my mouth will just run. That's that's part of my problem. And everybody has that problem. Be aware of your problems. Don't tell people that you're not a piece of shit. Because you are, in some way, not always. I just don't believe her.
In Amber's case, it might be always. We don't know for sure.
She's just always perfect.
Yeah, she's always
perfect, though.
I was saying the opposite.
Oh, you were saying the opposite. She's always a piece of shit. You know what? I will give her the benefit of the doubt to say that she must have some redeeming qualities. I don't know what they are. I haven't seen any evidence of them, but she must, because no one could possibly be a piece of shit all the time, could they?
You know,
Maybe
from her
Hitler.
friend's perspective, she was probably a good friend a good portion of the time.
Like even Hitler had a girlfriend. Did you ever wonder about that? Like,
It's true.
right? He did. He had that girlfriend, which it's hard to understand how.
Yeah, and good point, Chad. Johnny openly admitted all of his faults. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure that he broke some wine glasses, probably threw a bottle of wine into a sink one time. Probably he's obviously was smashing, around the cabinets in that video.
Are we ready?
He was
Yep.
angry, and an addict. Yeah, all these things.
That's what makes him so believable because he
This
admits
is
these
Miss
things.
Heard calls Joshua Drew. as I
Thank you.
mentioned.
It's almost
Oh,
like he's a
Joshua Drew
human.
now. Now we're going to hear the Rocky Pennington's ex-husband.
Do you live
Is he taking
Okay.
a school photo?
What is your occupation? I run my own hospitality development consulting firm. Are you also a chef? Not anymore. What, if any, education have you had since high school? I have my associates of science in culinary arts. And from what institution? Johnson and Wales University. Did you receive a degree from there? I did. In what year? That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife.
Why
Because
did
I
you
wanna
get
be
divorced?
respectful, how should I refer to her? Miss Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfect.
Check the ticker, folks. New
You
ticker.
were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? It would have been June of 2014. And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky? Correct. When was that? That would have been in
Yeah, he's got angry eyebrows.
He looks serious as fuck.
I believe. Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky? Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially October of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on. When did you first meet Johnny Depp? Shortly after I met Amber. I want to say,
At least he talks
if
faster.
memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating. Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what
He does look like Ron
circumstances
Swanson.
Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in
Angry eyes.
eating burgers and watching movies. Since that time, on how many
I love how they like
occasions
pretend like
have
they
you
created the terms family movie night and family dinner.
interacted with Johnny Depp?
They're just your friends getting together. What do you mean?
I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly for a large portion of it fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time. Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times? Yes. More than 50 times? Yes. From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard? No. Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her? No. Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist? No. Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building? Correct. Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1? Correct.
Lucky dude.
With whom did you live in Penthouse 1? Raquel Pennington. From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington? Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Man, you'll have to bear with me a minute here. So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about October or November of 2015. Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there? Yes. Did Miss Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014? I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time.
They never remember when they moved into a free penthouse. Like it wasn't the best day of their lives.
Rocky lived
Wasn't a
together
big deal.
in
Just
Penthouse
another
One,
just another celeb.
did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Is Ben
Everything
Chu
except
doing
PH2, yes.
the thing right now? Is that who's talking?
At the time, did Mr.
I'm not
Depp
sure.
and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically,
Maybe.
yes.
Yeah.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you or
Almost like it was
Rocky
used as
ever
a
pay
closet.
Mr. Depp any rent to
Jennifer.
PH1?
Read
Offered
Jennifer's
and
comment.
refused.
Did you consider
Squatters.
the refusal of your offer to
Something
be a
bad
generous
happened
gesture by
to
Mr.
you this
Depp?
morning?
Exceedingly.
I don't
In
think
your
so.
experience, is Mr.
That was a good
Depp
impression.
generally
Thank you.
generous to his friends?
I
Yes.
learned that I have
Was he generous to
100,000 people
generally?
living in
Yes.
my penthouse.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
I couldn't even say a
Would
real
your
number. I
key
was so
open
angry.
Your impression is
Yes.
way better than Elaine's.
When you and Rocky were living here
I can't
in
believe she
Penthouse
mocked
1,
him.
did you ever notice that
You'll
there
never see
were
my eyes.
security
Just doing an
personnel
impression of Dracula.
standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasions.
Shanita,
normally
this
they
is
were in
a
storage room
great
off to the
point.
side of PH5.
Abusers would
Moving
never let
aside
victims'
from
friends stay anywhere near them.
Mr. Bett and Mr.
They
Judge,
isolate
while you stayed
so people
at
won't notice the
East Columbia
abuse.
building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find her to be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Miss Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes. As were we all.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
Did you ever see her strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5.
He got the catering job for the wedding?
Johnny
Yeah, they
was
all have these
hours
little
late.
jobs that Johnny pays for. I was
and Amber
one of their
spent the better
photographer
part
friends.
of the evening making
I did
excuses
this.
for
So
I
he was
catered.
getting paid on
and
top of
became
freeloading.
very obviously
Wow.
They all were.
intoxicated.
Johnny's the
their
most
job.
generous
Put on a
guy
show
on
for
earth.
everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did
My
the dinner
coffee's
begin?
cold.
I
I'm going to
don't
start
recall.
crying.
You and
My
Rocky
heart is
were guests
cold.
at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else?
Do
Watching
not
all
make me
this.
spit out my coffee.
Again, you'll have to forgive
This
me.
is
It
an
was quite some time
expensive
ago.
microphone.
I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there.
My heart is
Amber's
cold.
friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well.
Yeah, I want to know how much he got paid for that catering.
To be very honest, I can't say with specificity who else
Probably
was
way
there.
more than any other caterer would have been paid.
When you
Probably.
say Whitney, are you referring to
Same for the
Whitney
photographer.
Hurd?
Correct.
Is
I love when Io was
Whitney
saying,
Hurd
like, I'm
Amber's
one of their
younger sister?
Correct.
yeah,
Putting aside the
for a
state or
photographer.
condition in which Johnny
Okay.
arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Hurd been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Did you see Amber Hurd the next morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Hurd drive together to Coachella?
They did, I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Hurd?
Sporadically, yes.
Sporadically. Interesting.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to
Well,
jump
I blacked
around,
out. What was that an answer to?
When you say
Are you still in contact with Miss Hurd? This is
Oh.
in 2019, though.
Oh, right.
Sporadically. Some late night visits here and there.
you say sporadically,
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
how frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months
could
ago.
this be why
Memory
she and
serves.
Rocky aren't friends
I'm
anymore?
going to come back to that. When you said
After
you don't
they stopped being
recall
friends, he kept
seeing
talking to her
marks
ex-friend's ex-husband. Interesting.
morning of
Okay.
April 22nd, is that because you didn't
Christy.
see any marks on Miss Hurd, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If
Cuddle
memory
puddles.
serves, it was
Maybe he was
the
coming over for
girls were
cuddle
hustling
puddles.
to get everything together to
Of
go out to
course.
Coachella. So it was a pretty
Him,
frantic morning.
Franco,
I
and
couldn't say with
Amber.
any specificity
Elon
whether
Musk.
I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
They're all
And
cuddling.
Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Hurd reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
Oh, she reached out to him within the last
Paraphrase,
2
it was
months
something
before the
akin to
deposition?
letting me know that, her and Raquel
That makes sense.
hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that
Oh.
she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, reconnect.
Right before he was called for a
Did
deposition.
she
That-
mention anything
that
about
tracks.
this lawsuit?
Not in the initial
Embrace.
interaction.
Not in the
How did you
initial
respond
call,
to her
but
in
later.
this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine,
Marley wants to know, which season are we on? I've lost track.
do you recall approximately
This is
when you had a
season
glass of
7 when it should have ended in
Probably
season
about
5.
5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to the evening of May 21, 2016, which you had referenced previously. Was
Come over real
Mr.
quick,
Depp
Josh, before you
at
get
the condo
deposed.
that
Yeah,
he
I
saw
love
you
you. I
building
miss
that day
you.
Prior to the evening,
Not to my knowledge.
She probably never paid any
did you
attention to
see
him before.
arriving at the
At
condo
all.
that night?
Yeah, and all of a
But
sudden
she
she's
saw
like,
him looking at her
come
one
see me
day.
at the penthouse.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
Allegedly,
When did
allegedly.
you first see them?
I saw them when
Allegedly,
he
allegedly,
ordered them to open the door to PH5.
This is
following
all
his-
speculation.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside
I gotta get
the
coffee.
door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white.
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
Both.
What did you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1, took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer. And specifically my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have.
Is that on the body cam footage? Because I didn't hear
But
that.
you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall
This guy's giving strong Neil Patrick Harris from Gone Girl vibes.
having a conversation with Rocky and Amber?
I mean, the cops did not
After
testify to that, and I watched that body cam footage. I
Mr.
didn't
Depp
see them say
and
that to him at
security
all.
Personnel left the building, but before
No, not at
Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived.
Yes.
I mean, am I wrong? Did I miss that?
I didn't see it.
You'll
And
have to
I
forgive
watched
me
that
again.
part. so I
My
don't know.
memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves,
It's all a
Amber
little
was
foggy.
Yeah, I might be
Amber
wrong, by the way.
catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night.
Got to get your story
and then
straight.
ultimately it was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do
It's inspired. Great.
with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016.
Oh, right, Megan. We keep forgetting the cops are
Did you
lying.
see
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Heard at all that day?
Two different sets of them.
All liars.
Four of them who were not together. Two different pairs of partners.
If memory serves,
Josh, who clearly
Raquel
Amber
had committed to a
had sex
jewelry
with,
show.
is not lying.
I want
Allegedly.
to say it was downtown. I might be mistaken. It might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
What? Who are all these people?
I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So.
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
It happens so often, he can't count. More than 50?
The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself. In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb, but did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15th?
Yes.
What, if
I
anything,
have
do you know
switched to
about
black coffee. That's the dire straits we're
So
in.
my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that she made Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There is one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
Johnny's laughing.
Vacationing in France must be nice.
Yeah, it must have been expensive for you guys. How'd you guys pay for all that?
Personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
Is Elaine eating during this?
Is that fair to say?
If memory serves,
I'm
yes.
eating. It's me.
December 15.
No, the way she's
2015
talking, it
was
sounds like
on the
she's
cell phone, which is the
eating
next
something.
page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific
Is that
reference
Elaine?
to Rocky.
It doesn't sound like her.
What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. It was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like always such a fraud or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. This is the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came in, you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen, withdrawn? Is this the kitchen counter?
That is exactly the
It's-
handwriting
yeah,
in
it's
Amber's
the
journal.
kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
Sure looks like it.
And did you
Look
come
at
to learn
the E
who
on
had
the
written
B
these
there.
words,
That's
these
the
words
she had.
on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop?
Not that it matters because this doesn't even mean anything. What is?
Why be a fraud? All is such
No.
bullshit.
Also, Amber's
is
really
this,
good at mimicking
Drew 10 an
handwriting. We've seen her
accurate,
do multiple
photograph of
different
what
types
you
of
recall
handwriting
seeing
in
that
that
day?
journal.
My recollection,
Yeah,
yes.
in that journal, the E is.
Was anything else written on the
Yeah, I have
countertop?
to look at these
Not
side by
that
side
I
at some
remember.
point.
When you saw these, when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something very, very bad had happened.
From this?
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read you read into the record what it says? Could just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there, in the top right-hand corner of the photograph. Do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph.
No.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It doesn't portend anything good.
Portend.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp's other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? You let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. Saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her. Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting. And I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that. other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
And when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as 211. You can see from the top page it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration as Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo
To
camera?
my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone. So there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under
So there
both
could
of
be
her
any
eyes.
accusation of bias.
And I say
You're
her,
just
I
like
mean,
planning this all from the
if you look
beginning.
at the 1,
I'm not paying attention. I was eating eggs.
3,
Farm
4,
fresh eggs
5
from my
choice.
chicken coop.
photo. This one, I'm gonna hold it
They
out.
were really good.
We took it in somebody's on Raquel's
Did
photo,
you
so there
personally
wouldn't be any
observe that day
bias.
this injury
Bias for
on
what?
Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 2015?
I did.
I don't even know what that
And
meant.
you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there? Just to refresh your recollection, you were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
It's a deposition, but yes.
Or a very different deposition, whatever.
I'm gonna
Whatever.
turn now to
Yeah, whatever.
the incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words, again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things and but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down, have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody, and be entertaining, be pleasant and polite. And her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican spread.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Okay, I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident.
Yay! Poop incident.
I think you testified earlier that
We don't want you to go into it
on
either.
a number of occasions.
Let's talk about it for the millionth time.
Or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
This trial for
and
the
I think
jury
you testified
ended
that the
yesterday.
dogs
They're not
weren't
paying attention to any of this anymore.
to only poop on the sidewalk.
I'm
It was-
frustrated because it's not what
It
perpetuity
was
means.
over.
And they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes, and if there was
Yeah, their
nobody there
strategy is
take
to
care of them,
bore the
and
jurors.
At some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs.
Oh, now it's a house of horrors, and the cleaning staff does it, and they leave the dogs unattended. Is that what I am to understand?
Correct. It's a house full of basically there is no carpet anymore. It's just dog poop. and
It's
pee.
dog feces.
Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Was it a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what do you call him saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing
Well,
anything.
that's
It was
interesting.
just, how can I
He can't remember what was said.
without
He
something
remembers
else
that he made
Just quite
tacos,
frankly, like the reality, like,
but
even
not
though
when a
he's
famous
standing
movie
there in
star
front
is
of my face, he's
screaming at
also
you.
got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to.
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're like performing on a stage and
He wasn't like actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Oh, you probably should have clarified that before.
Okay. So you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out of the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door.
Our place.
And Amber was like catatonic. She was just like
Our house, one of our penthouses that we own.
Just done.
Catatonic.
And Raquel was like trying
She
to
was
calm down herself.
catatonic
What
now.
the fuck just happened?
But she never gets medical treatment for any of these medical conditions, like catatonia.
Went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1 if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew.
I would have thrown them all out and all their belongings over the balcony.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door to PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Heard.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
What a clear blueprint. I understand everything now.
I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what to think about this. I think he's a better witness than the other two.
When you saw them,
I think he's better as far as he's answering questions, and he sounds pretty truthful for a lot of things, but it doesn't seem like he's like this would help Amber, really. It's just kind of whatever.
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do.
Good point, Adriana. She was catatonic, but she was okay to go to Coachella and do more drugs.
So
Correct.
after
She becomes catatonic if she hasn't had her cuddle puddles.
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
What a brave man. I left them to fend for themselves and then came back later.
When I came in, Edward started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the home.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back?
All the damage the cops didn't see.
I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I'd seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
the first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so 2 questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see, because
These were the
there's
serious
shadow on the
injuries
right,
he
but
said he witnessed.
Unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
These are the pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their
No,
bedroom.
Kayla,
Let's go to the next
the
photo where
police officers testified that they didn't see anything on her face other than redness from crying. 4
Yes,
police
this is on the
officers
call room,
said
PH5 going up the stairs.
she had some redness from crying, but she was not
there,
injured,
the
and they
glass on
did
the
not
pictures
think
were
that she had
shattered?
been
Yes.
abused. 4
Starting with the first
officers
photo
saw
of Ms. Heard's
nothing.
face. Is that what Ms. Heard's
Very
face looked like when
important.
the
This
police
guy
were
just
there?
said
Yes.
those pictures were pulled off of the wall and
The
set
next
onto
photo
the
of
bed.
the pictures
Wow.
on the bed
How
and
violent.
the broken picture frame on the wall. Did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall
It's
this.
just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next one. What's that?
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series? Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on the floor.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone?
They're
doing
gonna
any
break for
efforts
lunch really
to
soon.
Photoshop or otherwise manipulate
It's 12:38.
these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were.
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, so I'm rhyming here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection, lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Heard's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
Next page, same thing, Amber's closet.
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one.
The top one, same.
Bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned
Check
to
out
you
the new poll on
to
YouTube.
coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO. I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during our lunch break, do not discuss the case with
All right,
anybody.
stick around. Do not go anywhere.
Okay?
We are going to show you the police body cam footage. I have it queued up and ready to go. And we are going to, because we are fresh off of Josh Drew's testimony, so we know what he just testified to, and we're going to see if the police footage backs him up, because it should, right? The police body cam footage should catch all of this stuff, all of this damage that he says was there. So please do not go anywhere during lunch. We are going to look at this footage. I see that I put up a poll. I put up a poll asking, does the police body cam footage I recall seeing confirm Josh Drew's testimony, bust Josh Drew's testimony? I don't remember, or I didn't see the body cam footage. 21% of you have not seen the body cam footage, and we're going to fix that right now. Let's go to the tape, shall we?
I'm excited.
All right, here we go. We're getting there. First, we are going to watch the full body cam footage. Then we are going to go to the police actual testimony on the stand. Thank God for this trial being online. And this obviously does not have any audio with it. There are some with audio. This one that they showed in court did not have it. All right, so the police are getting in the elevator.
This is the same footage where they're like, coffee's hot, but they're like testing their mics and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Here it comes. Here comes the audio.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word round to Penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor.
Look for the wine stains. I think there might have been a small one. So far, I see clean carpets. Okay, I want to pause this for a second. Just so, let's go slowly. Do you see any wine stains?
I don't really.
Okay, let's keep going. Any wine stains that way?
Not that I can see. Well, not that I can see. Obviously, I need to
None that I
clarify.
can see. I mean, it's not obvious. There's nothing obvious. If I don't see it.
Amber has pointed out that I have untrained, feeble eyes, though. So.
Hello, officers. How you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card.
That is Josh Drew, by the way.
Diane, maybe. Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just.
This is the second. So this is the second set of officers, not the first.
One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. Is You just talk to your wife and make sure. Oh, it's not my wife. Or, oh, okay. Whoever. Different conversation. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, step out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure. Give me 1 second. Back up, please, back up. Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and then we.
All right, let's pause. That carpet, you will recall from the photographs, we have seen that carpet before, and it had things strewn on it that I said looked like pig ears or dog bones. Let's pay attention to see if there's anything on this carpet. I don't see anything. Do you see anything?
Nope.
I see nothing on this carpet.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Court is turned on their microphone. Why? Hold on. Why have they turned on their microphone on court? Oh, they're showing the outside. I'm going to turn that off so I don't have to hear it. Okay.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So.
Okay, wait. That was too fast. Let's back that up. Here we are at the edge of the carpet. Let's go slow. You know what? Okay, so he's turning. It's a little blurry, so we can't really say.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification.
Does this place look trashed to you?
So.
Oh, wait. Isn't that little carpet with the one piece of glass? Right there, on the left side of the bar, that's that tiny carpet. Let's see if we can see anything on it. Pay attention to this right here as we go by it.
Whoever called, but we just got another notification.
I don't see anything on that carpet either.
So we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
There looks to be an intact wine bottle sitting right here on a table. I haven't seen any liquid on the floor yet.
No. The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You, okay. And Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Left probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Everything's all good then?
Now it's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Second trip through. Are you seeing anything on that carpet? Here's another look at it.
Nothing. Nothing from my eyes.
So, what did they clean it all up already? Is that what I'm
Were the photos supposedly taken that like right away, or were they taken the next day? It looked like, from what Amber said, the hallway in between the penthouses has an opening on either end so sunlight can come through, and it looked like the photos of that carpet of the hallway stains were taken the next day because it looked like there was sunlight there. But maybe I'm just dumb.
Or did the damage happen after the police visited?
But Johnny never came back, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, obviously, but I'm saying from their claim.
Right. I do not see anything. There's no broken anything. And then, what are we to believe? That the LAPD doctored their body cams?
Yeah, CGI.
To get Amber Heard? Check out the carpet again, because they're going to walk out.
They went down this way this time.
Well, move your finger, sir. Please move your finger. All right, so now the sound is off. There was an edit there. He must have turned off his camera on the way out. Are they leaving, or this is maybe this is the first call and they just put it backwards, because it looks like cops are getting in the elevator. If there's a female police officer, then this would be the first set of cops. So let's.
This is the other cop.
The other cop that came the first time. So they're doing this backwards. We saw the second visit first, and now this is the first.
No, this is the same visit. It's just the other cop's
Oh,
body
the
cam.
other cop.
Yeah.
Do we want to see his, or do we want to go to the first visit?
We can see it. He got a little closer.
Yeah, we got some time.
I thought the first visit they didn't have body cams.
Burn it up.
I don't know if I saw the first one.
I thought the female cop testified that she didn't have a body cam yet at that point.
All right, checking for the carpet again. let's slow it down a little. I don't see anything in this freeze frame. Carpet looks pretty clean. Looks pretty clean. Pretty clean. Still clean. There might be something here, or it could be a shadow. Not sure. Pretty clean in front of the door, though. Not seeing anything there. More view of the carpet in front of the apartment. She definitely could not have gotten the carpet cleaned between the time the first cops were there and the second. Oh, there might be something here.
Possibly. I'll give it a possibly.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Okay. I can't remember names offhand with the card inside. Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. Probably. We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. Is, you just talk to your wife to make sure it's not my one. Okay. Different conversation. Okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, stuff out, you gotta get that, make sure you're all good. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and he came again, we still gotta make sure. You don't think? Back up, please, back up. We're just coming to check. We need to make sure everything in here.
All right, pausing. Hey, this is even better camera angle, and the dogs are running around, by the way. If there's broken glass all over your apartment, you probably wouldn't let the dogs run around. That carpet is very clear of everything. Yeah, so maybe they cleaned it up to stop the dogs from stepping on it, possibly. But they're not telling the police about it either. You notice that? They're saying everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, more kitchen shots or bar shot, whatever that is. I don't see anything. No spilled wine.
It must have been when the little call. Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay. And Johnny? Is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay. Probably like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Everything's all good then? Yeah, it's good. All right. Thank you. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on that?
I didn't see things that were the same as the photos they showed. And I mean, their only claim could be that they took a bunch of pictures really fast and then cleaned it all, but they said they didn't. So,
Okay, let's go to LAPD testifies Johnny Depp. Let's see, because I think the chat's right. I don't think there is. I think you were right too. I don't think there's body cam footage from the first visit.
yeah, I don't think so.
But we did get, the officer did testify. So let's see. It was Sykes. Officer Sykes is who we want to hear, I believe. Sykes was the female that was in the first video. I'm looking for it. Hang on one second. Here. Okay, this is her. Hold on. I'm going to share it now. We're going to listen to Officer Sykes. She was the first person on the scene. And she will probably answer all of our questions about body cams, etc. So let's just listen. Let's listen to Officer Sykes.
Was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon? Officer Haddon?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point of time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating?
Okay, I need to answer a question in the chat. Why is Officer Sykes wearing a mask? Because this was taken in the middle of COVID. This was a deposition that was recorded during the pandemic at its highest when masks were mandated inside. And so she's in a public building, and that's why. So don't ask him a bazillion times. That's why.
Let's not forget it's Los Angeles.
Right.
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by.
Why didn't he let
and they
them
came
in?
out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with the gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Generic
Yes, there was
white
only
male.
one male at the location besides my partner.
Because they wouldn't give their names.
Is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with the generic white male, Miss Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Ms. Heard?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
I have
And at
20/20
that
vision.
time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Ms. Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male Ms. Heard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Hold on 1 second. I wanted to stop this and point this out. This next thing she's going to testify to, this is what Josh Drew said. He pointed out all this damage to the cops when they did this protective sweep. Remember when he just said that? Let's just all keep that in mind as we listen to this part of the testimony.
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Stein, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. But just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond and help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with
Here it
from the
comes.
point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
Now, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of two penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that
Muted. They just asked, did you hear anything that would have led you to believe that a crime had been committed? If Josh Drew was walking them, as he said, as he just testified, he said he was walking them through the apartment, through the penthouse, pointing out the damage didn't he?
He did. He did say
Okay.
that.
Well, if he had been doing that, wouldn't she have said yes? The generic white male pointed out some broken glasses and
I would
some
imagine.
picture frames, right? All right, let's continue.
Made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? I'm sorry, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the sweep, protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from you exiting the elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask.
I would love to ask Josh Drew right now on the stand, is it your testimony today that you walked this officer, Officer Sykes, through this penthouse and pointed out to her these damaging things, broken glass, picture frames broken, wine spilled on the floor, that you pointed them out and you showed her signs of a fight? I want to hear his answer to that. Because how is it that she is saying, no, there was nothing. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. Nobody said anything. No one would cooperate. So he was just accompanying them through the penthouse. He wasn't saying anything, was he? Or she would have testified to it. This woman is far more credible, and so are the other 3 officers who testified about this night, than any of those Yahoo freeloaders who had something to gain by staying there as long as possible, by locking Johnny up, right? By making him the bad guy. I'm shocked by this. Is everybody see? This is why I'm saying, like, we're sitting here being gaslighted by these people, and yet we are supposed to believe that Amber and her Yahoo freeloaders are telling the truth, but 4 LAPD officers are not telling the truth. Let's continue listening to this, because am I wrong, Gadfly? But is she blowing Josh Drew away with this?
Yeah. I mean, it honestly just comes down to Amber saying that everybody's lying. That was her claim, because she knew that this was the case.
She also, this is yet another reason why I don't think Amber's very intelligent. She did not consider that these police officers could be called to the stand. And I think that's hilarious, because anybody who has ever watched any kind of Law and Order crime show should know that testifying is one of the biggest jobs a police officer has to do. And they do it all the time. And if they don't show up for a testimony, the case gets thrown out. That's how important it is. They take it very seriously. An officer of the law does not lie on the stand unless they're involved in a criminal activity, which it happens, but not very often. And it also, in this case, what the hell would they have to gain? At this point, they didn't even know it was Johnny Depp's house. All they knew, this woman didn't know anybody's name involved. The second officers got first names, and they got the first name of Johnny. So how would they know what Johnny? How are they supposed to know who? They don't know. They don't know who these people are. And believe me, nobody recognized Amber. Oh my God, no one recognizes her on the street. They will now, because she's been on TV for 6 weeks.
Yeah, all of them said, I had no idea who she was, even after hearing her name and seeing her face. They're like, never seen her before in my life.
Right.
So
there's no reason for these 4 LAPD officers to lie. If I'm on that jury, I'm believing the officers. Period.
Yeah. Amber's claim you'd have to assume that what she's saying is that these officers have been paid off by Johnny Depp to lie about this situation.
And also doctor their body cam footage so that you can't see any damage to the walls or
Right.
cracked.
I hope that there's at least one juror there that's smart enough to be like, we need to watch that body cam footage again after listening, and what Josh Drew said. We need to watch them back to back during our deliberation and see.
This is
actually
even
happened.
more damning than I thought it would be. As I'm listening to him, I'm like, I've got to see that footage again. I've got to see it again. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Frankly, it's even more damning than I thought it would be.
Yeah, 'cause
I
there's
want
nothing.
all of these people rounded up and charged with perjury.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, but it won't happen.
It won't happen. Perjury never happens.
Never happens. It never happens. All right, let's keep going because there's more. This is the most damaging testimony that I heard.
You testified that you testified to you viewing Miss Heard and not seeing any signs of injury. Did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching.
Constantly.
So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
And did you see anything like that?
I did not.
And you didn't see, did you see anything like that during the entire time period that you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injury?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
I did. Inside of the loft or penthouse, sorry.
Okay. Was that before or after the protective sweep?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Okay. There was at least the one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
Were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
Okay. At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injuries?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you
Nothing in
protective
disarray.
sweep of the second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
No idea.
Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
Nothing in disarray.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything?
Am I to believe that an officer of the law is going to see a shattered magnum glass or bottle of wine and say she saw nothing?
Not a thing. And
Glass all over, picture frames tossed.
did you say nail in the coffin? This isn't the nail in the coffin. This is the 800,000th nail. This coffin is so tight that
the coffin is so tight.
That body is going to stay preserved for the rest of time.
But why do we still feel gaslighted? We still feel like we have to convince people that we've seen what we see, you know?
I know.
It's like it's not even a contest.
It's very clear why Johnny Depp's team is asking her these questions also, because this deposition is after Josh's was. And so they know what he said, because that was in 2019. And they're like, all right, person who was there, the cop that was there, what actually happened? Nothing really. I just looked at some beautiful penthouses and went home. Okay.
I think it's so important that we just heard Josh Drew testify that he personally walked these officers through the penthouses, pointing out vandalism.
Right. Pointing all of it out, saying, look what happened here, look what happened there. And Amber phrased this police officer's testimony as, I didn't have enough wounds to be considered for it to be considered violence. That's not what she said. She said you had no injuries at all.
And she didn't say, I believed she had no injuries. She said, I assessed that there were no injuries.
Right. And this is a police officer that trains other police officers to look for these things. Someone pointed that out in the chat, and that's true as well.
That's right. She's going to talk about her training, I think, later in the testimony, where she is a domestic violence expert. And so she knows what to look for. And unbelievably, she determined there were no injuries on Amber Heard.
No injuries, nothing wrong with the penthouses. Zero. There was nothing.
I mean, I'm sorry, but what else can you conclude than the people in that penthouse made it look like something had happened after the fact, after they left. And they didn't count on body cam footage or police testimony.
Right.
If they had thought about that, because if their brains had been working properly, and I have my theories as to why they weren't, if they had been thinking about it properly, they would have realized, well, we're screwed now and we shouldn't do anything because those cops have been witnesses and they will show up at any court case.
Yeah.
But they weren't thinking properly because, like someone else in the chat said, they may have been using tampon applicators.
Yeah, they may have been. They may have been doing some cuddle puddles right before then.
And that would explain why this is such a bad setup and it's so easy to blow.
Yeah.
Because of the blow.
And American Gal said, I'm afraid the jury has forgotten the cops' testimonies now. I hope
Don't worry. Closing arguments, they will remind them in closing arguments. They will remind them, and the jury has the option to go back and watch all of these things and read transcripts and see it. I mean, I can't imagine that they are listening to this Josh Drew testimony and not thinking the same thing we are, which is, oh my God, what did the cops say again?
Right.
Because I don't remember the cops backing this shit up.
Yeah, I wonder, we should all place bets on how long the jury is going to be deliberating. Am I saying that word right?
Deliberating?
Yeah. How long they're going to be deliberating for. Is it going to be like 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 days? Like, what's going to be?
I think it's going to be very short. 30 minutes.
30, we actually don't need to go in.
Not even. They're going to be like, we don't need to deliberate. They're going to walk out and walk right back in. They're going to walk out in the hallway. They're going to be like, we're all on the same page, right? Yep. Let's go. Let's go.
Right, cool.
Oh my God. All right. Should we keep watching this or have you seen enough?
I mean, I've seen it. I mean, but I've seen this before. So, I don't know if anyone else in the chat needs to see more.
Well, let's throw it out to the chat. Do you need to see more of Officer Sykes or have you seen enough? I'll wait for them to get back to me.
And I will say that Josh was their most level-headed deposition they showed as far as someone who could answer questions like a normal person.
Right.
I don't believe what he said, but he was able to answer questions like a normal human being. But that doesn't really mean anything. And also, most of his story, even if true, didn't really mean anything either. What did he say? Johnny came in, he was angry, everyone was in his own penthouse. And said, get out. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd kick them all out.
Yeah.
Julie says, I want her on the stand. We don't need her on the stand. This is her deposition. It couldn't be any clearer. She wouldn't change her story if she was on the stand. I don't know what else she could possibly tell us.
If the defense wanted her on the stand, they would have asked her to be on the stand.
They would have.
They know they can't get anything out of her either.
And it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter. What she gave great testimony. All right, everybody says they're all good. We don't need to see any more of this. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a done deal. It's done, right?
I think so too. Because yeah, I mean, I would say the most charitable way to phrase it is that he has been their most credible witness so far, and everything he said was not credible. So
Yeah, now don't forget, Officer Sykes isn't the only cop that testified. Her partner testified to the exact same thing. And then
Mhm.
the other 2 police officers with the body cam footage, they testified as well. So all 4 of them have the same story. Saw nothing, no injuries, nothing.
And because that picture was brought up again, that picture on the ground, where I sent you that tweet the other day, with that wine bottle on the ground with the stains.
Yeah.
And it was brought up again today from the deposition. And they are definitely using the same picture for 2 different pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
Claiming they're separate events. That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's pretty terrible.
it's pretty terrible, and I wonder if Amber Heard is gonna sue her attorneys after this. I think
Absolutely. She's gonna sue everyone after this.
yeah, if she loses, which is very possible at this point. I mean, very possible, and I didn't think it was possible at all because defamation is so hard to prove, but I have been convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that she maliciously acted to destroy his career, and if I were on that jury, I'd be voting absolutely she's guilty. And I think they met all their burdens, which is hard to do when you're a public person.
Right.
I was like, I thought maybe there was a 30% chance he could win. I am now up to 80%. I'm thinking like 80% at this point that he'll actually win.
That is because you have more faith in humans than I do.
Oh, dear. So where are you at?
I'm still lean towards him actually after all that, but I'm gonna go with like 65 to play it safe, just because I just think there's so many dumb people out there, and some of them could be one of the jurors, you know?
True.
So I feel
True,
like
but I'm starting to think if they see what we see, they are going to want revenge for wasting 6 weeks of their life.
oh, I hope so.
And a jury has they are the decision makers. They can say guilty whether or not the plaintiff actually met the burden, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
They could say guilty, pay the money, just because they're pissed.
Yeah, just because they're annoyed.
No, really, they could. And so because now it's in the hands of once it's in the hands of the jury, they can do whatever they want. Now, that doesn't mean she won't appeal. She will absolutely appeal, and he will never see a dime. And they could say guilty and award no money. That's what I would do. If I were on the jury, I would vote guilty with no monetary award, because that would cut off her ability to appeal. Really. And I would know that she didn't have the money. She's only worth $8 million, and Johnny doesn't need the money, probably,
Yeah.
because he'll work again. So
If
why
he wins, he's never getting that money regardless.
Right, he's never getting it, and it would encourage her to file an appeal, which would then just drag him through more abuse. So if I'm on the jury, I'm thinking, how do I protect this guy how do I get this woman out of his life totally? And the way to do that is to vote guilty with no monetary penalty.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Or make her pay him $1.
Yeah, $1.
Make her pay him $1 or $5, like something
Yep.
small that she couldn't
Yep.
that she couldn't appeal, that everyone would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't appeal that. It's a good deal. Yeah, and Johnny, we don't think Johnny cares about the money. He wants his reputation back, and the reason he put a number on it, by the way, and the reason he's asking for $50 million is because in a defamation case, you have to prove monetary damages and so he added up his monetary damages for losing the parts, and technically, if she's found guilty, she would owe him that money, but he doesn't expect to see it. No way.
No. And honestly, 50 million. I mean, Johnny Depp is maybe not in all the movies in the world, even before the claims, but I think 50 million is probably pretty low.
Oh, it's definitely low. What did he make? He made 20 something on each pirate film or more, because he probably gets doesn't he get like Disney, what do you call that? Royalties on merchandise and stuff like that too. I would imagine that he does, like that that Captain Jack Sparrow doll and all that stuff. I'm sure that adds up. But all right, let's see.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, a lot of people make their money from royalties. For example, like I think Will Smith's royalties are like 80 million a year, just from the stuff he's done before. That's where a lot of the money comes from. So yeah, he lost a lot of money, but I don't think that's the point. That's why I kind of say like he already won. Like
Yeah.
there's no company in the world right now that is going to publicly stand with Amber.
I got to tell you though, I really want those headlines for him. Amber Heard loses defamation suit. I want that headline
that would
for
be
him.
great.
Because then she would never again be able to say, well, I won against him in court in the UK. Now, screw the UK. We don't give a shit about the UK. And sorry, those of you in the chat from the UK. Americans don't really care what's going on in the UK. We just don't. And I'm sure you guys don't really care about what's going on over here either. We love you, though. We love you as a people. We just reject the monarchy. That's all.
Absolutely.
So please, chat. Don't turn on me.
All
of you in Australia, our cousins in Australia and England and Ireland, we love you. We love you very much. Look at me. I'm like Amber Heard right now. Put that back in your mouth.
Yeah, put it back. Oh no, TMZ. Oh no.
The ones in the UK agree. Thank you. Rhonda says, I was going to say, don't offend our UK viewers. I would never dream of it. I would never dream of it.
Never.
But I don't like your government so much. But I don't like my own government. So that's neither here nor there. People of the world unite against our terrible governments. That's what we need.
Yeah, especially different states and stuff. We'll go after our own.
Oh, totally. I will absolutely go after our own all day long. Maria says, I live in the UK, but I hate the British media. Well, I live in America and I hate the American media. So I'm right there with you.
Pretty much most major media is pretty bad.
It's real bad. It's real bad. We're waiting for the court to come back from lunch. I'm checking the stream. It's still not on.
Two quick things.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No. I don't have anything to say. You go.
Okay.
I'm just filling time.
Someone mentioned the two-party consent thing in California. They both previously consented to recording each other without the other's permission. So that's already gone. And also they both agreed to be able to bring those into the court for this case because Amber wanted to bring in hers.
Right.
She thought they helped her for some unknown
For
reason.
some reason.
And then Johnny obviously wanted to bring in his. So that's why they're allowed to do that. The two-party consent. Also, that doesn't really happen in California.
I love Bob Mathewson. I'm in Scotland and I don't give a shit about the UK. And we all know why, sir. We all understand the history there. Nobody blames you. I'm from the UK. I live in Spain, but I agree with you. So do most of the Spanish people. Oh no, we've turned this into a UK bashing session.
No.
I'm only teasing. We love you. God save the Queen and all that malarkey.
Yeah. Some of your shows are amazing. So don't worry.
Hey, I
about it.
love the BBC, by the way. I am a huge BBC fan. Not the news organization. I'm talking about the movies. Like all the Downton Abbey stuff, that stuff.
Yeah.
My all-time favorite movie is Pride and Prejudice, BBC version with Colin Firth and Jennifer Ellie. That is a wonderful, wonderful movie.
Yeah, they make good stuff over there.
They make great entertainment. And almost all of our good entertainment was based on British entertainment first, like The
Pretty
Office. And although I prefer our version of The Office, I really do. I tried to get into theirs and I couldn't, which is weird because I love British humor. I love it. Absolutely love
I
it.
prefer the UK version. I know.
Tarina, don't leave. Don't leave. We love you. Sorry, what'd you say?
I prefer the British version of The Office, but that's just because I don't know. I'm weird. For funny things, I like for there to be more depressing stuff in it. So that's why I kind of like
You know what else I like about England is the swearing. The swear words.
Oh, they're great.
Oh, they're fantastic. Wanker. That's like one of the best words ever invented. You wanker. Like it's so good.
Absolutely.
Also,
I like milk
bollocks.
with tea.
Bollocks, hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. You like milk with your tea, so do I. I
Mm.
also like English tea. I
All right, are we fake pretending
Are
we
we
like the
done
UK
now?
enough now?
I don't understand beans on toast, though. You will
Gross.
never get me to understand beans on toast. That is the grossest stuff I've ever seen in my life. But you know, it's a thing. It's a
It's
thing.
okay. It's okay. Okay, so
Have you
going
ever
back
had
to
it?
Rocky. Oh no. No.
You're like, no, why would I eat that vomit on a plate?
What?
Oh, I know. The queen's health is not good. I know. I heard about that. You know, she's the same age as my grandmother. They're both, I think, is it 96 years old? And they actually met each other when they were 13. Isn't that funny? My grandmother grew up in Jamaica, and her brother was connected to Winston Churchill somehow. He worked for him. And when the queen, she was a princess at the time, visited Jamaica, my grandmother and her family went to go greet her, and she was allowed to give her flowers. So they were both 13 at the time. Isn't that something?
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
I know. My grandma, we call her Forrest Gump because we call her Phyllis Gump because she's been everywhere, met everyone. She also worked for President Nixon for a while when he traveled to Hawaii. She was his personal secretary, and she tells stories about how she typed his State of the Union speech one year, and every time she was typing from she had shorthand notes that she had taken. Every time she was done with a page, she would place it next to her on the desk, and a Secret Service member would pick it up and stick it in a burn bag so that it didn't leak before the State of the Union. Isn't that interesting?
Wow. Whoa.
We call her Phyllis Gump. She's been everywhere, met everyone. She married a general who was running the Vietnam War in Vietnam, so she lived there. She won a Medal of Honor for rescuing children from Vietnam. When the pullout happened, she rescued like 18 to 20 children, and she was given a Medal of Honor from the country of Vietnam. She is incredible, and she's still alive. So
Wow, yeah, someone said she needs a book. I agree. Write a book about her.
she does need a book. It's true. All right, let's see. Still not back. Lunch, it's probably going to go on for a little bit because they were late going. So normally they come back at like 1:30, but here, let me just share the screen so we don't miss out in case. Right now it's just saying further live coverage expected.
Crossing my fingers for the one live witness today to be next.
Who do you think it's going to be? Whitney or Ellen Barkin?
It's going to be some person that no one's ever heard of in their life, and they're going to say Amber's a saint, and then Camille's going to cross them, and they're going to be proved to be a liar. That's what's going to happen. Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh.
Alex is asking me, Phyllis really did all that? Oh yeah, Alex, it was crazy. She used to live in Virginia, and we would go visit her, and she would take us to Washington D.C. and we'd be walking down the sidewalk, and senators would stop us to say hello to her. Hello, Mrs. Murray, how are you? What? And she'd be, oh, this is Senator so and so. Meet my grandchildren. Like everyone knew her. It was bizarre, and she didn't even have a college education. This was a girl who grew up in Jamaica, came over, immigrated to America with a high school diploma, and just took over the world, man. She grabbed it by the nether regions and just ran with it.
Oh no. Hey, Virginia Seal.
Yeah, it looks like we may be coming back soon.
Okay, so real quick about Rocky. This was at the very beginning of the day, but I noted it down. Whenever people have told this story, it's been really bothering me because they've told the story about being around the campfire and some girl that no one really knows was snuggling up to Amber, and Johnny got mad, and everyone thought it was weird that he was mad. And I'm like, yeah, but Amber's bisexual, so Johnny would be mad about that. Could you imagine if someone's wife was sitting down and some guy, if it was a straight couple and some guy came over and like started snuggling up with their wife? They would probably get pretty mad too.
It was a cuddle puddle.
Oh,
You're
I'm sorry.
supposed to cuddle.
I forgot about that part. I don't think Johnny was part of the cuddle puddle ever. It's probably like, what are you talking about?
They never invited him to be part of the cuddle puddle, I guess. She just wanted to cuddle with other people in front of him. So,
mean,
yeah, gross.
We all
Like
know what that means, right?
and then don't forget, Josh Drew said that so many men visited her after hours when Johnny was out of the country or out of town at her penthouse that he lost count.
Great.
He
Awesome.
actually testified to that. Yes, Tarina, that is a boob on the Virginia seal. You are correct. You have spotted it. That's Justice, right? Lady Justice.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And she is always depicted with one breast exposed. Kind of like Amber Heard says she always is around Johnny because he's always tearing off her nightgowns and shirts. That she has by the way, we believe that she has a subscription box nightgown subscription that comes every month because she has so many they get ruined all the time. Anyway, Lady Justice is always depicted like that. Virginia is so based that they have this seal with a half-naked woman on it standing on the neck of a man. And it's depicting justice standing on top of tyranny, I do believe. See, there's a crown. See, this is what Americans think of monarchy. Going back to what I was saying, it's even in our official seals. See, this guy on the ground, well, he was some kind of crown prince or king, but not anymore. Lady Justice took care of that.
Good job, Lady Justice. Proud of you.
Alex says boobs out cause America.
Yeah. Correct.
Yes. I love it. Who did? Who's this? HG Tutor just mentioned you today on his channel. I don't know who that is. Should I? Am I supposed to know? I don't want to be offensive. I just don't know who that is. Is that a good channel? Should I follow it? That's fun.
If they mentioned you, then
If they mention me, then obviously they're unless he was making fun of me, then I hate him. Let me see.
Oh yeah, then never mind.
And
That sucks.
HG Tutor. Let's
HG
see.
Tutor.
I'm looking it up. Oh, he's got 100,000 subscribers. I'm very excited about this. You said this happened today. Did this happen today? Can you give me a timestamp somewhere approximately around what time so I can go back and listen? Anybody? Because I love it when people talk about me. That's always fun.
Yeah, right. It seems like from the comments that he's a channel that helps people work through like getting over exes. Someone said that he helped me get over my ex who was a narcissist and did the same thing to me that Amber did to Johnny. So
ooh, yeah, he looks like he's a narcissist expert. Hey, maybe we could get him on this program.
That would be super cool.
That would be
love to hear what he
super
says.
cool. Ooh, you know what? I'll send him the link. Let's see if maybe he'll pop on. Let's see. Is he on Twitter? I'm going to find out.
Is he streaming now?
No, he doesn't appear to be. Looks like he makes videos about narcissists. He would be very interesting to talk to.
And then there's different opinions of him. I'll just leave it at
Oh
that.
yeah, what's that? What's that? Okay, wait. I'll try and go back and look at the. Well, the important question is, did he like me?
Yeah, that's all that matters.
If he didn't like me, then I'm not inviting him on. What did he say about me, Tish? Tish, what did he say? Oh, here comes Court. We'll figure out this HG Tutor person. Oh, he's actually oh, I see. Interesting. The judge. I love this judge, by the way. She's so long suffering.
Yeah, she hates it.
Look at her face. She's like, when is this over? When? Dear Lord, when can I go home to my husband and my family? When can I get back to real court cases?
I can tell everyone how stupid this whole thing was.
I do like that turquoise color on her. It looks nice on her. She is also wearing Johnny's favorite color, that turquoise. That's Johnny's favorite color. Is that a sign?
All right, please be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Enriquez
Oh,
to the stand.
finally.
All right.
Okay.
Whitney,
Come on, Whitney.
come on down. You win perjury.
You win. You win. Oh, Whitney is showing some cleavage today in court. It's a curious choice. That doesn't happen very often, but that could be a sign to the jury, especially that mid-30s guy down in the front who's sympathetic to pretty blondes.
Will you please state your
I should
name
probably
for
go
the
get a
record?
pretty blonde then.
Whitney Enriquez.
And where do you live?
In Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn who's just over 2 months old.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, and Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know, and frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right, it's the foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
Camille is not doing the redirect today.
That
or
when
the cross.
Johnny was using,
That's a
there
different
would be a
attorney.
fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled this one.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, fun, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart.
Okay. Other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her throughout the entirety of their relationships, all the same thing.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she make
I'll
about,
sustain the objection.
what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, and then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to her health?
Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would administer medication. And, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean. And
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the
Sustain the objection.
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication. And from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control.
As to control, but paid for, I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. And she lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. very often fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones or, whatever. And at some point she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that, he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, like, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, a completely different version. He was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. His speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry. And he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke, and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there, and he was wearing glasses. He had, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her, and everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician, so he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father's up to, and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point.
All right, next question.
Please-
Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen, and she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back, and Johnny's still talking to me about
New poll on
what the problem
YouTube.
was. And
Check
then
it
all of a
out. You're
sudden
gonna
the
like
focus
this
shifts
one.
to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that
Because it
Amber
was.
and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot, and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him, and she kind of embraces him from behind, and he's just like, fuck off, and continues to say these things about her. And again, we sat there forever, and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So but he insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut. But again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly, so I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched or, you know, if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window.
In Your Honor.
Not after you prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car, and he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke
Like
about putting her in
Amber's
the
cackle?
microwave. And that
That's what I was
the
thinking.
joke after that was putting the dog in the microwave.
Okay. So during the year 2013, what, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell
Sustain
us.
the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
The chat
But
was
you did ask her
mentioning
about
her with the dog out the window. I have
Yes.
that picture.
Objection,
There
Your
it
Honor.
is.
Oh my
Amber
God.
hanging
fine.
her dog
Let's-
out the
okay,
window.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, she's gonna kill it.
Take you to June
Animal abuse.
2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme. So it was kind of fun to see, you know, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, you know, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, you know. And then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, you know, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things, things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
What, if anything, drink?
So
We'll all be dead.
September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday at the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it. And so that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and you know, it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night, I can't remember exactly. But at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. Missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your Honor, lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Next
so,
question.
so you can't tell us about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had
Objection, Your Honor.
Not after to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain
Your
the
Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane. I left London. By the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November
Uh-oh, she's getting annoyed.
2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I
just go on, just don't talk about what you weren't part
Okay,
there.
I'll
Please tell the jury.
Okay, the objection. Go ahead.
Okay, please tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015. And at this time, were you living at the Penthouse Suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
When approximately did you move into the Penthouse Suites?
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2014, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those Penthouse Suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was
Must
kind
be
enough
nice.
to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and
Johnny
Johnny were
opened up a free hotel.
I believe Isaac was in
freeloader
2,
hotel.
and Rocky and Josh were in 1.
Exactly.
Welcome
But the
to
only
the
ones that actually
hotel
connected were
freeloader.
3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of
bring your
sandwiched
friends.
between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Over-
asserted. Thank you.
overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please continue.
She said something.
No, she said overruled. It's okay for you to say what. Just
Sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter
That's
asserted.
overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober.
Thank you, Maimuna, for the super sticker.
It was in the middle
Appreciate
of the night.
that.
I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
Doubtful.
So I go to PH5 where Amber,
Yes, it was one of the
sorry,
rare
Johnny,
occasions where I was. Yep.
Debbie and Travis were
And
all
I
standing
remember
in the
it very
kitchen,
clearly because,
of
you know,
PH5. I went
users
down there
do.
to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course I'm cheating on her, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there. It's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's
Shut
screaming
up,
expletives at him. I
Elaine.
mean, that's not offered to prove the truth. Thank you.
Why does this judge go, all
They're
right,
saying horrible
overruled.
things to one another. Fuck
She just wants Elaine to
you.
stop talking.
He's calling her a fucking whore.
Everyone
fucking
wants
cunt, used up trash bag, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him
I
old
can't
and
disagree
fat.
with any of those
It was a fight. They were
characterizations.
saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs, was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who we're is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and I are all on the little mezzanine.
Yes, Leah, this is the
area.
woman who Amber testified
And as I mentioned, the mezzanine
taught
overlooks
Johnny
the kitchen
how
and
to
the
use a
living room.
tampon applicator
So
as a Coke
Johnny then
straw.
hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice.
Oh, now she didn't notice that she
But
got
I'm-
hit
I'm
in the back
standing
with a
up there
full Red Bull
talking- I'm
can.
standing up there. I'm at the top
Sounds
of the
real.
stairs with my back to the
Yeah,
stairs.
that sounds real.
And that's when Johnny
That could
runs
happen.
up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one. And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there.
Oh, using
Travis
the same word
pulls
as
them
Amber,
apart.
whacking
I get Amber
her.
into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind. Withdraw.
Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. Like the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Okay, and it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe, just
Objection, Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds.
All right, you want to approach? I'll just take a look.
You will recall that Travis has testified already, and Travis has said none of this happened. He said that Amber threw the can of Red Bull at Johnny and missed him, I think, but was throwing it from the mezzanine down at him. And then he said he put himself between her and Johnny. There was nobody on the stairs. He said Whitney was not near the top of the stairs, and he put himself in between Johnny and Amber because she was trying to attack him, and she swung over Travis's shoulder and hit Johnny in the jaw. That is Travis. And then Travis said Johnny looked at him and said, "That's on you," because he's the security guard and he should never have let his client get hit. And at that point, Travis grabbed him and got him out of the room. So what you have here is two totally conflicting stories, and the jury has to decide which one is lying. There is no in between. One of these sides is lying. The other side is telling the truth. Now, on Johnny's side, he has 4 LAPD officers who would have to be lying for all of this to be for his side to be liars. On the other hand, on Amber's side, the only people who would need to be lying are Amber and all the freeloading yahoos who all have coke problems by their own admission. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Boy.
So it's going to be Johnny and the LAPD versus freeloading coke heads. Look, they all testified under oath that they do these illicit drugs. I can now call them cokeheads. They're not
sure.
alleged cokeheads. They are literal cokeheads. This is the woman who taught Johnny, according to her, how to snort cocaine out of a tampon applicator. I should say, according to Amber. Amber testified that, not Whitney. We haven't heard Whitney yet make that testimony, but perhaps she will. Perhaps she will go into great detail about how and when that heartwarming moment occurred where she taught Johnny Depp how to snort coke out of a tampon applicator. Freeloading cokeheads versus Johnny Depp and the LAPD. I don't know. It's a tough choice. It's a tough choice.
Yeah, I lean towards the cokeheads personally. It just makes more sense.
Tweakers, Lucy, tweakers.
This is
The freeloading tweakers.
Can we publish, Your Honor?
The squatting tweakers. We could call them
Thank
the
you.
squatting tweakers. That's a good band name.
So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57.
Now they have to buy their own Coke.
Okay.
They don't have
Kevin.
access to
Kevin.
the giant Coke
Who's
jar
Kevin?
anymore, or the
Kevin
weed
Murphy,
closet
he
for that
was
matter.
Johnny's estate manager.
Okay. And then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks
Johnny bought the
on the
tampons,
stairs
too.
that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again?
And I don't know
please
if you guys
describe
have
for the
had.
jury what's depicted in this.
I don't know if you've had much.
These are more of
Experience with
Amber's
cokeheads?
racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls.
I've had some.
And you
They
can
will
see
do
here all of her
anything
clothes
to
are on
get
the
that
floor.
cocaine.
Her shoes.
Okay, thank you.
Lie to anyone, say anything. My experience with people addicted to coke is not
The
good.
next one, could you please describe what the next picture?
They lie all the time.
More of the same.
Yeah, the cliches
clothing
doing,
racks
you know,
that have been kind of toppled over. or
nefarious
moved.
things on the corner of the
They
street to get some
they
coke.
were
yeah.
like neat.
Mhm.
It looked like a
I mean, they'll
closet
sell their
room.
mother.
But these ones were just toppled over and moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So
Okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
Yes, plasma burns. That is
that's
my
another
experience.
clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay. And we'll
The
go to the next
humanity.
one. And please describe for the jury what's
Oh
depicted
no,
here.
damaged clothing
More
racks.
clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Walk-in tweaker closet.
And please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing,
Oh,
just more clothing
it's
racks
a
that were toppled
fashion
over.
murder. Someone call the fashion police. There's been a murder.
Next one.
And this is the kitchen
It's
area.
horrific.
This is
Was
There's
that
the
dress
Versace
from
all
fall
over
of
the
last
floor.
year?
mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Broken glass.
Okay,
huh?
and if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still
many
can't tell
times
what
are we
it
gonna have to
was,
look at
maybe a
these
plate of
pictures?
some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue
Good
thing
eyes.
is, it was broken. So it's all over the kitchen there and
That's
also
a
next to the stove.
Crimes against fashion.
Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
A
It's a
non-disclosure
non-disclosure
form.
agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a
Celebrities have people
contract
sign those all the
to,
time. It's no big
keep
deal.
things private.
I make people sign
to
NDAs.
Keep your mouth shut, essentially.
I make
All
some
right.
people who
And
I work
you were
with on
given one
stories
or
sign
asked
them.
to sign one?
I was
That
asked to
makes
sign
sense.
one.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was, yes, it was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that
Well,
point.
somebody did.
Now, did there come a time that
Might have been
Amber
one of the
asked you to
squatting
move
tweakers.
back in?
Yes, February 2016, she texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, excuse me, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner, you know, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. You know, Johnny showed up very, very late.
He ruined
and he
all
was
our
drunk
fun.
when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but there came
Like all
a
normal
time in the
adults
party
would
where
be
we all went around the
so
table
upset.
and said our favorite
Late to a
thing
birthday
about
party.
Amber, you know, just funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, you know, he had this story about how she came in
Very
to
special
his
30th
office and she
birthday.
sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. You know, we had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass.
That's a very nice thing.
That's actually quite funny.
We were all kind of
No one's
Yeah.
allowed to sit in the ass print.
When did you leave the
She
party
left
that
with
night?
her perfect ass.
I left pretty
It's
shortly
very
after
funny.
that, and I went home.
Really?
What, if any,
We all felt
conversation
so
did you
disgusted
have
by
with
this
Mr.
creep.
Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. You know,
Thank you,
at some,
DJ,
you know,
for the super
whenever
sticker.
at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day, and so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
No.
Okay. I'm going to jump forward to talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim.
At least she's not doing
What,
that
if
thing
any,
to the jury, though.
observations
Like
did
this.
you make
Yes.
about how
That's
the
correct.
statements, we're talking about the three
No, I
statements
didn't.
from that, we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Overruled. Well, you lose some.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship.
This is probably
She
the
has
last question. The
really,
cross will
really
come.
tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. It's her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or.
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please
She
continue with what
she was devastated by these.
Look at her staring at the jury.
To say that they're not true.
Look at my
it
devastated
devastated her.
face.
And also,
I
we had
have no
just
money.
buried our mother. So Amber,
And yet her
she
chin
started
is
having
still way
panic
up.
attacks randomly. She was not
And
sleeping.
Objection,
like,
Your Honor.
this is the
Hearsay.
haughty looking down
These
at
are
you over my
your
nose
observations.
face.
Thank you. Please continue.
I mean, who puts their chin up like
These
that? That's not
statements
even
devastated
comfortable
her.
to sit like
They
that.
devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to
Thanks,
describe it.
Tammy.
She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship.
Couldn't sit
It
still.
launched her
Sounds
back
like cocaine.
into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
I'm not crazy. I'm just a little unwell. I know.
Alex is making an observation that Amber looks so much better today. She said mascara for the win because she couldn't
Good
wear that
afternoon,
when
Ms.
she was
Enriquez.
testifying in case she squeezed
You
out
haven't
a
met before.
tear.
My name's Rebecca
She
Lecaros.
didn't
I'm one
want
of the lawyers
that
representing
running
Mr.
down
Depp
her
in this
face,
case.
which never happened.
You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her.
Of course.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other, for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, You were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
What's coming is that her sister
You
beat
talked
up
a little
Whitney.
bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards
Yes.
documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So
he was kind of
he'd
ignoring.
been fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp after
I
all
did.
that?
Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was,
I don't
there were
know.
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions?
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him?
Of course.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still loved Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. Those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
And she loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence, so we'll just show that to the witness.
So what do you guys think about Whitney so far? Enjoying this? Don't worry about Camille. They've got a strategy here. Camille's not going to be doing cross today.
Okay.
Camille is the secret weapon to go up against Amber, and she did it quite admirably. This new attorney, I don't know her name, but she seems competent to me. The team, you know, they have a strategy, and this is what lawyers do. You notice that sometimes they choose different lawyers to go up against different people, and it's probably because they know each lawyer's strengths and weaknesses. And Camille was definitely a strength for Amber. Hey, Stephanie, you're back. What's up?
I'm back, but only for a second. So I'm dying to know why Camille or somebody has not said to any of these people on cross, especially I know that one was on the deposition, so I guess you couldn't have done it.
No.
But why didn't somebody say to Amber after she gave one of those wacky responses to, you know, you've been pounded with a handful of rings, and yet this is your picture right here from that evening looking perfect at the Don Rickles event. Ma'am, I'm reminding you that you're under oath. Are you currently under the influence of alcohol or any illicit drugs?
Oh yeah, they haven't asked any of these people if they're
And she would
currently
say,
under-
of course not. And then my next question would be, okay, are you currently under the influence of any prescription drugs that affect your perception? I mean, because come on, this is absurd. And she would deny it, but whatever, you would have made your point that it was so ridiculous that you thought she was on drugs.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, seriously.
And how come they haven't done this to Whitney either? She's doing this thing with her mouth. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but we've seen a lot of video now of people who admit that they've taken coke, and a lot of them are doing this with their mouths.
What is that?
It's coke mouth.
What is that? I don't know anything about that.
Well, it's if you notice, Amber does this.
She does a lot of weird things with her mouth.
It's a lip smack, and it's also a jaw movement. And dry mouth comes with it. There's a lot of strange jaw movement that you won't see in other witnesses. These are all people who admitted to taking a lot of cocaine, and their mouths are all moving the same way.
And
to me,
Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention.
I would want to know.
We can go to the third page, please.
I think this lawyer's
Do I
doing a
have
pretty good
control of
job.
this or no? No, you
Although
do
not
not.
completely
We'll put it
focused
up
because
for
I
you.
have work to do, but I just wanted to jump on for a second.
All right.
And-
Stick
All right,
around.
see ya.
We can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at. Yes.
So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
You can take that down.
Oh.
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple. Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something. Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening, it wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny, and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe, that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Come on, Elaine. It's still not on.
You can answer the question. Yeah.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any
Elaine,
bruises
Elaine.
on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year, though,
It's
right?
unreal.
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, I did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
So reconcile?
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes,
None
sure,
of them
if you
were
look at it
concerned about
simply,
getting better.
but it's not simple at all.
All these people doing coke, they weren't
Don't know
getting
how else to
better.
answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
By the way,
You know
I
who
looked it up.
Jennifer Howell
It's
is,
called
right?
Coke
Listen to this.
Jaw.
I
It's
do.
a real thing.
She's
You
the
can
founder
Google
of
it.
the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you
can
worked there
Google
for a
Coke
time,
Mouth, too.
didn't you?
I did.
You guys are wrong. Megan's right.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right?
May 2015? Yes.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
After he
All right,
hit
do-
you,
Is this witness subject to recall?
she said hit me, he
Is
hit me?
Subject to recall? No. Okay, all right, ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay?
Did I
Thank
hear
you.
that correctly?
All right.
Because
Our
if
next
that was the
witness, Your
first
Honor, is
time
another
she's ever
deposition
alleged that.
designation.
Okay.
It's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one is about 45 minutes.
Okay. All right, well, we'll go ahead
45-minute
and, it's early. Why
deposition.
don't we go ahead and take our
Oh,
afternoon
God.
recess?
Yes,
so,
please, let's take a break,
That way we get
please.
everything ready for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
Blah, blah. I'm tired of saying the same thing every day. Judge Penny's like, I've had enough.
Please let me just go home.
Are the
Look, guys,
attorneys-
it wasn't a lane cross. They were matching energy. They're not going to put Camille up there because she would seem way too aggressive compared to
So
Amber's
that's
sister,
45
who's
minutes, and we'll
checked out
you
of
have
life.
another.
Yes, then we have another one.
Yeah, I'm not the
So
only
we
one who
have
heard her say
deposition.
he hit me and that she
Okay,
never
so
alleged
there was
that before.
depositions. Yeah.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are depositions.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't need any other items from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, okay. I don't understand about the he hit me thing because I didn't hear that before. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. But for those of you who want to know, coke jaw is a real thing. I found a definition of it. What is coke jaw? The signs and symptoms. You can take cocaine by ingesting it, rubbing it on your gums, or snorting it, the substance up your nose with a tampon applicator. Since it is a powerful stimulant drug, coke speeds up your entire body. That leads to side effects like coke jaw clenching. The muscles in your mouth twitch in sporadic movements. A person with coke jaw movements will grind their teeth and move their mouth from side to side in an erratic fashion. Coke jaw is a physical side effect that leads to other complications within the mouth. You might say you might have to go to an ENT to seek some help for the effects of all the cocaine that you've done, if you've done too much. So what do you guys think? Are you seeing that type of symptom on the stand? Because I feel like I've seen it a couple of times from a couple of people. Chat says yes. Ryan says, yeah, Whitney has coke jaw for sure. Well, it looks that way. She keeps moving her jaw from side to side. Amber does the same thing. She goes like this. Remember that face? She does that a lot. Okay, I think when we come back, yeah, Amber did go to an ENT, and it's my theory that was unrelated to what she claims happened, and it was probably due to other activities that she needed to seek help for in her nose and throat area, nose, throat, jaw area.
Tampon applicator
Well,
area.
In the tampon applicator area, the other area.
Yeah, the other one, not
There-
the obvious
There
one.
are two areas where tampon applicators could come in handy, and one of them an ENT will not handle. But one would. So I think it's interesting. I mean, all of Amber's witnesses so far, all of them, have been either dead or freeloading off Johnny and on hard drugs.
Yeah.
Now, the next witness who's coming via deposition is going to be Ellen Barkin. So she will be like, so far, Amber's only witness that isn't a freeloader on Johnny. And I have no knowledge of any of Ellen Barkin's drug use, if any. However, as far as I know, I've already read Ellen Barkin's story, and she's going to say that Johnny Threw a wine bottle at a hotel wall 25 years ago, nowhere near her, and was never laid a hand on her. I don't know how that helps Amber.
Yeah, I don't know how it does either. And I'm not really sure why everyone's super mad about the cross, unless maybe they just wanted fireworks or something. I don't know, but it didn't seem like it was going to be a fireworky cross, even if Camille went up there.
Yeah,
There
no.
wasn't a ton to really say. Like, you did a bunch of coke with Johnny. You're saying the same stairs incident. All right.
Okay,
Bye.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to just kind of in and out, get her in and out, because I don't think there was anything to really nail her down on necessarily.
Not
They
really.
already have Travis's testimony. And I think they were just establishing that you did a bunch of drugs. Okay, you're super credible then, right?
Yeah, cool. Good to know. You stayed at
Yeah.
his places for free? All of it was free? Everything you did
All
was
of
for
it.
free?
You never
Okay,
paid for a dime. You went on all these free vacations. Yep. Okay. And you were coked up the whole time. Good to know. Next. Bring back Nurse Debbie and Sexy Beard, please. I do want to know why my camera's screwing up again. I'm going to stop the camera so that we don't have the delay, because that drives me crazy. I look like Max Headroom when my camera's not synced up with the sound, and I really don't want to have that image out there. Okay. Free food, drugs, and housing and trips. I know it's a nice life if you can squat on Johnny's property. It's a nice life. Ellen Barkin, yes, one of the commenters says Ellen Barkin is bitter. According to Johnny, she turned that way when he wouldn't date her after sleeping with her. So he had like a couple nights stand with her, and then she wanted to turn it into something else, according to Johnny. And when he wasn't interested, she turned on him and started bad-mouthing him all over town. That's his story. I don't know why you would call somebody who had a story about Johnny 25 years ago for this. It just, unless the story actually was, oh, he hit me, he beat me up. But that's not the story.
I think it's because it's the only person they have, and they're probably giving benefit of the doubt to Elaine and company. They are probably smart enough to recognize that the jury is gonna understand that all these people were living off of Johnny's money. So they're like, if we can get one person in the world to be like, Johnny's a meanie sometimes, then maybe they think that's good enough.
It's good enough. That's going to totally wipe out everything we heard about from the LAPD officers, 4 officers.
Yeah, they don't count. They're lying. Bought and paid for. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amber's whole defense strategy that they've done is just I don't get it. I don't think the jury's going to get it. I don't think this cross was bad. I don't think that anything's like been ruined by the depositions. They've been almost nothing, like just wet blankets of whatever.
All right, so I wanted to show you guys something that was really funny that happened in the courtroom yesterday. This is hilarious. I did not catch this live, probably because I was folding laundry. But watch this video when Elaine was having all that trouble, when she was like, I'm trying to come up with something. What if any? And the judge kept saying it's not a cure-all. And every time she tried, Camille was objection, hearsay. At one point, Camille said, objection, unintelligible. Remember that? Remember, we laughed hysterically. Well, this is what was going on in the gallery at this time. It was reported by people who were in there that several people had to walk out of the courtroom because they were laughing so hard. Let's watch this because you're going to laugh. Look at this poor man. Look at the girl behind him. Did you see the girl behind him? She's watching him.
Yeah.
Look at the girl behind him watching him, and she starts cracking up. Someone said this was one of Johnny's bodyguards, but I don't know. I don't recognize him. But apparently, whoever it is, he had to go walking out of the courtroom, because you're not allowed to do this in a courtroom. So when court's in session, the gallery is supposed to be, that's where the term peanut gallery comes from. No reactions in the gallery. You're not supposed to do that. So, but nobody could keep a straight face during this nonsense with Elaine. And a bunch of them had to run out in the hallway and just start laughing. That man who was covering his face, they said he was crying. tears running down his face. And look at him, his shoulders are shaking.
Oh man.
Everyone right now. This is everyone right now. Everyone is dying.
I love it.
Again, okay, so this was funny. Oh, I'll play this one too.
Do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Good try.
Try harder, Elaine. Try harder. Yeah. Oh man. You know how when you have one of those moments where people can't stop laughing and it starts spreading, it's contagious?
Yeah.
People in the courtroom said it started spreading like that. Like people could not contain themselves.
Well, that's why you have to get. That's why, you know, understandably, you have to leave the courtroom if you do start laughing that hard.
It's like being in church when that happens. Oh my God, that happened to me. Just a couple weeks ago, we were in mass and there was a visiting priest from Rome. And I was like, oh, this is going to be great. This dude's from Rome. He's going to be the real deal, you know? And it turned out that he spoke so slow. He spoke slower than Raquel Pennington. And it was the day that the gospel was the story of Lazarus, which is huge. It's like 2 pages long, so you have to stand through the whole thing. And I had read it 2 times through before he was finished with the first page. That's how long it took.
My.
Oh yeah, and like all the old people were starting to swoon, you know. And then as if that wasn't bad enough, because I was already trying not to crack a smile. Then when we were kneeling at the most, you know, reverent part of mass, he opens his mouth and does the singing part. And it came out like Kermit the Frog. And my daughter and I, she's 16, we both lost it at the same time. And our shoulders were shaking. We were trying to pretend like we were crying. And I said to her, get your stuff ready, because as soon as communion's over, we have to get out of here. We'll never make it. And we were in the second pew. Like we're going to get thrown out of here. And I've never left mass early in my life, but I had to leave and take my children with me because I couldn't stop. I had tears coming down my face. The people behind me, oh, they were giving me the stink eye. When I went up for communion, they were like, they knew what was happening. I wasn't the only one though. I turned around after we left and I saw a bunch of people coming out of mass at the same time. When it happens, it happens. You cannot stop it.
I've laughed at much worse. I'm afraid to even say, but just out of solidarity, I remember at one point, I can't remember what kind of an event it was, but there was a moment of silence for something. And I was like, I looked over at someone, and they looked at me as well, because it went on for like just a little too long, you know, where we were like, everyone like opened their eyes and kind of looked at each other.
Like, is it done yet?
Yeah. And I started cracking. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to stop. These are actual people that are not here anymore.
Ricci says, I've been known to laugh at the worst times. Work meetings, church, a funeral. It's terrible.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
nervous laughter is a real thing. And it happens. It's a very human thing, and it happens. And the worst part is when you catch it from somebody else, though, because like a yawn, uncontrollable laughter is catching. And if you're in a situation where you can't do it, where you're not allowed to laugh, it's really, really, it makes it worse. I actually confessed it to my priest afterwards, my regular priest. I told him, I said I had to leave. I'm so sorry. I was laughing in the middle of mass. And I couldn't
Because the priest
stop.
started singing the Rainbow Connection.
It's happening again. I couldn't stop. And I'm like kneeling at the bench and I'm putting my hands in like this and my shoulders.
You just turn to someone, it's so moving.
I'm so moved. Oh, he reminded me of the priest from The Princess Bride who's like,
Oh no.
marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Oh, it was so bad.
Oh, that's great.
It was so bad. But it was funny. My priest said, he was like, I think God will get over it.
Yeah.
He's like, a lot worse things have happened during Mass than besides laughing.
True. Bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, and then your cheeks hurt like that because you can't stop and they get like stuck.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh man. Oh, it does feel good, Jennifer. You're absolutely right. It feels really good when you get one of those belly laughs that goes on for a while because you get all those endorphins, much like cocaine. It kind of just hits you but it's a natural rush that won't give you coke jaw. So stick with laughter, folks. It's the best medicine. It will give you a nice high as well, and you won't be investigated or ever. And it does give you the snorts as well. There's a lot of snorting with laughter as well, but you don't need a tampon applicator to enjoy it. So that's one
No.
thing.
Never caught him mid snort.
Mid-snort. No, I can't say I ever did catch him mid snort.
All right. Cool.
We were not the only ones yesterday saying that table with the Coke out doesn't look right. Like, what cokehead do you know lays out lines and then walks away? Without,
Yeah.
we were not the only ones. Like other people who have had, experience with being at a party and seeing, Coke or whatever, were like, yeah, this is not how this works. Maybe only in the movies when
Yeah,
they're
it's
setting up a
usually
scene.
usually something that you're like about to do, like right away.
You're not leaving the lines on the table so that a wind could come through the window and knock it all, blow it away, or
Yeah.
someone can knock into the table and destroy your lines. That's silly. It's silly.
I think they're just banking on these people in Virginia being sober Sallies, and they never did any. They have no experience with drug use or anything, so they can just say whatever they want.
There's no chance though that that's true.
There's not a chance that's true, but that's all I can imagine that they're thinking.
God. I'm looking at the chat right now, seeing what everybody's saying. Everyone's telling laughing stories. It's fun. Oh, ALR says, for me, it's people tripping and or falling. I can't control it.
It's so true.
And it is a weird thing. Like, why do we laugh when people fall down?
I love those like Ring Video doorbells videos of people like falling down their stairs, or if someone's like fast food bag breaks. I'm just like, I'd be so mad if it was me, but it's so funny that it's you.
Oh, laughing is so good. That's why that show, America's Funniest Home Videos, is so great. And so is that other show. The one, my kids love that one where they do that obstacle course where things are always knocking them down.
Oh, like Wipeout?
Wipeout.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know why it's so funny when people fall and like wipe out, but it is. It's hilarious. Kids love it. Adults love it. It's
Amazing.
good to laugh. There's
Have
an
you-
entire yoga practice of laughing, just laughing.
I do know that. There's some interesting videos of that also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is weird to watch everyone laugh in a room and you're like, what's happening? But yeah, laughter's good. It's good.
Alexandra says, I laugh hysterically every time my hubby stubs his toe. I'm sure he appreciates that.
How rude. I hate stubbing my toe. It's the worst.
Oh, it's the worst. I swear that pinky toe only exists just to get caught on the corners of things.
I agree. Don't
Which
like it.
Bad.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are, Night Court Judge. We are ready for it.
Well, if you've never seen the show Holy Moly, it's mini golf and Wipeout mixed together, and it's
What?
incredible.
What? That sounds incredible.
It's called Holy Moly. It's just like these giant, elaborate mini golf courses with Wipeout
Oh.
things in the middle of them.
Have you seen The Floor is Lava? Because
I have seen The
we
Floor is
love that
Lava.
also.
Everyone's just stumbling around.
I'm back to being Max Headroom again, stopping the camera. I bet there are some people in the chat who have no idea what I'm talking about. There are Zoomers or
Yeah.
millennials who are like, who? But you know
Yeah.
what? I'm not going to tell you. It's the in joke. It's for
Yeah,
the
figure
Gen
it out.
Xers. Figure it out yourself.
Figure it out.
Exactly. Awkward silence.
She looks at the jury and apologizes with her eyes.
Yeah, trying to send as much empathy to the jury as possible.
Our next witness, Your
I'm
Honor, is
so
Elizabeth
sorry.
Mars.
Mars, M-A-R-S?
Elizabeth Mars.
M-A-R-Z.
M-A-R-Z, thank you.
Cool.
Allison knows who Max Headroom is.
Please state your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007,
Who is this?
2008 through 2015,
Elizabeth Mars.
16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
I don't remember.
More than 4 times?
No.
In
This looks like it was shot in
2015,
1993.
do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your
She looks like a
previous
Tim
testimony,
Burton
I'll represent
character.
to you,
What is
Ms.
with
Mars,
the high
you testified
cheekbones?
that at least in July of
Filler.
2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly.
They all go to the same
Agree with
doctor.
me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you
Mouth movements.
somebody you've known
More mouth
since
movements.
Texas when you were young girls. You would remember if Miss Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her. You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks.
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes.
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
To assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the 2 men behind him, following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his 2, what we'll assume are his bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over.
I want to see her face during
And
this.
as he opened the door,
Thank you,
He just
cameraman.
what I remember, what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry. And yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5 and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here," correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me. And I was scared, and it felt combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was.
But they didn't tell me any other ones, so combative, I guess.
Yeah, it was scary. My heart was
I'll take the
beating
ones
really
that you're
fast,
giving
very
me.
quickly, and I was freaked out.
Yeah, I think Johnny reached the end of his generosity that night.
Messages with Miss Pennington, you
And
came
it was,
out
get all
of
these people out of my
hiding spot,
house.
Yeah, I'm done.
and
I'm
then
actually spending a
went
lot of money, I
to
think. Can we
Miss
stop?
Pennington and Mr. Drew's.
Yeah.
Correct?
I just lost
So
600
who was in
million,
Penthouse
and
1?
I want you all out of my
You
house.
got out of the hiding spot and came to Penthouse 1.
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people
Amber's
that were at some point
endless
in there
cuddle
during that
puddle.
time.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In Penthouse 1.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in Penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay. What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know.
I wanna see her face.
Yeah, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay, so let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay, so visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into Penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to
I
Penthouse 1.
remember, yeah, I remember there was police officers in the hallway. Mm-hmm.
Was Miss Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
These are Johnny's
So you were in
lawyers,
Penthouse
by the
1 when
way,
the police came.
talking right now. Johnny's
How do
lawyers.
you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I
Who said
remember. I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of whatever happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in Penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay, it was after the police officers left that you went to Penthouse 3, correct, where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay, and you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Didn't Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what, swollen and red?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside Penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered Penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Do you recall who told you that Penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into Penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing broken in Penthouse 5. I'm sorry, Penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. I don't remember seeing.
Okay, so you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness firsthand?
I didn't witness firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect, that Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swinging a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure.
If you're squatting in somebody's house and they tell you to get the fuck out, yeah, get out. It's not a crime to tell squatters to get out of your house.
You recall the
He
marks
told me to leave and I left. Can you believe it?
2016?
Lock him up.
Do you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Miss Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today
She's
that
telling the truth. She doesn't feel
Miss
indebted to
Heard
anybody
often,
for anything.
in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup.
She
Is
has
that
no
correct?
soul either, I don't think.
Is it possible in some of those times that she
None
was
that you
wearing
can
the
see.
type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation.
Correct.
Talking about the loud noises, what did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, Doors slamming,
At the freeloaders.
commotion.
Screaming, yelling.
The screaming and
At the
yelling
freeloaders.
was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
Get out of my house. Finally.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and
the day the free ride ended.
Holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine.
And everyone got upset.
Flailing it around.
Oh,
looked
magnum-sized bottle of wine.
intoxicated,
Look at that.
kind of stumbling and screamed, "Get your bitch out of here," as he ran in my direction. And
the day the freeloading died.
It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had
Rhonda thinks
a man ever charged
that
at
she's a
you
shapeshifter.
holding a magnum bottle of wine?
This is
screaming
interesting.
obscenities?
I like this conspiracy
And
theory.
what was your reaction to this event when it
Yeah,
happened?
she reminds me of like a vampire.
She does look like something Van Helsing would be working on getting rid of.
Yeah, like you turn away from her for 1 second, you turn back, and she's a monster.
Yeah.
And then she tells you you're
Screaming
crazy.
And the door slamming and the wine waving. Do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
A Death Eater. Yes,
Yeah.
Allison. She looks like a Death Eater. That's right.
Just erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were 2 men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No,
What about Ms. Pennington?
no.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the
Darted.
stairs and
I darted.
hid somewhere over by there.
Like a
Why
shape-shifting
did you hide?
vampire. I darted.
I was scared.
Sorry, say again. Why did you hide?
I
Because
flew.
was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I
I
didn't
just
know what
snorted.
he would do.
Oh,
Skinwalker.
And the heather.
Johnny,
I'd be scared of this one.
What were you thinking when you were hiding
Oh, that's
in
funny.
the communal exercise area?
Wife of Death.
I don't remember. Just that.
And when
I
you
was-
woke up, were you
I mean, I
upside
should've
down?
been
Or
scared.
Rhonda says she's
Not
truly
wanting to leave
shape-shifting.
that
Watching the
area
head
until,
move
like,
while
I
she's speaking.
was clear
It's
that there was-
twitching subtly.
that I wasn't going to be attacked.
Are her eyeballs
And at some
changing
point, did you
too?
leave the area?
Yes.
Is she getting slits
And
for
what
eyes?
prompted
Is she
you to leave the
reptilian?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards?
Angie, don't
Penthouses
look into
again?
her eyes.
I think that I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
I'll get
And when
you,
say, "Is he
Spider-Man.
gone?" Who's he referring to there?
Johnny.
Never run up the stairs.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
Drink your LaCroix.
When you saw Miss Heard after you came back down from your
That's
hiding
actually
spot
blood.
and you're in Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face. Looked like she had been crying. And
this feels like that day at Mass again.
Do you think the swollen face was a result
having
of
a hard time.
No.
Mega pints of blood.
It looked like she'd been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
Were the marks that you saw in Miss Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
From your cave.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed
hiding
some,
blended into
I
the
believe it was
wall
Miss
because you were
Pennington's-
invisible.
Miss Pennington or Mr. Drew take some photos of Miss Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now it's the whole face that's
I'd
swollen.
Like to mark what will be Mars
Like she ate some
Exhibit
blowfish.
13. Miss Mars, as the court reporter hands you
She looks like Will Smith
Exhibit 13
in
I'll
that
represent
movie.
to you that these are some
Drinking
photos taken on
Benadryl.
the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set,
was hiding
you
in the weed
recognize the person in the
closet.
photograph? Yes. Who is it? Amber. And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Oh God.
Yes. And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Miss Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Miss Pennington make beads.
Correct.
Helping Miss
There are other
Pennington make
photos in this
beads.
set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know?
Where are they broken?
picture
What are they
is of?
talking about?
Yeah, and this is
don't
Amber
know.
and Johnny's bed.
Like Josh said, they were like they were
And
pulled
there's
off of the wall and
there's
stacked on the
photographs
bed.
on it.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've
problem
seen
is he
Amber
should
and
have
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yes.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water
Mr. Depp's
And a
and Miss
cross,
Heard's
a
bedroom
crucifix
with
one.
No.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no, you
compel you.
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the
He
picture
realized
of
his
Miss
house
Heard.
was infested with
Just after
succubuses,
that,
and
there's a
he
photo here with me of what appears to be a
He
hallway.
needed an
Are you with me?
exorcism.
Yes.
Do you
Not,
recognize what this is an image of?
not
That's
a
the-
wine
that's-
bottle. That was his first
It's the
mistake.
hallway between
that's just all the blood they
penthouse
spit up
apartments.
after they left the
We've
apartment.
been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort
Remember,
of red
folks, we
staining
saw the
on
body
right
cam
hand
footage. There
corner
was
of the
no
page?
wine on. We didn't see those stains. Those are big
Do
stains.
you recall
I didn't see
seeing
the
that
stains.
red staining the
I
night of
know
May
the camera was
21,
kind of hard to look at, but
Yes.
I didn't see
And
him.
what
You would.
was it?
I think you would have saw him.
It was wine.
So you saw
I
that
would've
staining
saw
on the night of May 21, 2016.
Yes.
Suck you,
recall whether it was
loaders.
there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it now.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came
Johnny burst in
downstairs.
speaking in tongues, and I had an urge to run away from him.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled.
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when he was flailing the wine.
I'm crying.
And the he there is
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on the wall. Do you
Speaking
see that?
Latin.
Yes, Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again,
I hissed, and then I
I
ran
don't
up.
remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
Exposed.
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
I can't even read this comment out
Also-
loud.
Distraught, upset.
You've been friends with Miss Pennington for many years.
Is that
at
on
that
the
point, correct?
ceiling?
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Mm, not similarly, but seems sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction? that she
No
had
wonder
that
so many people could stay. They just all slept in coffins next to each other.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse?
Oh, God.
What, if anything, do you remember about Mr.
Oh,
Drew's
God.
state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy.
Oh,
Just
a grounding
trying
energy?
to
What?
be supportive
She's
to
now she's
Amber
doing
and to
witchcraft.
Kyle and
No,
just
I'm just
really
kidding.
trying to be like
A
the
grounding
man in the
energy.
situation that was gonna like really
Oh,
be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of
a coven.
Yeah. Our coven, I mean, our cuddle
like,
puddle was
fear.
very,
I remember
very
like feeling safe
scared.
with him. Like he was, it was like protection.
They cast a
Testified
circle with
earlier
a
today
coven.
That, quote, there are some things that I really
Why
remember.
did he
some
ruin
things
our
that I
pentagram?
I just want to say that we were kidding
Which bucket
until
did
she
the
just
marks that you saw
admitted
on Miss Heard's face?
that they
Thinking of
cast a
26
protective
fall
circle with a
The things
coven
that
of
were
women.
a little shady? or
No
the things
wonder
that
he
you don't
said
remember?
drown her before you
No,
burn
I
her.
remember.
Oh my God.
All
You-
right. Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
Your
he
Honor,
wanted to
Melanie
drown her.
Iglesias,
Your
and that
next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then,
Okay.
then I come back.
Oh,
All right. And can you spell it last name just for the
It's
order?
INGLESSIS.
God.
Thank you.
Oh God, no, that was her growling, not him.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melanie Iglesias.
And Ms.
Oh my God, I was
Iglesias,
joking.
it's me first.
I'm a makeup artist.
What? Who is
And
this?
you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct?
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
April 2015.
And what was the occasion?
Tribeca Film Festival in New York.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Different energy, non-witchy
exhibit
energy
number
coming from this
7.
one.
Do you recognize?
I'm not
what's
getting any
depicted
Van
in this
Helsing vibes.
No, you can
photograph?
tell there's sun in the room. So
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
And lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident. But it says if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
And just so I'm clear, you
These
recall damage
commenters
to
are
the
killing
bed?
me.
Is that correct?
yeah, Vampire Spike Johnny was just trying to
Answer.
get ready.
In 2015, did you return
Johnny had to get a
Amber
wooden
Heard's
spike.
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
How many people were there? Jesus.
It was an entire coven, a coven
It was
puddle,
the
if you
James
will.
Corden show. She had
Thank
my
you,
parents,
chat,
so
for
I
the
went
coven
back
puddle.
to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you
She has a
observed
name,
about
Vanessa.
Amber
I just don't know what it
Heard's
is.
face and
It's something aglacis, I think.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly. So she had a discoloration here under both eyes and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us and I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better
None
word?
of us know what we're looking at there.
Bruising from it
Ms.
being
Iglesias,
ripped
I'm
out?
going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was our leader.
Okay. And
The head witch.
were these, you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16,
Satan has entered the courtroom.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those.
Elaine is
exhibit
manifesting a
17.
demon.
And
He's got Amber Heard too many times in a row.
It came through that last deposition right into Elaine.
Is it Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James
We're going to need
Corden
an
show
exorcism
on
in the
December
courtroom.
16, 2015?
Yes. We covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer. One that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes. And although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night, but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize
Jasmine,
Amber
good
Heard in that
point.
picture?
The pictures we saw looked pink or red,
Yes.
not blue.
Okay. And
Why did she say
was-
blue? I never saw a
Is
blue
this
mark
the
on her.
picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015, on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
There, Satan just
That she has
again, the
ability
demon.
to, turn it on. That she, the ability to
Literal
do
demons
her job
manifesting
and
in the
perform
courtroom.
as she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show, and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic. I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall?
Yes, Jenna, I'm
someone
going to go
named
find that
Nick
statement
Millen
now.
having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16th?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or a show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's a penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at a penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together, and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection,
Yes.
Dagan.
Can you please describe?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clé de Peau. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she used all the time And she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily, yes. Well, I mean, daily, yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, you know, it's 5 years ago, I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, you know, from, I mean, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce, to anger, to being really upset, to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, now, no, but
Objection
reminded me
leading.
at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call, about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, you know, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
But is there a specific reason?
Another ex-friend.
Other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as a client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes. The entirety of your interactions. How many were there? Approximately.
5, maybe less than 10. Maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Ms. Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Ms. Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Ms. Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
The only source of information that you have is Ms. Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Ms. Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Ms. Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, other than the 3 that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it's always was a problem, a problematic. It was very consuming for me. It was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship, and hence that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr. Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of their fight, if I can say so. I think, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of December, before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting it to the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Ms. Heard only, correct?
Well, Ms. Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Retro Pennington, Io, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there.
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No.
That's why it was awkward.
This was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
I kind of believe that about Marilyn Manson, though.
Disagreement, maybe.
He's an odd bird.
He's an odd guy, but that's like
What do you mean by that?
the whole night was
I mean,
awkward
there was,
because Marilyn Manson was there.
Such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things.
Well, was he wearing the white contacts? Because that would make it really awkward.
I hope so.
It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and
He was just trying to infiltrate the coven so he could destroy it from inside.
And everybody was at the table, so there was
Marilyn Manson,
And
Vampire
you're pretty
Slayer.
sure they had a fight because Ms. Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incidents. And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the fun incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come.
No, it does not.
A day before one of the two biggest fights and I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day, but it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Miss Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
But you do remember Miss Heard being there and Miss Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of Miss Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Miss Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Miss Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Miss Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And her injuries. I liked the pause.
Take up the time of showing you all the photographs Miss Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Miss Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always liked to wash her face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face and start clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Miss Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean in front of me in her bathroom, but we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Miss Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you have you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about
Uh-oh.
before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
I don't know what would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen.
No, you can't.
It was
No, I can't.
either a gash
That's my
or
eyes. I keep forgetting.
a scab. No, not a scab, but
A scab. Yes, it was a scab.
kind of cut.
It wasn't a cut. It was a scab. She was right the first time.
Amber is praying for help.
Do you recall Miss
So
Heard
she's like, oh
ever
no, I said it
having
was
a
bleeding and it was hard for us to
cold
put
sore on her
lipstick
lips?
on.
Yeah, she said actively bleeding. And I remember talking about that because I've had actively bleeding
was
lips many
slight
times and you
discoloration
cannot cover it up.
under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling.
She just said there wasn't any swelling. She said it wasn't
Very little,
swollen.
but it was mainly discoloration at two. I recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling. No.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how headbutted she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready. No.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Miss Heard only?
From December 16th, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th. I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, with models or real life, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
So people
How
get
about
bruised
swelling?
for different
Same
reasons?
question.
Interesting.
I mean, it's
Models,
really
you say?
harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, try to
Really hard to cover swelling.
Covering it up would be not really harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th. Do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
But you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why, because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear to Pull, and it's a specific shade, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey, from the same family, and I use that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, I know you read it before, we had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. She has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or red lip, and I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there, and the red lips was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, it's not going to mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in a video on the James Corden show. So her lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash, cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Ms. Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Ms. Heard was describing for you?
Yeah, yes. We talked a bit about it, yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. But we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adia was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adia showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it, correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Deck 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah.
Here comes the gaslighting.
I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell.
Yeah,
where the bruises
I
are,
watched
and I
that
can tell where the swollen lip is correct.
so many times. I didn't see anything.
So, Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is, taking, this is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way, but yes.
You just said it was an accurate picture.
Pictures that you can see. But you give me the mouth, I will show you. But there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you.
This will be over at 5:30. They go to 5:30 today.
It's swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing, for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct. It's here. Nothing. But as I said, there's better pictures. She's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
it might be the same photograph.
Yeah, she's still sideways.
Ms. Iglesias, is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just on the eyes, on the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there. And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not. No, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
Is there like music coming from outside the courtroom?
Did you notice any injuries?
Do you hear something in the background?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms.
Let's
Heard
listen closer.
discussing
Hold
any
on, let me see.
abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was a fight, there was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on
I don't
Ms.
think I hear
Heard
anything.
after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone. And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone. So if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone. And That's why I remember. That's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, "I need my phone." And
I
then
thought
had
Johnny
to drive
broke
to
every
Penthouse
phone
and
she
give
had.
her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce.
I'm so
and that day,
confused.
the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of the marriage.
I think you testified earlier that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we have
Who's
another
next?
video.
Okay, if you could approach for a
Great.
moment, let me just.
Another
Certainly.
video?
Yes, please approach. Please approach. Oh,
Oh, Lord in heaven.
okay, I don't care about the makeup artist. Sure. Okay, sure. Great.
I really want to get back to the Witch's Coven. That was really fun.
That's great.
That was the best moment of today. What is that echo? Is it because I set my phone up, but I turned the volume down? Are you hearing an echo, or is it just me?
I'm hearing a slight one, yeah.
Damn it. Hold on,
How
let me
dare
try.
you.
Let me. Is the echo gone?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. All right, good. We'll just keep this going then. Okay. So yeah, I wish we were still talking about the Coven because that was hilarious. The Van Helsing and my God, now I know why Johnny was talking about burning and drowning witches. It's so clear. It's so clear now. The text messages make total sense. These women were not just acting like witches. They were literally practicing witchcraft in his house, casting circles with a coven of women. You heard that, right? I didn't make that up.
No, that's what they were doing. They're doing a little witchcraft. Probably a
So now
pentagram on the
it's-
ground.
Yeah, drippy candles,
Mm-hmm.
speaking Latin, doing all sorts of things that that he was probably just super frustrated with. You know what's weird about this is that the other day I watched an Amber Heard movie that I told you about, the She Smells or whatever that one was called.
Uh-huh.
And there is a scene in that movie where they do that exact thing, where they do like a seance, and Amber Heard is in on it with all these women, and it's her and the one who plays the drugged out, coked up singer, and a bunch of other women before a show to support one another. So what's interesting about that is, like, who wrote that movie, and did Amber Heard and her coven friends, were they like, hey, you know what would be great? Let's cast one of our witchy circles for this stupid B
We're
movie.
going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
Sexton.
That'll be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Think.
Thank God.
Is there ever going to be a live witness again?
She's not in the coven. She's not hot enough.
Yeah.
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland.
Or she got stuck
Australia.
mid-transformation.
Mid-transformation.
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Why's the audio so bad?
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes.
They're using a potato.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts.
Repeat.
She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay,
Nice edit, guys.
She took acting classes for Aquaman. I find that hard to believe.
Me too.
As an acting coach with Amber Heard with the Playboy Club.
Yes.
And listed there 2011.
Yes.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
I'm getting ice cream.
Do you think it's also fair to say
Good
that
for you.
more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
I would have got a mega pint already, but I have to drive.
Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When's the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at Sexton 1, refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
Imagine how bad Aquaman would have been if she
At her
didn't have an
house
acting
on
coach.
Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the
Anything
early
interesting
period-
happened? Let me guess. No.
Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the Penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
Did you live there too?
Over that period of time, did you observe in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on.
Like he was cursed or hexed.
Or he was discovering
like
a coven in his
figuratively
house.
and literally. He would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed. Like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy. It was always a little. I don't know what the art form would be. Dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then like I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Heard's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Heard should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that. I heard a few times from him over the
Like Magic Mike XXL, that piece of shit movie.
Hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, excuse me. Did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Heard was being offered? To focus you in. Ms. Heard, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting. Initially, when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
That's what negative would be, if you have a negative outlook on it. Yeah.
Ms. Heard auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a, withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise. So, which a lot of us do.
She has difficulty
so,
crying for acting.
Yeah, we would have to work when we were doing
Interesting.
acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end.
I think we all
A
saw
lot of
that.
crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the acting, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely...
Clearly she's not a method actor.
Self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
This poor woman was doubling as Amber's therapist.
Sounds like everybody was.
Her crying so often. What was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without
any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things.
Oh my God, what a monster. He wanted her to go out with security.
Just on her own.
You described earlier in your
How
testimony, Ms.
evil.
Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she
Must be nice.
Would drop weight and look skeletal. At certain
Skeletal?
points in
You mean
time.
skeletal?
I remember right before their wedding,
Skeletal?
she had lost
Paging
a
Dr.
significant
Skeletal?
amount of weight, to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
Gaunt girl.
And in that last
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
with Mr. Depp, do you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December. I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents. But for now, Ms. Sexton, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, sorry, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that looked like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
The acting coach went to Hicksville?
In your own words, can you tell me about that trip?
Everybody
and what
did.
happened chronologically?
And I bet she didn't pay for it.
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks as we were having a lovely time. Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before. So I was the only one stone cold sober. Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer, and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming, and a commotion. We didn't come out of our trailer, and then the quieting down, and everyone being like, "Oh, it's okay." The bodyguards, I heard them running over there. And then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber. And I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall.
Isn't it interesting how all this damage and stuff occurred? I'm sure it did. Everybody saw it. But Johnny, how do we know Johnny did it?
That next day,
Amber's the one that throws stuff.
I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Amber was really shaken
How
up.
did he look that next day?
Wow, sounds serious.
When you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was trying, he was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're going to get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet. And he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again. And then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then
covering
he
up
went
for
off
her.
to go have that conversation with them.
Covering for her, right?
What was Mr.
Like
Depp saying that next day when he
protecting.
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
I think you said, testified in the survey, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster that day?
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So I didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident, and that is the day of April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you, was Amber Heard's 70th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
Good. Ooh, phew.
And again, you say you
One
attended
less
the party
person
at the
Amber has to
time,
cut out of her life.
The party you attended, who was there?
You
party
go to
was
my birthday
happening in one
party
of
or
the
we're not friends
penthouses,
anymore.
The one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, "Just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start." So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down. And
I will say she's the most credible
severely
witness
inebriated
Amber
when he
has,
came
though.
down.
If it's true that she's not a drug user,
And they
not a
Doesn't seem like
drinker,
one.
No, she doesn't. I believe her that
I
she
don't
didn't do
remember his
those
last name. It
things.
starts with an M. Escorted him.
So
and
I'd
helped
say
him
she's
sit
so
at
far
the
the most
table.
credible witness that Amber
Yeah.
has.
And we
And
went
all
to
she
the
can really
table and
testify
we
to is
shared
that they
dinner.
had some arguments and Johnny Depp
Johnny and I was
maybe
sitting
destroyed
two
a
seats away
trailer,
from Johnny.
which
Johnny and
whatever.
Amber clearly
Doesn't
were very
prove that
tense and had been
it's not.
honest
It's like
with each
we're
other
getting
for a
stuck in the
very
weeds. We're
tense
getting
period.
gaslit again.
He would try to
Yeah.
touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change
Withdrawing
the
her
tone of the party
love
because it
from
had
him,
really
being cold,
become very somber at that point. And she
creating
asked
that
him
desperation.
a favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop and he kept telling the story.
LOL.
It got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
You said you saw her later with a healing bruise. Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek. I think it was right. Yeah.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals a different way, right? I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over to it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August to have wine, have a glass of wine and catch up because, like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we had physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
When you say only to talk to the attorneys about it, what specifically did Ms. Heard tell you?
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me and I felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these two times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first time that Mr. Depp had allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then, yeah.
Was it the first meeting that you had with Ms. Heard in August this year that she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything, and yeah, that's when it came out.
And just to confirm, Ms. Sexton, Ms. Heard told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it. Before your deposition, your first deposition in this case in August of 2019?
Yes. It was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
But it was before you were formally deposed in this case on, I believe it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
And just to confirm and make the record really clear, this was the first time Ms. Heard had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault, the penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Heard told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. They didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Heard, can you tell me how many times you spent maybe a significant amount of time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's
Oh,
personality
now it's
when
half.
he was
Okay.
or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house, and he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation, and we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him, and it's like, all right, boss, let's take this to another place, because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was it all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her.
Angie
And
Murphy. I started drinking after she came into my life too.
But I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweetser, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard like came in and scooped him up.
This is the incident. You don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
Freeloading
But it
Yahoos.
appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Right?
She was shaking and upset.
Yeah, she was getting kicked out of her
It felt
penthouse.
like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. If I had, I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her, correct?
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
Especially when they all came from the fires of hell.
With the bottle he had broken.
And we're doing casting circles
Doing casting
in your
circles.
house.
And spreading their bat wings and knocking everything over.
And sleeping in coffins next to each other.
From the broken bottle. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, she didn't say that he. She didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it.
Oh.
What it seemed to me is that he
What?
had
She
broken
wasn't
the
there.
bottle against
Hearsay.
something, and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
So is that like the 4th different story about the fingernail?
I think so. Yeah, she said it was the phone.
Yeah, and also
his
said he did it like on
ability to
purpose
travel
at one
insurance
point.
theft.
And now
I
it's the
remember a
bottle that
specific
cut it.
time when Amber still lived at Orange, and
Amber said
was
he did it
out
with the
her
phone.
girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party, so it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars, and he was talking about that it was. I said something about. He said he had to get up early to do a test, and I was like, "Oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that?" And he's like, "It's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do." I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test, and he was like, "Oh, you can fake a piss test. You can do this." And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to fake a drug test.
Oh, thank God that's over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the day today, so have a good
End of our
evening, and we'll
lives.
see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Have a good evening.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
See you in class
You know,
tomorrow.
when this judge goes home at night, do you think that she pours herself, like goes into her, wood study and pours herself a giant glass of whiskey from the decanter on the table and just sits in the dark, like
Look at all the coffee she
moaning?
brought today. I'm gonna need it.
Oh, wait, she's talking about witnesses tomorrow.
Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link?
Deposition, designations, and life.
Depositions and live witnesses. Okay, all right, that sounds good. All right, everybody does their
Deposition
homework, right?
and live
Okay,
witnesses.
Thank you. All
Okay.
right, we'll see you
My
in the morning.
witness is plural. Thank God.
Oh God. Okay, so the defense has not rested yet. The defense has more witnesses coming. Oh my God, it's time for a mega pint. I wish I could, but I have a baseball game I gotta go to. So Little League. So I will not be partaking right now because I have to drive. All right, let's get to it, shall we? Let's get to it. That last witness, who was the acting coach, Amber's acting coach, who appears to have become a friend, who traveled with them for free, again, went to the trailer park. I think she was probably the most credible witness Amber had. Although I do have questions about why Amber would talk to her about this alleged bottle incident instead of her nurse.
Yeah, I'm gonna say credible and biased, which I think is fine because she was obviously much closer to Amber, and would probably believe what Amber
Yeah, and
said.
also
so it's fine.
her friend was telling her these things were happening, and she believed her because when you have a friend,
Yeah.
This
you
lady
believe
is an
her.
acting coach.
And she testified that
she
Amber had
doesn't-
trouble crying on command, which is hilarious.
Listen, she does a bad job coaching people how to act then, because Amber has done a terrible job on the stand.
Well, she even admitted that Amber was no good at crying on command.
Well, we
And
can all see that.
she said she's not a method actor.
Yeah, she's not really an artist about it, let me tell
We
you.
can all see that she has trouble crying on command, and I would say she has trouble convincing anyone of anything that she's saying.
Yeah.
Well, an acting coach can only go so far. So I can't really put all the blame on her. You can't teach a frog to act, you know what I mean? So it's like, if you're just bad at it.
I'd be worried if I were that acting coach that I'd be about to lose some
clients. Yeah, me too. You're cutting in and out, Steph. I think you're losing your signal. I hate it when she calls in when she's driving because the signal never stays, and yet every day I have to listen to this from the car.
that she's supposedly
She's still talking. She has no idea that we can't hear her.
go to work. I can't.
See? I can't hear you. You keep going in and out. Oh, I'm muting you. I'm taking you out of the stream. Fix your signal and then come back. Dang it. We can't listen to that mechanical noises. I can't do it. Fix your signal. Oh gosh. Well,
Man,
okay,
that
so
deposition made me I thought it was tired when Rocky was talking. Jesus.
I know. All right, let's go over some of the things though that she said that were obvious differences from Amber's testimony, because there were a
Yes.
couple. So for one, number one, she has a different story about how Johnny lost his finger that she obviously heard from Amber.
Right, which that's really weird because she claims that Amber told her he did something with a bottle that ended up cutting his
That he
finger.
broke the bottle.
Right.
But
Which is closer
Amber
to
told
Johnny's
the
story.
court, yes, but Amber told the court that he did it using a phone an invisible phone that never appeared on any cameras. Maybe it was a vampire phone that doesn't, can't see its own reflection or something.
Right.
Maybe there was a curse on the phone.
You just said that. She was in the mirror when she took a picture of the writings. You just couldn't see.
Oh my god! Oh my god, we've cracked it. She was in the mirror. We just
No
couldn't
wonder she's
hear.
not in any of the
Vampires don't reflect. Johnny, I suggest that you invest in a lot of garlic and holy water and wooden stakes. That bed, now we know why he pried the piece of wood off the bed so that he had a stake to stick through the hearts of one of those hags in his house.
That's why whenever Rocky came in, the whole place was full of smoke because he'd been burning sage all day.
Cleansing. You know what? One of the testimony that I did believe that she was saying that this acting coach is that that he changed over time. The atmosphere became dark. He was even sitting in a dark room and like his energy was dark. It's like, yeah, he was under a curse. These witches were casting circles in his house.
All the shades kept getting drawn. Yeah, because the sun was coming out.
I want to see if somebody put that clip on YouTube yet, so we can watch that again. What was that woman's name? What was her name?
There's the Mars lady.
Mars. What was her first name?
Elizabeth? That can't be right.
No, I'll just say Mars testimony casting circle. Someone else besides us had to latch on to that. Someone. Please God. What was her first name?
If anyone in the chat has ever seen a VHS, the first horror short of that movie has a vampire girl that's like, I like you. That's what that girl reminded me of. So creepy.
She was really creepy. And it wasn't just us. Everyone was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Shapeshifter. What were some of the words? Shapeshifter, dark energy. There were so many different words.
Lizard person.
Everyone says her name is Elizabeth Mars. All right, well, the clips haven't gone up yet, at least not on YouTube. I'm not seeing any of them. Let me check again.
Yeah, Amber said that he cut his finger with the phone that disappeared in front of her eyes.
Yeah,
He smashed it to smithereens.
Okay, so the only witness I think she had that were semi-credible were the makeup artist and this last acting coach. The makeup artist testimony, so there was some confusion there. There was another stylist who worked with Amber and the James Corden show. She did not do Amber's makeup that night. It was the one that we heard from who did Amber's makeup. But the other one, her name is Mick something. I don't remember her name off the top of my head. I can't remember all these people's names. I can barely remember my own children's names, so back off.
Something in Glessus, I believe.
That's the one who testified. But there was another stylist who was there, and she put out a statement. Let me see if I can find it. Samantha McMillan. She had submitted a statement in court that she was there that day, and I'm going to read to you from part of it, okay? On December 16th, 2015, I spent much of the afternoon and early evening with Miss Heard, preparing her to appear on the James Corden show. I saw her throughout the day of December 16th, 2015, in good light, at close range, wearing no makeup. Throughout the day, December 16th, 2015, I could see clearly that Ms. Heard did not have any visible marks, bruises, cuts, or injuries to her face or any other part of her body. She appeared as a guest on the James Corden show that day. After the show, Miss Heard said to me, "Can you believe I just did that show with 2 black eyes?" Miss Heard did not have any black eyes and had been visibly uninjured throughout the day and at that moment. I later learned that Miss Heard had accused Mr. Depp in court filings and the media of violently abusing her the previous night on December 15th, 2015. As I was leaving Miss Heard's company on December 16th, 2015, I overheard Miss Heard say to her friend Raquel Pennington, who came to the show with her, "Make sure to get those pictures onto my computer," although I didn't know what photos she was referring. 5 months later, on May 24th, 2016, I interacted closely with Miss Heard in Mr. Depp's house in West Hollywood. I went to the house in the afternoon. I encountered Miss Heard. Miss Heard was not wearing makeup. There were no visible marks, bruises, cuts, or injuries to her face or any other part of her body. I saw her during the daylight in Mr. Depp's house. She gave me a hug, crying. After hugging me, she began to have an intense conversation in Spanish with Mr. Depp's housekeeper, Hilda Vargas. 3 days after my encounter with Miss Heard on May 27th, 2016, I saw in the media that Miss Heard had gone to court with prominent injuries visible on her face. I knew that she did not have those marks on her face on May 24th, 2016, when I was with her. And I know from news reports that she claimed those injuries had occurred when Mr. Depp was supposedly violently abused her on May 21st, 2016. I was also aware that Mr. Depp left Los Angeles. What's happening? Hold on. Oh, shoot. I've got to turn off. I have something in my ear because I had the court stream still up and it was beeping. Never mind. Sorry. I know you can't hear that, but I could. I was also aware that Mr. Depp left Los Angeles on May 22nd. I therefore knew that Mr. Depp could not have caused those marks that Ms. Heard appeared with in court on May 27th, 2016. That's quite a statement.
That is quite a statement. And yeah, it's common for people to have like a makeup stylist and a hairstylist, so that makes sense. And it makes sense that they would even have their own on the show in general for everyone who doesn't bring their own stylist with them, because most people wouldn't, unless they're kind of a higher tier actor, have a lot more money and stuff like that. So that makes sense. And it's another case of 2 completely different testimonies.
Stories. Yeah.
And the
And I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what to think about, like, well, what does Iglesias have to gain by making stuff up?
Not much. She's not employed by her anymore. She's not her friend anymore.
Yeah.
She's a makeup artist. She's just doing her job, being a makeup artist. And
I found her to be pretty credible. I didn't find her there was nothing that really.
Yeah, I even believe her to the point where she's like, I would know her face better than most people. She would. She would know her face better than most people. And if she did have some bruising, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, but Johnny's story is that their heads did collide. So she would have had some bruising on her nose.
Right.
So that it could be that, so she could be telling the truth and not be saying what Amber's team wants her to be saying, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it could be true but then if there was bruising on her face, the pictures we saw it was nebulous enough that you could have thought they were dark circles, because that's what it looked like to me. It looked like dark circles. Okay, so her makeup artist, though, looking very closely, might have been able to tell the difference between dark circles and some bruising. Anybody else not that close to her face maybe didn't notice. So maybe that's why the stories are so conflicting.
Yeah, could be.
I don't think either one of them are lying. I don't think that the makeup artist is lying, and I don't think Iglesias is lying, and I don't think McMillan is lying either. I think they're both telling the truth, and it's about what each one's eyeballs saw.
Yeah, if her makeup artist was bought and paid for, they're like, oh, Amber's just paying her. Well, then she would say, yes, I saw Mr. Depp hit Amber on one occasion or whatever. You know what I mean? She wouldn't constantly be saying, no,
right?
I never saw him be violent.
Yeah, like if you were going to pay somebody off for their testimony, you would go way bigger than that.
Yeah.
You would definitely go to, I saw him hit her.
Right, exactly. So I don't think she's lying. I think she's just saying what she saw. And I don't think it tells the story that Amber told. So even if you believe every single word that the makeup artist said, for me, that doesn't prove what Amber said, because what Amber says is so much worse than anything like that. So
right. Yeah. intense exaggeration of all of Amber's stories is what really got her caught in this. If she had stuck to, you know, he slapped me with an open hand. Well, seriously, like instead of repeatedly punched me in the face with wearing rings,
Absolutely.
if she had said, "Yeah, I got those marks because he slapped me in the face once, one time," that I might have believed because
Yeah.
that red mark was, yeah, your face would get red from that. But repeatedly punched me in the face over hours and hours, like he never got tired. He was swinging her around by her hair. He was throwing her on top of tables, flying through the air, dragging across broken glass. None of it adds up. None of it adds up. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. But I am so interested in this witchcraft story. I can't stop thinking about it. That's what I'm going to write about for PJ Media tomorrow. I'm going to research Amber Heard witchcraft. Let's see what she's into. Witchcraft magic circles, maybe? Casting? She had to have talked about this with somebody
Yeah, I'm
at
sure.
some point about like how she's into Wicca.
Yeah. Sounds like an LA thing to say.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, and everyone keeps saying plastic surgery. I don't think Amber's had any plastic surgery. Filler, I mean, if you're in Los Angeles, no one would consider filler and lip injections plastic surgery.
You don't
That's
think
just,
she's had cheek implants? I do. I can see they are
I don't
bizarrely
know.
shaped. They are sticking out like Maleficent. That's not just filler. I really do not think so. I've seen a couple of different videos with surgeons who say those are implants. They're too big.
They may be. It's possible. But I'm just saying
Could
that no
also
one would. Yeah, no one in LA would consider filler or lip injections plastic surgery. So they'd be like, no. Filler and lip injections, that's Tuesday. That's Tuesday night.
Okay, so here's something interesting I just found by Googling. Holy cow! I hit the jackpot. Are you ready for this?
the Wicca queen coming out.
I just Googled Amber Heard witchcraft. And look at this. She's walking in LA with a friend who is carrying the book The Art of Witch.
Beautiful.
Whatever that is. I don't know what that is. What's The Art of Witch? It's a book about modern what? Let's go to the original source. This would be Twitter. A book about modern witchcraft. Wow. Modern witchcraft. Oh,
well, see, she just bought that.
Go ahead.
Because she's cultured and reads all the time.
Yeah, because she's so cultured. Yeah, she reads everything. Is this in the Daily Mail too? Wait a minute. There was a link. There was a link about this particular outing. What's the date on it? Can you guys see this? No, you can't. I have to reshare. It's in the UK papers. Hold on. Well, she absolutely does spells, chat. She was casting a circle with her coven the night he came over, is kicking them all the freeloading yahoos out of his house. I guess we should now call them the freeloading Wiccans.
I'm sorry, there's no such thing as a good witch. Hello, ever seen Harry Potter? How dare you?
How dare you? Here it is. I shared the wrong page. Okay, now we have the right page. All right. This was on October 31st on Halloween. Oh my God. It just gets better and better. The simulation is serving it up on a silver platter right now. On Halloween of 2020, Amber Heard looks chic in a black dress and a pink mask as she goes book shopping with a friend in LA who's conveniently has his mask on, so we can't tell who it is. Amber Heard was spotted out in Los Angeles on Friday as she searched for some new reading material. The 34-year-old Aquaman star Is that
Debatable.
an accurate description? I'm sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. The 34-year-old Magic Mike XXL star ventured out in LA's hip Los Feliz neighborhood with a friend as they made a stop at a bookstore. The actress was relaxing ahead of a decision that's expected on Monday in her ex-husband Johnny Depp's libel suit. So this was back when the UK trial was going on.
So
Amber,
chic.
yeah, go ahead.
No, just saying, so
So
chic.
chic. Amber looked sleek in a casual black sleeveless dress that reached down to her knees. The Her Smell actress.
Oh,
again,
no.
The
Wow.
worst title of a movie ever. The Her Smell actress had her blonde tresses held back with a pink hairband and tied in a messy bun. Can we get to the book, please? Because I don't really care about all this other crap.
There we go.
There it is. Friendly outing. Friend wore a denim jacket. Both had on. Are we going to talk about the book?
Nope,
Apparently
that's all I
not.
care about is the clothes. Okay.
Bright red shoes, COVID cases. No. All right, we're going to have to look up this book now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go find out what is the witch. What was it called? The Art of Witch? Yeah.
The Art of Witch, Modern Witchcraft.
Okay, looking it up. The Art of Witch by Fiona Horn. Let's go to Amazon, shall we?
Yeah, I want to know what else Fiona Horn has written also. Would probably give us a quick insight to know if this was fiction or not. I mean, I
Okay.
guess the description should be.
The Art of Witch moves beyond bells, whistles, tools, and potions and enters a new era of spiritual mastery for the modern age. Fiona Horn bypasses the old school rules and traditions and shows you how to learn and grow with the times. This is the guide for the structureless and rule book for the revolutionaries. New ways are embraced with the old. What it really means to be a modern witch is revealed, how to practice authentic witchcraft now to live a deeply fulfilled life is explained. The Art of Witch is a manifesto, a code of ethics and principles, partnered with revealing real-life anecdotes explaining how to anchor the magical theory in everyday life. Live your most magical life, which is spelled way wrong. I don't know why they're spelling magic like that. Master
CKAL?
MAGICKAL. What?
That is
So LA.
Yeah, that's like a tarot spelling, I believe.
Master the art of true transformation. Perfect the craft of witch's resilience. Know the witch you are. Trust the magic inside. Is there anything in here about casting spells on your husband? That's what I want to know. Let's look at some of the reviews.
Yeah, it's the occultism spelling of magical. There you go.
Who is Fiona Horn? She's a leading expert on modern witchcraft. Accomplished television and radio host, singer, songwriter, renowned author, 10 best-selling books under her belt. Fiona was invited to share her insights and expertise on witchcraft and paganism at the prestigious Harvard University. Fiona may hold the key to the other realm, but in this life, she's living it to the fullest as a licensed snake handler.
Ooh, very cool, Fiona.
Skydiver, and an expert scuba diver. And that's not all. She is topping the charts for Australian techno rock group. She's been on Tyra Banks, E! News, Australian Celebrity Survivor, and she has some series on Wicca TV. She starred in the Vagina Monologues in Australia and appeared in independent films such as Cult and Unbeatable, Harold with Dylan McDermott. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone has their own religious views. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wicca stuff is like so popular in Los Angeles and a lot of other cities, so I'm not too concerned about it. It's just hilarious.
It's hilarious. Come on. I hit the Google jackpot just now. She's walking around being seen with this book. She's casting spells. She's got a coven, and everyone's testifying how dark Johnny became. Like, well, I think I can explain that.
That's great.
I think I can explain it.
I may have just found the basis for my next song.
I know, right? I have to go to the comments because I missed them all while I was reading that, and I'm sure they're hilarious. So let's see what Oh no, not a black-eyed witch. Um, lived in California. There's a lot of evil in California.
I agree.
Um,
But also I have family there, so not them, but everybody else.
Her Smell stunk. It totally did. It was the worst movie ever. Hence the burn the witch jokes from Monty Python. Yes, yes,
Mhm.
that's why. I mean, look,
He's
his
probably
text
making fun of her modern Wicca stuff that he probably thinks is stupid, honestly.
The text, you know, Jay Sweet, don't worry about me. I have a house full of holy water and rosaries. I'll be fine here. I will not be letting any of that into my house. Don't worry. But I mean, I just think that I'm sorry, I'm still looking at I'm looking at your comments. William says my younger sister is a witch. I don't know if that was a joke or real. Hmm.
Rhonda, I'd love to say I moved to Texas to get away from the Wiccan, but it's just California's insanely expensive and not worth the effort. So that's really why.
Tell the truth. You were getting away from the vampires and the Wiccans.
That is also true. That is true. Yeah.
All right, so the very first Google search that I look at for Amber Heard and witchcraft, and that's what comes up. There's a literal article written about her walking around with a guy with a witch book. I find that very funny.
I find it funny too.
I find it very funny. You know what else we forgot to look up? Let's look up Melissa. No, not her name wasn't. What was her name?
Mars?
Mars. It wasn't
Elizabeth
Melissa.
Mars.
Elizabeth.
With a Z.
So I heard she has a website.
Oh, yay.
Let's
Let you know what she
see.
does.
Here she is, lizmars.co. And she's helping people with spiritual realization. Is she a witch too? Hold on. Hold on. Share screen.
Where would we be without Los Angeles teaching us everything we needed to know?
Here she is posing with a smile that I didn't think she could do because we hadn't seen that. And this is lizmars.co. Let's start with the about Liz.
I'll be fair to her. She's very pretty. I would probably be taken under the spell quite easily.
She's very pretty. Well, she's very pretty in this lighting. That deposition lighting was like cadaver, like just got out of the coffin.
It looked like the 90s. I was so confused.
I know. Okay, blah blah blah.
Some people call this energy god, new age, cool, awesome, sweet.
She used to be in the beauty world. Okay. This is a lot of words. That's a lot of words.
A lot of mumbo.
A place where I moved to Los Angeles where I'd felt this force, this energy and inspiration. I don't feel that way about Los Angeles.
The smog? What did you feel?
Were you thinking of the smog?
Is it where Johnny's penthouses were? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what was drawing her. Alignment,
I
expansion.
realized there were all the celebrities I could trick into believing me and paying me $300 an hour to do nothing.
Yeah, to study I Ching, astrology, manifestation, quantum meditation, mindfulness. Nothing wrong with those, with meditation and mindfulness at all.
No.
It's actually quite good for you. I have created a practical, fun, and accessible path towards spiritual growth and evolution. She studied Kabbalah too, which is kind of witchy. Okay. All right. So I wonder how much she charges for all this. So offerings, coaching and mentorship.
One-on-one coaching and mentorship.
Oh yeah, she's a life coach. Of course she is. Of course she is. She
Those
does
you can't do.
group coaching. Group coaching. But also keep in mind that she does all these things, but she was also homeless for 2 weeks at least, living in Johnny's house. She does workshops. Let's see, how much do we have to pay to go to one of these. What's a GPS workshop? This 2-hour experience is a simple and powerful method for finding and sticking to one's true path on the Journal to Personal Sovereignty.
Oh, I get it. GPS, like you are your own GPS. Thank you.
I don't even know what this means. This is word salad to me. I'm not understanding this. But it's not too witchy. How about magnetizing love?
Oh, she's a love coach also? Great.
Apparently. A love coach. 6 90-minute live calls.
Oh my, no way. No
Wait a
way.
minute. She has a 900 number?
No way on earth. She's the psychic, the TV psychic.
What was her name? Madam. Oh my God. Cleo. Miss Cleo. Miss Cleo.
Miss Cleo. $555.
For what?
For 6 phone calls?
For 6 90-minute phone calls.
Call recorded if you happen to miss. Oh, so you just get to tune in with everybody else.
Oh, that's not even a personal call?
Doesn't look like it because they have like a time and date.
Wow, that's really a good that's a good deal for her.
I
Wow.
wonder how tempted she was to charge $666, and she was like, you know what, I can't.
I can't. So 555. She should have done 777.
Yes, that would have done it.
Or 333. But no, that's not enough.
That's not enough.
Live your highest.
$555 for 6 phone calls? Yeah, to learn your true journey in life. That's a steal. That is a steal.
Get clear. Is she a Scientologist? These are some weird words. Okay. All right. Well, you got to make the grift is everywhere. You got to make a living somehow. And
hey, I guarantee you there are at least a few people that would say that she has ever improved their life. So
I'm sure. I'm sure someone has said that. I'm sure someone somewhere has said that. All right, let's go to what we always do after this show. Hold on, let me check. I think the baseball game got canceled because it's raining. Let me check.
No, called on account of rain.
Yeah, so everything got canceled on me today. The science fair got, well, my daughter didn't want to go because she said her sample dried up before the presentation was going to be, and she didn't want to be embarrassed by it. But her teacher saw it, so she got graded before it was dried up. So she just didn't want to go to the, hey, look at my project part, because hers isn't working right now.
I've been there. My volcano didn't work at the science fair. I was very upset.
She extracted DNA from strawberries.
Oh,
and
well,
it was
way cooler than what I said.
It was really cool. It was really cool. And in one of the vials, she had the DNA, and it was in this like substance, and she had kept it in the refrigerator. And I had a feeling that it was probably going to be at the end of its life by tonight, because she did it like on Saturday, and we were kind of keeping it in the whatchamacallit for a while, the refrigerator, and I had a feeling it might dry up. Oh, hold on, my husband sent me a message, so he's going to tell me if the baseball game is canceled. Hang on.
All right, guys, who's signing up? Who's signing up for Elizabeth Mars?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Terry, for the super sticker. I appreciate that. We still don't know if the game's canceled. Did not get the message yet. All right, let's go over to Google and do our media search that we normally do. I want to do that before I cut the stream because...
Yeah, DJ, yeah, I pledge to pay Elizabeth Mars after she gives me your services. That'd be great. I already pledged you the $555. Just give me the phone calls.
All right, let's look at the headlines today. The very first one is, well, let's look at the most recent, 31 minutes ago, NBC, Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial live, updates, witnesses for Heard take stand. Very neutral. Tells nothing.
Factual.
New York Times opinion, Amber Heard and the death of Me Too.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh my, I'm definitely going to read that later.
Talk about an opinion.
It's pretty good. CNN opinion, the trolling of Amber Heard sends a perilous message to women. Now, again, we've already seen this.
Oh my, I'm amazed at what I'm seeing right now. This is amazing.
Vogue, why it's time to believe Amber Heard. I already read this, and let me tell you something. It is a hot garbage. Hot garbage.
At least CNN and the New York Times put opinion before theirs.
True. But the death of Me Too is not good for her. Amber Heard testifies. How did it go? That's pretty neutral. You have to click on it. Okay, I can't help myself. I got to click on that New York Times opinion.
I guarantee you it's saying how terrible it is that Me Too is going to die because of this, and probably doesn't hold Amber Heard accountable for it.
There are ambiguities, this is by Michelle Goldberg, in the sordid conflict between the divorced actors Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, but some things are clear. Depp texted a friend that he wanted to kill Heard and then have sex with her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. Well, because she's a witch, yes. That was the joke.
Yeah, it was a joke, obviously.
For God's sake, it was a dark joke, but it was a joke. Directly from Monty Python. There is a video of Depp smashing kitchen cabinets while Heard tries to calm him.
No.
No, she didn't try to calm him.
Does not.
All I did was say sorry in an audio recording. She tells him to go put his cigarettes out on someone else, and he responds, "Shut up, fat ass." He admitted to headbutting her, though he said it was an accident. He never admitted to headbutting her. He said he would not characterize it that way, that their heads collided. When Heard went to the court to get a domestic violence restraining order against Depp, she had a bruise on her cheekbone from where she said he threw a phone at her. Again, she doesn't include that there's witness testimony that saw her before and after without any bruise. So
yeah, why would you include that? Irrelevant.
In 2018, the British newspaper called Depp a wife beater, sued for libel, lost his case. Okay, substantially true. Now Depp is suing Heard. Let's get to the point where I want to get to the Me Too stuff. If Depp somehow prevails, it's like, is this woman even watching this case?
Yeah.
One can expect similar lawsuits against other women who say they've survived abuse. Already, the singer Marilyn Manson has filed a defamation suit, which, by the way, is everyone's right. It is your right to file a lawsuit. And in fact, that's the right way to handle it. File a lawsuit. If you want justice, that's what you have to do. I don't like this categorizing people who file lawsuits as, well, you must be some kind of asshole.
Yeah, to file a lawsuit against a woman, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? Because if you feel you've been wronged, that's the proper avenue to take. Those women could have sued him. They could have sued him for the sexual abuse they say that they suffered. Already, the singer Marilyn Manson has filed a defamation suit against ex-fiancée Evan Rachel Wood. Blah, blah, blah. But Depp needn't succeed in court to achieve his ends. In 2016, his former agent wrote that Heard was begging for total global humiliation. Well, now she got it. Now this televised trial has resulted in an explosion of hatred and derision directed at her. The volatile actress who at times was violent toward Depp, hey, at least she put that in there, and who never made good on a promise to donate her entire divorce settlement to charity, although she should have added, though she told everyone she did, is very far and continues to claim that she did, is very far from the perfect victim. That made her the perfect object of a Me Too backlash. Online, there's a level of industrial scale bullying directed at her that puts all previous social media pylons to shame. I don't know. Jussie Smollett got a ton.
Another person who lied? That's crazy.
Yeah, the other guy who lied. And that was totally justified. Totally justified.
It's all justified if they're lying.
Hang on. My husband keeps sending me voice messages. I hate that. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. The baseball game is not canceled, so I gotta go.
Okay.
However, so I was fooled by this headline. I thought this headline was actually going to talk about why the Me Too movement is a bad thing and how Amber, because they embraced her, they dug their own grave. That's the article I would write. That's what I would say.
Well, you see, it was written by certain publication that I shall not speak bad of. But I'll say allegedly biased.
Allegedly biased. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody has a right to their opinion, but I mean, this is,
Certainly do.
I will finish this later. I will definitely read through this. But I mean, yeah, this is the narrative they're trying to create, is that she's maybe not innocent, but Me Too is going to be harmed. And so that's bad. And so we should believe her anyway, even if she's lying. I just
Right.
I can't with this.
Yeah, if you call somebody out for lying, it's your fault.
Oh, and Leslie, this is a great one to end on. Absolutely. I saw this meme too. I try this, it said, "Believe all women? Really? All of them? That's the dumbest thing I've Amber heard." It was a meme that's going around. Thank you
Well,
so much
how
for being here today, Gadfly. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, I know you have to go.
I do. I have to go. Are you going to be back tomorrow?
I will be back tomorrow, and I'll end with this. If you believe all women, then don't you also have to believe the women that say Amber Heard's lying?
Yeah, yes. Don't you?
What do you do with that
What about the
paradox?
nurse? What about Filati? What about the other nurse? What about the island manager? What about all the women who've testified that she was abusive, or that they didn't see anything on her face?
How about we don't believe anyone because of their gender? We just believe people that have evidence and are
That's a
truthful.
good idea. Hey, listen, I think there's a way on StreamYard, by the way, that we can broadcast on your channel on YouTube at the same time.
Oh,
Do you want
really?
to? Yeah, do you want to try doing that tomorrow?
Yes, and I have questions for you about things, but I'll send them to you on Twitter because then I gotta go.
Okay, we'll talk.
All right.
All right,
Sounds
everybody.
good.
Have a great night, and we will be back tomorrow. I'll be pre-gaming it here at like 8:15-ish to go over all the stuff that happened overnight. And tonight, tune in to Ricada Law. I'm going to be on at 11, not 11, 12 Eastern Standard Time, midnight. I will be on Ricada Law with Nick Ricada, and we are going to be talking about how the media has botched covering this trial. So tune in. All right, everybody. Have a great night.